You're listening to Fanfiction Reader, where stories come alive through sound. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the tale.
Chapter 26 Nine-tailed Jinchuriki. A green jade of seeking the truth lingers around Rosen. Susanoo swung its giant blades with all four arms and slashed towards Rosen. Rosen moved and dodged the attack. Susanoo continued to attack, and Rosendu flew up and down like a dragonfly skimming the water. When he was still, he was calm, and when he moved, he was like thunder sweeping through the acupoints. Rosen felt that in his current state, he could only last for half an hour at most, as the pressure of the Samsara Eye mode was still too great. Rosen clenched his right hand, and the Tao-seeking jade appeared in his palm, turning into a golden lightsaber. This golden lightsaber is exactly the same as Aim no Murakami's. But Uchiha Madara felt that the aura of Rosen was becoming more and more dangerous. Uchiha Madara made the decision almost instantly, and the forearm giant blade suddenly deformed and turned into a giant shield blocking in front of him. The aura on Rosen's body suddenly increased and the golden wheel exploded. Exclamation call out the moment Rosen swung the golden lightsaber. The whole world seemed to lose its sound. Every inch the golden lightsaber was swung, it would grow a little bigger. When the lightsaber slashed on Susanoo's large shield, a terrifying impact spread. The entire lake evaporated in an instant, and the airwaves spread all the way to the outside of the Uchiha residential area before stopping. At this time, Rosen and Uchiha Madara were each standing on a reef, and the lake water around the reef disappeared. Both of them were out of breath, and both sides still had some reservations in this fight. However, both sides have had enough fun so far. If they continue fighting, they will really get angry. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, you would be able to stand on equal footing with me. Uchiha Madara looked at Rosen with a very complicated look. In fact, if the fight continues, Rosen will definitely lose. Rosen is no longer able to use the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion a second time. In fact, the first Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion has greatly consumed his physical strength and weakened his physical skills. However, Uchiha Madara was still able to use the complete form of Susanoo again. Rosen uses the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion to exert his maximum output, releasing it despite the overload on his body. It is normal for Uchiha Madara to use the complete form of Susanoo, and this is the current gap between them. However, if Rosen adopts a consumption strategy first and consumes 60% of Uchiha Madara's chakra, then Rosen has a chance of winning. Because the Uzumaki Sage's body, both in terms of chakra and physical strength, is bound to be more durable than Uchiha Madara's. And there are also magical powers derived from the spirit of Jinch that give life to all things. Rosen compared his own creation of all things with Hashirama Senju's sealless self-healing. For the same wound that was 1 centimeter deep and 10 centimeters long, it only took Hashirama Senju 2 seconds to heal, while it took Rosen 10 seconds to heal. However, Hashirama Senju's physique and chakra capacity exceeded Rosen's, and both sides lost in time, not in effect. King, you don't have enough stamina. Uchiha Madara's attention was not on the sentence about lack of endurance, but on the title of King of Force. Sen, I accept you're calling me the Dance King, but what the hell is this Force King? Just then a figure landed nearby. Madara, Mori, you two had a fight and didn't even call me. That's too much. Hashirama sensed the commotion here and rushed over immediately, but when he arrived, the fight between Rosen and Uchiha Madara had already ended. Uchiha Madara silently put away the Uzumaki Sage's human scroll. Madara, Mori, let's have a fight. Hashirama Senju has been itching to fight recently. After all, in the entire Konoha, or even in the entire ninja world, there are only 2 or 3 people who can fight with him. Puff suddenly, Rosen spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm injured, Ban, send me back quickly. Senju Hashirama actually believed such an exaggerated performance. Uchiha Madara sent Rosen home and couldn't help asking, why are you willing to spar with me and not with Hashirama? Do you have to ask such a self-deprecating question? Forget it, don't say the rest. Uchiha Madara's self-esteem was hurt. If you compare his ultimate move, he's like a Buddha with 1,000 hands. How can you compare? If you compare his endurance, he can fight you till eternity. There's no experience at all when sparring with him. Although Uchiha Madara's self-esteem was still hurt, Rosen's words did make sense. Rosen was even more troubled. In Uchiha Madara's current state, there was no way he could defeat Senju Hashirama. 3 days later, Rosen was informed that Uzumaki Mito would seal the 9 tails today. When Rosen arrived at the scene, Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Madara Uchiha, and Tabarama Senju were all there. Good morning. Rosen waved his hand and stood next to Senju Tabarama. Anyone present has the ability to subdue the 9 tails, so as long as there is no problem with the seal, there is actually no need to gather so much combat power. The combat power in front of them can be said to be the highest combat power in Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Hashirama, let's begin. Senju Hashirama took out a teacup-shaped sealing item and opened the lid of the teacup. Everyone immediately felt a terrifying chakra energy begin to overflow. This chakra energy was bright red in color, and it began to gather not far away, gradually condensing into a huge and ferocious nine-tailed demon fox. When Rosen saw the nine-tailed fox appear, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is this the complete form of the nine tails? This chakra is incredibly powerful. Although, some ninjas are often described as having chakra as huge as that of the tailed beasts. But no one would ever say that he has chakra as huge as the nine tails, because the nine-tailed beast is completely different from the other tailed beasts. This chakra is really huge. Whether it is Uzumaki Mito or Senju Hashirama, their chakra amounts pale in comparison to the complete form of the nine tails. The 10 tails chakra is divided into 10 parts, and the nine tails alone get 6. The nine-tailed fox looked at the people in front of it with bared fangs and claws. The first one to be targeted was Hashirama Senju, the man who subdued and sealed it. Then it silently shifted its gaze to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara directly opened the eternal Mangekyo and glared at the nine-tails with an even more ferocious look. The nine-tailed fox shuddered and turned his gaze to Rosen and Senju Tabarama. Rosen rolled up his sleeves, showing his biceps, and clenched his fists. Roar! The roar of the nine-tailed fox resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was a pure beast. It used this monstrous chatanla to directly enhance its roar. This thing can scare ordinary people, but who here can be scared by it? Uzumaki Mito took a step forward and raised his right hand. Dozens of golden chains burst out from his palm and wrapped around the nine tails tightly. Uchiha Madara swallowed and turned to look at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, do you know the diamond seal? Yes. Senju Hashirama nodded. Then why didn't you use it before? I feel like this move is a bit bullying. Senju Hashirama answered honestly. Uchiha Madara is autistic, aren't you bullying him by saying this now? Rosen looked at Uzumaki Mito's diamond sealing. He also knew the diamond sealing, but the differences between people were reflected in this sealing technique. At the beginning, he and the foreshadow demons used the diamond seal to deal with the eight tails, but the eight tails could still play kicking balls with him. But when Uzumaki Mito used the diamond seal against the nine tails was directly turned into a dumpling, without even a chance to struggle. Uzumaki Mito formed seals with his hands, and dozens of chains began to tighten. The 4 symbols and the 8 trigram seal. The huge body of the nine-tailed fox was pulled in front of Uzumaki Mito by chains and was pulled into Uzumaki Mito's abdomen with almost no resistance. The whole process was as smooth as eating and drinking. Senju Hashirama still asked with concern, Mito, how do you feel? The nine-tailed fox is very well behaved. Uzumaki Mito said, this should be the only nine-tails Jinchuriki who can say that the nine-tails is very well behaved. This is absolute strength and absolute confidence. Lord Mito, is the nine-tailed fox dead? Rosen asked. Everyone's face darkened, except for Senju Hashirama, who slapped his forehead and said, yeah, if it poops, is it yours or its fault? Sealing technique. 9 nether seal. A huge black hole appeared under the feet of Rosen and Senju Hashirama at the same time, and then black chains stretched out and dragged the two into the black hole. Tabarama, Konoha will be without a Hokage for the next month. I'll leave it to you. Why? Do you have any objection? No, Sister Mito, you did the right thing, you did a good job. Senju Tabarama hurriedly expressed his position. A month later, 2 black holes appeared outside Konoha again, and they threw 2 naked, rotten bodies on the ground like discarding garbage. Damn Hashirama, how do you discipline your wife? Rosen paused for a long time before jumping up and pointing at Hashirama and cursing. Asshole Sen, it's all your fault for bringing up that topic. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been thrown into that horrible hell space. The two of them fought naked for 300 rounds outside Konoha. Several years had passed since Uzumaki Mito became the nine-tails Jinchuriki, and Konoha was still growing stronger. The Fire Country occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world, and Konoha occupies the most fertile land in the Fire Country, so Konoha's development is very smooth. However, other ninja villages all had problems to varying degrees, and generally speaking, they can be summed up in one sentence: they were all caused by interests. Konoha follows the same model as those ninja villages, relying on funding from the daimyo and relying on commissions from missions to maintain operations. There have been no problems so far, simply because the daimyo of the Fire Country is rich, and because of an alliance with the Senju clan, he is particularly generous when allocating funds. The other ninja villages were not so harmonious with their daimyo. After all, for the daimyo of other countries, Giving too much money would be like raising a tiger to cause harm, and the land of wind and the land of water were the worst offenders. The daimyo of wind country is truly poor, while the daimyo of water country is simply using political tactics. Rosen has always felt that the dual jade policy is ridiculous. One country has two voices, one side's military power completely overwhelms the other, but it obeys the weaker side. This is too unreasonable. Lord Mori. Uzumaki Ryoko fell into Rosen's yard and knelt on one knee in front of Rosen. What's up? Hokage-sama, please come to the Hokage's office. What a troublesome guy. How long has it been since he went to the Hokage building to work? Why did he summon me to the Hokage building today? Chapter 27 The Second Generation, Uchiha Madara? I don't accept it. When we arrived at the Hokage's office, all the ninja village chiefs, department heads, and deputy department heads from across Konoha had already gathered there. An office of several hundred square meters was packed with more than 100 people. Rosen saw that there were several people hanging upside down from the ceiling. Rosen's face was filled with black lines. What is this idiot doing? Rosen couldn't see what was going on ahead at all. At this moment, Rosen heard the voice of Hashirama Senju in front of him. Uzumaki Mori, is Moi here? Come to me. All the high-ranking officials of Konoha set their eyes on Rosen. Rosen is a relatively unknown person in Konoha. Most people don't know him and haven't had much contact with him. The Uzumaki clan is also relatively low-key in Konoha. Rosen was helpless. Being called out in public by Hashirama Senju, he could only walk through the crowd and come to the desk. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tabarama were already standing beside the desk. Senju Hashirama and Rosen nodded. Rosen looked confused. What did this nod mean? He nodded in response? But was this a greeting or some kind of hint? Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to announce here, said Hashirama Senju. Everyone focused their eyes on Senju Hashirama, waiting for his next words. I am about to give up the position of Hokage. Here, I will recommend Uchiha Madara to be my successor. At the same time, Tabarama and Moi will become the elders of Konoha and assist Madara in managing Konoha. I object. I object. Rosen and Senju Tabarama shouted in unison. Uchiha Madara glared at Rosen. His eyes seemed to say, you better give me an explanation. I am not qualified to be an elder. Whether in terms of government affairs, strength, or achievements, I am not qualified. Rosen said. I am against Madara becoming the second generation. Senju Tabarama said, brother, this is not just your business, this is the business of the entire Konoha, so you should listen to everyone when it comes to the choice of the second generation. Tabarama, I am still the Hokage now. Senju Hashirama's tone became heavier. So what? Since you choose to abdicate, it means that you have given up your power. I also want to run for the second generation leader. In fact, Senju Tabarama didn't have too many requirements for who would be the second generation leader, as long as that person was not Uchiha Madara. And compared to Uchiha Madara, he prefers Rosen as the second generation. Others may not know, but he knows that Rosen's achievements and strength are enough to serve as the second generation. I recommend Mori to become the Nidame. Rosen's eyes widened and he shouted, I object. At this time, Hashirama Senju calmed down and carefully thought about the feasibility of this. Mori, in that case, let's take a vote of confidence. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Rosen looked at Uchiha Madara with a look that seemed to say, what the hell are you talking about? He looked at Senju Tabarama again, and Senju Tabarama gave Rosen an encouraging look. Well, since Mori and Madara have no objection, then you two can vote. Wait, I object. Now for the vote of confidence. Everyone looked at Rosen and then at Uchiha Madara. Compared to the unknown Rosen, Uchiha Madara was obviously more trustworthy. After all, the impression of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha has been reversed over the years, and Uchiha Madara is no longer so unapproachable. I support Mori. Senju Tabarama was the first to express his opinion. He felt that with his influence in governing over the years, he would be able to play a leading role. But Senju Tabarama seemed to overestimate his influence. I support Uchiha Madara, said Hashirama Senju. Then the head of the Narada clan spoke up. I support Uchiha Madara. I support Uchiha Madara. I support Uchiha Madara. The vote of confidence was almost one-sided. Tabarama Senju looked angrily at the vassal families of the Senju clan. He felt betrayed. Rosen's mouth corners were stretched to his back teeth due to his smile. It would be difficult for Tabarama to choose anyone else. If he chose himself, he would definitely have more supporters than himself. Wait! Rosen's smile suddenly froze. Uchiha Madara is going to be elected as the second generation. What about the plan? Should I become a rebel ninja myself? What about the battle at the Valley of the End? Finally, the confidence vote ended with the support vote ratio for Rosen and Uchiha Madara being 2:132 respectively. One vote was cast by Tobirama Senju and the other vote was cast by Rosen himself. Senju Hashirama burst into laughter, haha. Then now I declare that Madara is the second generation. At the same time, Hashirama Senju took off his Hokage hat and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was also a little confused and took the Hokage hat somewhat stiffly. I became the second generation? When returning to the Uzumaki clan's territory, Rosen was a little dazed. This is unreasonable. How did Uchiha Madara become the second generation? I wanted to change the plot, but isn't this too much of a change? After returning home, Rosen sat on the stairs for a long time without recovering from the shock. Destroy this damn Konoha. Envy shouted madly. Or else we go kill Uchiha Madara now. Why did that damn guy become the second generation? Greed was also clamoring. At this moment, a fifth black shadow emerged from Rosen's shadow. Rosen's pupils suddenly contracted, staring at the fifth shadow. Who are you? Mr. Mori, I am your fifth child. My name is Black Zetsu. Puff Rosen's pupils trembled violently. Kyo do ma dai? Brother Zetsu, you were mistaken, you were really mistaken. Why did you come to me? The four shadow demons looked at Black Zetsu at the same time, and Black Zetsu shrank his neck embarrassedly. Hello, brothers. Black Zetsu said carefully, Lord Mori, I was born from the dark side of your heart. Lord Mori, Konoha has abandoned you and you no longer have to work for Konoha. Let us work together to overthrow Konoha, overthrow this dirty and corrupt ninja world, and create a world where all of us can live freely and everyone agrees with us. This is inappropriate. After all, I am a ninja of Konoha and the head of the Uzumaki clan. Lord Mori, I represent your truest thoughts, so when you deny me, you are also denying your own heart. Okay, then let's let go of this corrupt ninja world first. Rosen finally made up his mind. Rosen looked outside the courtyard. Ryoko. Whoosh! Uzumaki Ryoko landed in front of Rosen. Calm Mito-sama and Doshin. Not long after, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Doshin arrived at Rosen's courtyard. Sen, what do you want from me? Mr. Mito, I asked you to come here to be a witness. Rosen said, Uzumaki Doshin, from today on, you will be the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Ah? Teacher, why is this? Uzumaki Mito, like Uzumaki Doshin, had a bewildered look on his face. Sen, why is this? There are things I have to do. Rosen said with a smile. If this is your decision, I will support it, said Uzumaki Mito. After all, Rosen is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, so he has the power to choose his own successor. Moreover, she also approved of the child Uzumaki Doshin. Although he is still young, his strength is already quite impressive and he is very outstanding among his peers. Everyone gathered in the Hokage building to congratulate Uchiha Madara on becoming the second Hokage. Bang! Just then, an Uchiha ninja ran into the Hokage's office. It's bad, Master Madara. The Uzumaki-sen attacked the Uchiha, severely injured Elder Tenka, and took away the eyes of Elder Tenka and several clan members, as well as our Uchiha's collection of ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara's expression changed, and Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. All the senior executives at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. Uchiha Madara immediately rushed to the clan's territory, followed closely by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. When entering the clan territory, Uchiha Madara discovered that many places in the clan territory had been destroyed. Uchiha Madara found his clan library, and it was empty. Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara. They both felt that Uchiha Madara must be very angry at this moment. At the same time, they were also very surprised by Rosen's sudden betrayal. Especially Senju Tobirama, he always felt that there was something wrong. After all, Rosen probably doesn't care about the position of Hokage at all, right? Even the fact that Uchiha Madara was able to become the second generation can be said to be due to Rosen's efforts. So why would Rosen betray? This is too weird. Madara-sama, Uzumaki Mori has left Konoha. I will personally chase after Uzumaki Mori. Uchiha Madara ordered. I'll go too, and I will bring him back, said Hashirama Senju. I'll go too, Senju Tobirama said hurriedly. For a time, the news that Uzumaki Moi attacked the Uchiha clan and betrayed Konoha because they failed to be elected as the second Hokage spread throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama left the village at the same time to hunt down Rosen. After running more than 1,000 kilometers out of Konoha, Rosen was finally blocked by Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Rosen, you can't escape. Uchiha Madara looked at Rosen with a cold face. Moria, why is this happening? Senju Tobirama stared at Rosen. He wanted to get an answer. Rosen is the last person to betray Konoha, and it is even more impossible for him to betray Konoha just because he failed to be elected as Hokage, so he needs to get an answer. Mori, come back. With your ability, strength, and qualifications, even if the second generation is not you, the third generation will be you. Senju Hashirama said naively. I don't like being inferior to Uchiha Madara. Since I lost to him, it means that this is not the Konoha I expected. Rosen said calmly. Do you think you have a chance to survive when surrounded by the three of us? Uchiha Madara sneered. I'm sorry, I have already set up the Flying Thunder God technique somewhere else, so you can't possibly stop me. Rosen knew that it would be impossible to escape from the pursuit of the three great masters of the ninja world if he only relied on his legs. Moria, how could it have come to this? How could this happen? Senju Hashirama was the saddest. He succeeded in making Uchiha Madara the second generation, but he forced a friend away. This was not the result he expected. Rosen looked at Uchiha Madara and grinned. I will be back. Uchiha Madara was in a trance. Have you decided? Goodbye, all three of you. Chapter 28. I replaced Madara and became the mastermind behind the scenes. The first generation of Konoha was Hashirama Senju, and the second generation was Uchiha Madara. These two pillars of Konoha made Konoha extremely stable. Although the Hokage has been replaced, the power structure has not changed much. Uchiha Madara still let Senju Tabarama serve as the half-sleeve of Hokage and be responsible for handling most of the affairs. Rosen came to the mountain cemetery, which was the headquarters of Uchiha Madara in the original plot. It was also the birthplace of 100,000 white Zetsu and the location of the roots of the former sacred tree. Now these 100,000 white Zetsu are actually buried under the mountain cemetery. Rosen settled here and thought about his plan. First of all, it was strength. Whether facing Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, his own strength was still inferior. And white Zetsu also needs Hashirama Senju cells to be strengthened. After all, the 100,000 white Zetsu were the main force that started the Fourth Ninja World War. If it was the original white Zetsu, its strength was too weak. It only had the Mayfly technique and the dependence technique, and it almost didn't even have the combat power of a genin. Therefore, the Battle of the Valley of the End must be carried out, and he must obtain Hashirama Senju cells. Rosen then set himself a 5-year training plan. Goal: to reach a force value of 300,000 within 5 years. Chakra amount: double in 5 years. The Spirit of Jinx: double in 5 years. Light release: develop a special move that can rival Perfect Susanoo and Top Buddha. The current special move Fireworks is not enough. Physical fitness: able to withstand Samsara I mode within 5 years, chakra 40%. Capture a tailed beast and use it as your own power bank. Several years ago, Hashirama Senju separated all the tailed beasts. Currently, the Sand Village has been given the one-tailed Shukaku, and the Kumagakure Village has been given the two-tailed Metatabi and the 8-tailed Juki. The Hidden Rock Village received the 4-tailed Sun Wukong and the 5-tailed Mu Wang, while the Hidden Mist Village received the 3-tailed Isabu and the 6-tailed Rhino Dog. The Nano Shaijaki was given to Takigakure, a village close to Konoha and located at the border of major countries. It is not known whether the Hidden Mist Village lacks sealing techniques or people suitable to be Jinchuriki, and the two-tailed beasts are still in the free-range stage. Therefore, both the 3-tailed Isabuta and the 6-tailed Rhinoceros Dog are suitable as temporary power banks. It doesn't take much effort to capture these two-tailed beasts. However, without the Manhwarecap, it is difficult to control the two-tailed beasts. If the Jinchuriki seals them in his body, subsequent plans will be difficult to carry out. The master has been sitting there for a whole day. What is he doing? Black Zetsu secretly asked Envy beside him. Why are you able to move freely away from your master's shadow? Why? Black Zetsu felt jealousy and murderous intent so strong that he shivered in fear. Maybe it's because I'm a little different from you. I'm the manifestation of the deeper darkness in the master's heart, while you are just the manifestation of a single desire. Black Zetsu's words did not eliminate the resentment and jealous heart, and his eyes looking at Black Zetsu became more dangerous. Although I can move freely, I have also lost the opportunity to share the master's power. In comparison, I envy you more. Oh, are you jealous of me? The jealousy and resentment in his heart were slightly relieved. Black Zetsu. At this moment, Rosen's voice came. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately trotted to Rosen's side. Master, do you have any instructions? Give me the secret technique I stole from the Uchiha clan. Rosen said. Master, what secret technique do you want to learn? I want to know how the Sharingan evolves into the Manhwarecap. Now Rosen has 3 Sharingans in his hands, or to be more precise, 3 Shadow Demons have Sharingans. But the Shadow Demons is his, so Rosen is wondering if he can evolve the Sharingan into a Manhwarecap. The sharingan evolves into the manhwarecap. To put it simply, it is the power of yin. If the power of yin is sufficient, it can evolve into the manhwarecap. The power of yin is spiritual power. Why does the Uchiha need me to love the gods and have boundless power? This is because only when people are excited can their mental power be expanded to the extreme by the momentary emotions. If it can exceed the threshold, the sharingan can evolve into a manhwarecap after absorbing this mental power. Rosen practices dark magic, so his mental power is far greater than that of ordinary people, even exceeding that of members of the Uchiha clan. But Rosen is not the owner of the 3 pairs of sharingan, so Rosen needs to use more mental power to stimulate the 3 pairs of sharingan. After repelling Black Zetsu, Rosen took out the Book of Darkness. Today he finally opened the 4th page of the Book of Darkness, the evil spell of Amanquis. Every piece of dark magic will record in detail the creative ideas behind the magic and the circumstances under which the creator developed and created it. Amanquis' evil magic is no exception. Amanquis, this is a little devil who lived in hell in ancient times. He hated every living being equally, including his fellow humans in hell. But he was a humble and weak low-level demon, and his only advantage was that he had a little talent in magic, so he created the evil magic of Amanquis. Amanquis' evil magic can steal other people's mental power, but the amount stolen is very, very small, so small that the person being stolen cannot even notice it. However, as long as enough objects can be stolen, the mental power can be accumulated to a large enough level. It's just that everyone's mental power is unique. Amanquis stole a lot of mental power, but these complex mental powers eventually went out of control and turned Amanquis into a twisted and irrational monster. When Rosen saw the introduction of Amanquis' evil magic, he looked embarrassed. After all, he didn't want to become a monster, let alone a psychotic monster. But if you think about it carefully, you don't need to absorb the mental power, but let the sharingan absorb it. The risk of Amanquis' evil magic can be completely avoided. You can give it a try. Rosen is learning how to use Amanquis' evil magic. After all, this is just a magic created by a low-level demon, so it is not difficult. Jealous, try using Amanquis' evil technique on Black Zetsu. If the sharingan can completely absorb the stolen spiritual power, then come back and tell me. The dark shadow under Rosen's feet suddenly rushed out and disappeared into the dark passage. Black Zetsu was sorting through Uchiha's collection of books when he suddenly felt a cold breath coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw Envy approaching him silently. The figure, as dark as himself, was standing less than an inch away from him. Black Zetsu was shocked. Although they were all different kinds of people, the jealousy and hysterical madness still made him feel creepy. Jealous, what do you do? Nothing. Although jealousy said it was nothing, the grinning corners of his mouth clearly showed the smile of a conspiracy that had succeeded. Black Zetsu frowned slightly. He didn't like coming into contact with jealousy, or even all the shadow demons. Any contact with any of them made him feel very insecure. The brilliance of Amanquis' evil magic lies in the fact that it is silent, simple to cast, and difficult to be detected. Moreover, the stolen mental power is very, very weak, so weak that the person whose power is stolen can hardly detect it. The 3 Magatama sharingan in the jealous eye socket slowly turned, and a ray of light flashed across the 3 Magatama sharingan. Then jealousy followed the shadow line back to Rosen. Master, it works. The spiritual power stolen from Black Zetsu has been completely absorbed by the sharingan. Rosen stood up. It's time to go out for a walk. After nightfall, Rosen came to a small town. Apart from Lust, the other 3 shadow demons had been going in and out of every household, stealing a bit of mental power from every household. One night Rosen walked all over the town, and Amanquis' evil magic is worthy of being called a vicious magic. It stole the mental power of thousands of people, and the combined mental power is not even 1/10 of Rosen's own. It is conceivable how insignificant the stolen mental power is. The eyes of Lust are white eyes, and the evolution of white eyes requires the power of yang, which is the vitality. At present, Rosen does not have enough yang energy to supply the Byakugan. At least he does not want to use too much vitality to supply the Byakugan's evolution. After all, vitality is the actual upper limit of lifespan. However, both the sharingan and the Byakugan react to the Jing's energy. This shows that the evolution of the sharingan and the Byakugan has never been in a single direction. So Rosen also provides the Jingshkai for the Byakugan and sharingan. The Jingshkai is undoubtedly the most cost-effective method. First of all, Rosen's Jingshkai has now reached perfection, and the recovery power of the Jingshkai is amazing. Moreover, there is an endless supply of Grail Stone to replenish it. Therefore, although Rosen's Jingshkai is provided to the Byakugan and sharingan, it is still continuing to grow steadily. Compared with the limited mental power and vitality, the energy of Jing is undoubtedly more cost-effective. 5 years. For 5 whole years, Rosen stayed in the mountain cemetery. Every night he would go out to steal spiritual power and leave a mark of the Flying Thunder God ritual in the area. Then the next night he would use the Flying Thunder God ritual to go to the place he had been yesterday, and then go to the next town. After 5 years of intensive training, Rosen's martial arts value has reached 380,000. Compared to 5 years ago, chakra has increased 3 times, and chakra is the easiest to improve. The Uzumaki Sage's body will never lack chakra no matter what it lacks. Therefore, there is no need for special training, and the Whirlpool Sage's body relies on its own growth to reach its current level, which is more than twice what was expected. The improvement of Jingkai also reached twice the expected level, and the system panel still showed it is perfect. Light Release also develops 2 ultimate moves. At least Rosen felt that these 2 ultimate moves could definitely be comparable to Hashirama Senju's Great Buddha and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Physical training has not been neglected either. Now that Rosen has unleashed his extraordinary strength, any of his punches and kicks can have destructive power close to that of S-level ninjutsu. In the Samsara I mode, he can carry 45% of chakra. The next step is to take action and capture at least one tailed beast to use as a power bank. Rosen walked out of the mountain cemetery. He hadn't seen the sun for a long time. The afternoon sun was dazzling yet soft, shining all over Rosen's body. Rosen felt the warmth and raised his hand to block the sun. The ninja world has been peaceful for too long, let me make some noise. Chapter 29 Jealousy, Desire by Kirin, the first Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. As the founder of the Hidden Mist Village, there is no need to say much about Bai Lion's strength and achievements. However, he is now old. When he established the Hidden Mist Village, he was already 60 years old. Now he is 75 years old. Both his physical functions and chakra are no longer at their peak. He has now begun preparations to pass the position of Mizukage to his trusted confidant Hazuki. As a member of the Ghost Lantern clan, Gui Deng Huanyu's current strength is far beyond the reach of even Bai Lian at his peak. At the same time, he also possesses a powerful steam escape technique and a bloodline limit produced by the ultimate qualitative change of water and wind chakra. In addition, Gui Deng Huanyu also has extremely high political literacy and strong family support. It can be said that he is the perfect successor to the Mizukage. If we have to point out any shortcomings of his, it would be his character. He likes war and even enjoys war. Of course, this doesn't mean that he will blindly start a war. Bai Lion has observed Gui Deng Huanyu. Over the past decade or so, all disputes with the Iwagakure village were handled by Hazuki Genjutsu, and Hazuki Genjutsu was extremely cautious and restrained from sending troops to starting the war. He would not put his men in danger just because of his own preferences. This is a very rare quality. This is also the reason why Bai Lion is more determined to choose Gui Deng Huanyu. In the Mizuki's office, Hazuki Genjutsu stood in front of Bai Lion. Hazuki Genjutsu had his blonde hair combed back into a slick back bun, and he wore eyeshadow and had a mustache, looking very much like a street urchin. However, it is this kind of street slicker image that has repeatedly made great contributions to the Hidden Mist Village and played a huge role in the stability of the village. Huanyu, are you ready? Yes, old man Bai Lion, as long as you move your butt, I can sit on it immediately and I can definitely do it better than you. Although Gui Deng Huanyu's words were not sensible, he still respected Bai Lion very much. Just like Hashirama Senju is the hero and legend of Konoha, in Gui Deng Huanyu's eyes, Bai Lion is also his legend. If it weren't for Bai Lion's broad-mindedness, the various races in the water country would still be fighting each other. In 3 days, I will announce to everyone that you will be the second Mizukage. Are you in such a hurry? I haven't even ordered a gorgeous dress for this pinnacle moment of my life. Don't do anything unnecessary, you damn bastard. Well, consider this my last respect for you. The Hidden Mist Village is now in your hands. Just then, a ninja appeared in the Mizuki's office. Master Bai Lion, a ninja from another village, has appeared near the habitat of the 6-tailed rhinoceros dog. It is suspected to be the rebel ninja Uzumaki Mori of Konoha. Bai Lion and Gui Deng Huanyu both frowned. What is that guy doing in our Hidden Mist Village? Bai Lion asked puzzledly. Since he appeared near the 6-tailed rhino dog, he must be coming for the 6-tailed rhino dog. Hazuki Huanyu said, I'm going to stop him. The 6-tailed rhino dog is the property of our Hidden Mist Village. Bai Lion did not stop him. He also headed towards the habitat of the 6-tailed rhino dog. Huanyu, when you take over the position of Mizukage, find 2 suitable ninjas to become Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Nowadays, all the major ninja villages have Jinchuriki one after another. Our Kirigakure cannot lag behind in this regard. As long as the Jinchuriki are used well, they will surely be a powerful fighting force for the Kirigakure. I know, old man Bai Lion, please stop talking nonsense. The six-tailed rhino dog looks like a slug, and its body can secrete a large amount of highly corrosive acidic substances. It lives in a wet forest. Among the tailed beasts, the personalities of Isafu and Rhino are relatively stable. Of course, their habits are still more like those of wild beasts, coupled with their huge bodies and enormous chakras, so they are still extremely dangerous to most people. Meanwhile, Rosen has found the rhino, a giant slug with gray-purple skin. It was currently sleeping in a large rock pit corroded by the acid on its body, and was unaware of Rosen's uninvited guest. What a huge chakra, it's comparable to mine, Rosen said in amazement. That's right, as Rosen, who has cultivated the Uzumaki sage's body, his chakra is now almost as good as that of the rhino dog. The rhino seemed to have sensed something. It moved its huge body and turned its head to look at where Rosen was standing. Acid continued to drip from its body, corroding the ground into large holes. It's a masterpiece, perfect and pure. Rosen marveled at the power of the rhino dog. Compared to the twisted monster like the 10 tails, Rosen admires the 9-tailed beast more. Each tailed beast has 2 chakra attributes, and they also have chakra qualitative changes. For example, the rhinoceros dog in front of us has the power of steam escape. Whoosh, 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Rosen turned his head slightly and saw the people coming from the corner of his eye, Bai Lian and Gui Ding Huan. It's not difficult to recognize them, as they all have quite obvious physical and clothing characteristics. Hey, little brother from the Uzumaki family, if you don't mind, could you please leave our Kirigakure village's big treasure? Hazuki Jinjetsu's tone was frivolous, but he was stating his position. Sorry, uncle. I came here just for this. Roar the rhino let out a roar. It could understand human language. When it heard that Rosen was coming for it, it was ready to attack immediately. Rosen smiled and a black shadow suddenly jumped out from under his feet and rushed towards the rhino dog. The next moment, the black shadow sank into the shadow under the rhino dog's feet and spread to the rhino dog's body. Half of the rhino dog's color turned pure black, and at the same time, the eye that was half black turned into a 3 Magatama shape. 6-tailed rhino dog, catch it. When Bai Lian and Gui Deng Huan saw this, their faces changed instantly. Gui Deng Huan quickly formed seals with both hands and used the spiritual technique. Mirage. The next moment, a huge sphere appeared behind Gaiden Teng Huan. The sphere seemed both solid and gaseous. Illusion. Mirage. Then, scenes appeared before Rosen's eyes. This is a very special psychic beast, Mirage. Even if it is psychic power, it will only appear for a moment and disappear after a moment. And at this moment it can release the super illusion, Mirage. If the enemy is trapped in it for a moment, it will be fatal. Bai Lian and Gui Deng Huan launched an attack in an instant. Water escape technique. Water cannon technique. The 2 men simultaneously pointed their palms at Rosen as if they were pistols. This water cannon technique is not some low-level ninjutsu, but a secret technique of the mist shadow that only the Mizukage can learn. One of the few S-level ninjutsu in the hidden mist village. Bang bang, 2 huge water balls shot towards Rosen. At this moment, Jealousy stood in front of Rosen, and a pattern of 2 intersecting sickles suddenly appeared in Jealousy's pupils. This was his kaleidoscope. And the moment he activated the kaleidoscope, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. The 2 water balls disappeared after hitting the whirlpool without any follow-up reaction. This is the special ability of the Jealous Kaleidoscope. I wish the whole sky will be mine. Kaleidoscope is a reflection of the soul. When advancing, the kaleidoscope's abilities will show related tendencies based on what your heart desires most. When the Sharingan advanced to the Manjikao, his heart was filled with jealousy. He was jealous of everything and demanded everything, so the ability of his Manjikao was Desire Changshan. The left eye is Desire to the Sky. All belong to me and it can absorb all ninjutsu. The right eye is Desire to last forever. I will return to my destination. All ninjutsu absorbed by the left eye can be returned with double power. The left eye means that everything belongs to me, and the right eye means that mine must be better than yours. The next moment, Jealousy's right eye moved and 2 water balls shot out from the whirlpool. Seeing this, Bai Lian and Gui Deng Huan's faces changed and they immediately moved away to the left and right. Bang bang. A hillside not far away had its top cut off. At this moment, Rosen woke up from the illusion and looked at Gui Deng Huan. Very interesting illusion. The illusion of the mirage was life, which trapped Rosen for 3 seconds. When 2 warriors at or above the cage level fight each other, one can die 100 times in 3 seconds. Of course, Rosen deliberately had no defense, otherwise even Mirage would have found it difficult to trick Rosen into falling into his illusion. Rosen raised his finger and pointed at Ghost Lantern Huan, light escape. Laser. Bai Lian and Gui Deng Huan both had their alarm bells ringing instantly. Call out. A golden beam of light burst out from Rosen's fingers and instantly penetrated Bai Lan's chest. Rosen's finger pointed at Gai Dang Huan-Yu again. Call out. Gui Dang Huan-Yu dodged instantly, but his thigh was still hit. Neither of them had expected that this Konoha rebel ninja was so powerful. He easily controlled the six-tailed rhino and defeated both of them easily. Remember today's shame. Rosen's tone was full of arrogance. After all, you don't have many opportunities to wash away the shame. So I will borrow the six-tailed rhino dog. Bai Lan and Gui Dang Huan-Yu could only watch as Rosen took away the six-tailed rhino dog. The difference in strength is too obvious. The two of them combined are not even as good as one move of the other person alone. They all have the awareness of death, but they are not so ignorant as to think that they will die. When Rosen left, he suddenly felt a little regretful. Would the effect have been better if the first Mizukage had been killed just now? Deepen your villain positioning and attract more hatred at the same time. With a six-tailed rhinoceros dog, there is no need to capture the three-tailed Isabatsu. The function of the six-tailed rhino is to use it as a power bank when your chakra is exhausted, allowing you to continue fighting for a while. At the same time, it itself has a certain combat power, so controlling it to fight can also delay for a while. And this period of delay is enough for Rosen to recover his chakra. If we talk about the flaw of Uzumaki Sage's body, it is that his recovery ability is not as good as that of Senju Hashirama. Hashirama Senju's chakra is used to launch a big move, and the blue is full before the big move is completed. Rosen's recovery ability has a gap period. Once it is consumed too quickly, this gap period will be very fatal. Chapter 30 Battle of the Valley of End in Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hazuki Genjetsu, as the second Mizukage sent to Konoha, is sitting opposite Uchiha Madara. You mean, Uzumaki Mori attacked you and took away the six-tailed rhino? Yes, I hope you Konoha village can give me an explanation. Explain? Uchiha Madara's expression was a little confused, and then he turned his head to look at Senju Taburama beside him. Taburama, what explanation should I give him? Uzumaki Mori is your Konoha's ninja. Ahem. According to international practice, traitor ninjas do not belong to any ninja village, and their original ninja village is not responsible for any of their actions. Senju Taburama said, Mr. Mizukage, I don't understand the purpose of your visit this time, but if you are here to blackmail our Konoha village, then I think you have made a wrong calculation. Don't you have any responsibility at all? Even if you, the Leaf Village, are unwilling to take responsibility, then the Uzumaki clan should be held responsible. Uzumaki Mori is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The former clan leader has long been expelled from the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara said, if this is your purpose, then you'd better get out of Konoha village before I lose my temper, otherwise I will make you feel the wrath of the Uchiha clan. Hazuki Genjetsu was unwilling to accept this, but he could do nothing when facing Konoha and Uchiha Madara. He had hoped that Konoha could come up with a plan to capture Uzumaki Mori. However, he never expected that Konoha would ignore the matter and simply not accept his suggestion. You will regret it, Hazuki Huan-Yu said unwillingly and turned to walk out of the Hokage's office. Banada, do you know why Mori captured the six-tailed rhino? I don't know. You probably know him better than I do, right? I feel that this guy Mori is very strange. From the time he betrayed the village to the time he attacked you Uchiha, everything about him is weird. Madara, are you hiding something from me? Senju Taburama looked at Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Madara was surprised at Senju Taburama's insight, his face remained calm and indifferent. I am the Hokage. Even if I am hiding something, I am not obligated to tell you. Sooner or later, I will get back at Uzumaki Mori for attacking Skyfire. At this moment, a powerful chakra appeared outside Konoha village. The appearance of this chakra alarmed everyone in Konoha. Uchiha Madara and Senju Taburama looked at each other. They all recognized who the owner of this chakra was. At the same time, Hashirama Senju also sensed this chakra and its owner. Almost at the same time, Hashirama Senju, Taburama Senju, and Madara Uchiha rushed towards the outside of Konoha village. The three of them saw Rosen on the top of a mountain outside of Konoha village. In 5 years, Rosen has hardly changed. Of course, there has not been much change among Hashirama Senju, Taburama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, and their strength has also improved significantly in these 5 years. What a coincidence, you three! Rosen grinned, as if they really came to reminisce about the past. Sen, what are you doing back here? I want to destroy Konoha. Rosen stated the purpose of his trip directly. Why? Senju Hashirama's tone was a little angry. No reason, I just want to. Rosen spread his hands and said it so confidently and casually. I won't let anyone hurt Konoha even if that person is you, Mori. Senju Hashirama's tone became cold and his face no longer had the usual warm and honest smile, but instead was replaced by seriousness. Then try to stop me. Rosen opened his arms and floated up. The next moment, Rosen's body bloomed with a myriad of colors and countless beams of light shot towards Konoha village several thousand meters away. The moment Rosen released the fireworks, the three of them attacked at the same time. Wood release. Ranking technique. Ice escape. Immortal barrier. Manjikayo. Second stage Susanoo. Boom boom boom. Fire trees and silver flowers bombarded everyone's defenses. Almost the entire mountain was illuminated by the light, and the top of the mountain was also cut off in the light. At this time, Hashirama Senju also launched his second move, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. Dozens of tree roots emerged from the ground, entwined with each other to form a huge wooden dragon, which directly hit Rosen's chest. Rosen in midair was hit by the wooden dragon and flew thousands meters away. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's twin swords began to transform into a longbow and an arrow. Indra's arrow. The arrow flew through the air and shot towards Rosen. Boom! This arrow almost blasted Rosen tens of thousands meters away, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. The three of them rushed towards the center of the explosion at the same time and saw Rosen lying in a big pit. Rosen propped himself up and touched his chest. You guys are really ruthless. The wound is healing slowly. At this moment, Senju Tabarama couldn't wait to take action. Ice escape. Frost giant. Compared to 15 years ago, the frost giant of Senju Tabarama is now taller, and he has obviously made improvements to it, making it more flexible and more indestructible. Senju Tabarama used all his strength in his first attack. 100-meter-tall ice giant rose from the ground and slapped Rosengai in the face. Rosen raised his finger and used light escape. Laser. The golden beam of light instantly pierced through the frost giant's arm, and the entire arm exploded instantly. Rosen glanced at Senju Tabarama with a hint of sarcasm. Tabarama, your frost giant is so weak. Tabarama looked at Rosen with gritted teeth. His frost giant was targeting his elder brother's wooden man and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. But now he was crippled by Rosen's move, which was somewhat of a blow to him. However, Rosen's growth rate in recent years has indeed far exceeded his expectations. Looking back, Rosen's strength was obviously weaker than his, but times have changed and he is now the one being crushed. This identity conflict made him very uncomfortable. Tabarama, please step back. Senju Hashirama said, you can't defeat Mori now. Although it's true, is it really okay for you to be so honest? Rosen said. Senju Tabarama's face turned dark and he silently chose to withdraw from the battlefield. After Senju Tabarama left, the aura of Rosen, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara were all released unrestrainedly, forming three hurricanes that hit each other. Wood release. Hell's chaos. Thorns emerged from the ground and attacked Rosen. Rosen flew directly into the air, folded his hands, and used the 8-foot mirror. A ball of golden light condensed where Rosen's palms overlapped. The next moment, hundreds of light spots burst out from the golden light and hit the ground. All the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer was flattened. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's expressions were extremely solemn. In just 5 years, had Rosen's strength become so exaggerated? Even they didn't dare to say that they would definitely take down Rosen at this moment. Sage technique. Sage mode. Senju Hashirama directly entered Sage mode. Uchiha Madara's double-eye Manjikyo was spinning wildly, gradually turning into more complex patterns. The eternal Manjikyo open. Wood release. Wooden man technique. Manjikyo. Fourth stage of Susanoo. The two men unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time, and two huge bodies rose from the ground in the explosion. Upon seeing this, Rosen immediately activated the Samsara Eye mode, with 45% chakra. I saw that the reincarnation eye on Rosen's forehead was half opened, and golden light flowed out, dyeing Rosen's body golden, and 3 green-seeking jades lingered around his body. Senju Hashirama stood on the wooden man's shoulders and clasped his hands together. Wood release. Duo and entangles and hangs his hands. A seat pattern appeared on the palm of Hashirama Senju. At the same time, the pattern of a seat appeared on the palm of the wooden man under his feet, and he raised his hand like Hashirama Senju and pressed towards Rosen. Rosen felt that the space around him was blocked. He was unable to move and could only watch the giant wooden hand coming towards him. As long as it is covered by Gyuon's entanglement and hanging hands, even the 9-tailed fox will be suppressed instantly. Rosen tried, but it would take at least 10 seconds to break free from the restraints. Neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara could give him 10 seconds. Rosen's eyes focused, and the 3 Dao-seeking jades immediately appeared in front of him and began to spin. Silver wheel rebirth explosion. The 3 truth-seeking jades created a hurricane that directly shattered the wooden man's arms. Rosen was also able to escape in an instant and regain his freedom. The terrifying hurricane passed through several mountains, directly cutting the tops of the mountains into concave shapes. A huge hole also appeared on the wooden man's chest. However, it was soon restored to its original state by Hashirama Senju. The impact of the silver wheel rebirth explosion almost hit the Konoha village. Senju Tabarama was standing outside the Konoha village at this moment. Seeing the rolling air wave coming towards him, Senju Tabarama pressed his hands on the ground. Ice escape. Glacier Great Wall. In an instant, a huge wall several thousand meters long and 30 meters high rose up on the outskirts of Konoha village. The aftermath of the battle hit the glacier wall, making a series of roars. Senju Tabarama also broke away after performing this move. At the same time, Azuki Jinjutsu in Konoha village also saw this scene. The Konoha village is too strong. Senju Tabarama is already so powerful, so how powerful should Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama be? And how powerful is the Uzumaki Mori who fought against Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara? The battle in the distant mountains and forests could not be seen clearly, but the waves of impact could still be clearly heard in Konoha village. Hazuki Jinjutsu was originally a little proud. After all, he was the #1 genius in the Hidden Mist village. But compared with these ninjas who were almost like gods, he seems so insignificant. The battle between Rosen, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara became more and more distant. This was also done intentionally by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, but their fighting momentum was growing stronger and stronger. Light escape. Flowing light. Rosen turned into a stream of light and attacked Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The two men found that even if they joined forces, they could only barely fight Rosen back and forth in physical skills. The 4 shadow demons also participated in the battle. They were the most troublesome 4 and one could only dodge or block their attacks, but not fight back. You have to try harder. If even you can't resist me, then there is no need for Konoha to exist. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. Hashirama used that move. After a brief exchange, the two began to perform their special moves in tacit understanding. Chapter 31 The Battle of the Valley of the End ends. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and chakra surged out of his body wildly. Immortal technique. Wood release. True 1,000 hands. Boom boom, the earth was shaking, and a terrifying 1,000-meter-tall Buddha rose from the ground. Even the Konoha village, dozens of kilometers away, saw this astonishing scene. There are countless arms extending from behind this 1,000-meter-high Buddha, just like the halo behind a deity. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood on top of the 1,000-armed Buddha. At this time, Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo had already released his pupil power to the extreme. Eternal Kaleidoscope. Difficulty of the beast. Blue chakra spread out from Uchiha Madara's body, and blue chakra began to cover the entire body of the 1,000-armed Buddha. First the head, then the torso, and then the 1,000 hands. Even Rosen felt incomparably shocked when he saw the scene. Susanoo Buddha, 2 people destroyed 4 countries. The raging fire adds to the tree world, and the whole world is covered with leaves. In this life, Rosen finally witnessed this historic moment with his own eyes. Such an exaggerated combination skill is probably unprecedented. At this moment, the 1,000-armed Buddha, which was originally sitting, suddenly stood up, and its original height of 1,000 meters was directly raised to 2,000 meters. Many ninjas in Konoha village were standing on the roof, watching the battle dozens of kilometers away. They were also shocked by the amazing scene. Haha, these are the twin gods in my mind. It is my honor to be in the same era with you. Rosen laughed wildly. Then please appreciate the ultimate secret of the light escape that I have developed over the years. Light escape. Golden crow technique. A golden sun condensed high in the sky. Bits of light kept flowing from Rosen's body, and all of it flowed into the golden sun above his head. Land within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to catch fire and turned into scorched earth. The next moment, Rosen himself had completely turned into starlight and disappeared, completely merging into the golden sun in the sky. At this time, a golden crow was born in the golden sun. It was a giant bird 1,000 meters long. At the moment when the golden crow was completely conceived in the sun, a bird cried out, and wherever the sound waves passed, the earth was torn apart, heralding the arrival of the golden crow. Even the Konoha village was hit by this horrific sound wave, and hundreds of houses were shattered. The center of the battlefield was like a blazing hell, burning everything. The golden crow spread its wings and flapped them, and billowing flames attacked the 1,000-armed Buddha like a huge wave. However, the 1,000-armed Buddha remained safe and sound in the face of the raging flames. Bernarda, let's go! Huh! The 1,000 hands and 1,000 arms of the 1,000-armed Buddha suddenly activated. Each arm was covered with Susanoo armor, and each palm was wrapped in ninjutsu of different attributes. Wood release. The Buddha on the top of the head, the thousand-armed Buddha slapped the giant golden crow bird like a violent storm. The golden crow spread its wings and rushed directly towards the thousand-armed Buddha. When the kilometer-high Buddha collided with the golden crow, the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. The light was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb explosion, and it directly blinded many people. In front of Konoha village, Senju Tabarama saw this scene, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Is this the current strength of that Gaisen? He was actually able to fight his eldest brother, Uchiha Madara, to this extent. The shock lasted several minutes before it subsided. Fortunately, although the impact this time looked extremely terrifying, it was actually confined to a very small range. At least compared to the previous range of tens of kilometers, this time the impact energy was only raging within a few kilometers. Rosen looked at Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. One of Rosen's arms was broken, and the TenRings lingered around his body, constantly releasing huge amounts of energy to repair Rosen's broken arm. The energy released by the TenRings was all absorbed from Rosen. While Rosen's arm was being repaired, his lifespan was also decreasing rapidly. His original lifespan was 800 years, but it took 200 years to repair this broken arm. What a big loss! Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on the opposite side were not much better off than him. Half of Uchiha Madara's face was burned, and Senju Hashirama's body was full of blood holes. While he was healing his wounds, he also sent his chakra into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's body was nourished by Hashirama Senju's chakra, and the burnt half of his body began to shed its skin again, but half of his face still had a deep red mark. The standoff lasted for several minutes as both sides frantically recovered from their injuries. Rosen pressed his hands on the ground, using the psychic technique. 6-tailed rhino. Rosen stood on top of the rhino dog's head, and the rhino dog's chakra flowed into Rosen's body, replenishing his chakra. A new round of battle began again. After replenishing Rosen's chakra, the rhino dog's mission was half completed. Roar the rhino dog pounced on Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara just glared at the rhino dog, and the rhino dog's body immediately froze. Senju Hashirama took a step forward, and a wooden dragon emerged from the ground and directly wrapped around the rhino dog. The wooden dragon twisted it hard, and the rhino dog was killed instantly. This is truly killing a tailed beast. The rhino dog's body began to decompose itself and returned to heaven and earth in just a dozen seconds. In the next few years, Rhino Dog will be resurrected somewhere in the ninja world. Rosen opened his mouth slightly and a black sphere condensed at the corner of his mouth. Tailed Beast Ball. Senju Hashirama immediately put his hands on the ground and summoned the 5th level of Rosengate. In front of Hashirama Senju, 5 iron gates with ghost faces rose from the ground. Boom boom boom. The tailed beast ball directly shattered 4 ghost-faced iron gates, but was finally blocked by the 5th ghost-faced iron gate. Yasaka Megatama. Uchiha Madara suddenly condensed a dozen blue Magatama and threw them towards Rosen. Jealousy appears in front of Rosen, and the kaleidoscope opens. I wish the whole sky will belong to me. More than a dozen blue Magatama were directly swallowed up by the vortex. What? Manjikayo. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both looking at the scene in shock. I want to live forever, but I will return home soon. The Megatama that was swallowed by the whirlpool was spit out from the whirlpool again, and the power and speed of the returning Megatama far exceeded the original one. Boom boom boom, be careful, his Manjikayo can absorb ninjutsu and return it with at least double the power. Uchiha Madara figured out the ability of Envy's Manjikayo almost instantly. I understand. Senju Hashirama nodded. He took away several pairs of eyes from the Uchiha, so his other shadows should have Sharingan as well. Perhaps all of them have evolved into Manjikayo with unique abilities. There is no doubt that any of Rosen's methods would be extremely tricky. However, Rosen did not reveal his kaleidoscope abilities of greed, lust, and gluttony afterwards. The battle lasted from day to night and from night to day. It was pouring rain and the two sides were still fighting. The big pit that was originally created by the aftermath of their battle turned into a lake. After a day and night of fighting, both sides' physical strength and chakra were almost exhausted. From ninjutsu to taijutsu, and from taijutsu to big moves, both sides have almost brought out their best skills. The battle has completely moved away from Konoha village, but even though it is hundreds of kilometers away, Konoha village can still feel the tremors coming from the direction of the battlefield. Rosen was standing on the lake. Uchiha Madara was shirtless, his face full of fatigue, holding a broken sword, and Senju Hashirama was kneeling on one knee on the ground, vomiting blood from his mouth. It looks like you lost. Rosen was already close to his limit at this time. Suddenly, the eternal Manjikyo in Uchiha Madara's pupils began to spin again. Rosen's eyes froze, and in this moment of pause, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Rosen. At the same time, 3 Senju Hashirama appeared on Rosen's left and right sides and behind him. 3 kunai pierced Rosen's back, and the broken sword in Uchiha Madara's hand also pierced Rosen's chest. In desperation, Rosen suddenly reached out and covered Uchiha Madara's eyes, then with a wave of his hand, destroyed these precious eternal Mangekyo. At the same time, he suddenly turned his head and bit Senju Hashirama's shoulder, biting off a piece of flesh from his shoulder. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara's broken blade pierced Rosen's heart. Rosen's pupils suddenly dilated and he finally lowered his head, completely silent. The battle is finally over. Rosen's body was brought back to Konoha by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I will send Moi's body back to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara said. Banara your eyes. Although I hate this guy, I won't vent my anger on his corpse. Uchiha Madara said calmly. No, I mean your feet plop. Uchiha Madara fell headfirst to the ground. Today, Uzumaki Doshin is already a 17-year-old boy. When he learned that his teacher had died, he felt very complicated, a mixture of relief and grief. Rosen's body was placed in the simple mourning hall, and only a few people came to pay their respects. At night, a figure appeared silently in the mourning hall. Uchiha Madara looked at Rosen's body. How long are you going to sleep? Rosen's body moved slightly, and the next moment Rosen opened his eyes. He used the Uchiha's secret technique Izanagi, and the eye was one of the eyes he took from the Uchiha. I had such a comfortable sleep. Rosen opened his mouth and spat out a piece of flesh and blood. You destroyed my eyes? No, it's sealed. You need to wait for a while until I evolve these eyes into the Rinnegan. I'm not in a hurry. Uchiha Madara said calmly. Anyway, there are spare eyes in the clan. Take care of the Uzumaki clan for me. I will. That night, a raging fire broke out in the Uzumaki clan. Rosen's former home and his body were burned to ashes in the fire. The Battle of the Valley of the End came to an end, and Rosen didn't know whether this was the Valley of the End of the original time and space. To the ninja world, the place where these 3 fought is called the Valley of the End. The Battle of the Valley of the End is also known as the Battle of the 3 Gods. The only one who expressed dissatisfaction with this was Senju Tabarama. He said that the Battle of the Valley of the End could actually be called the Battle of the 4 Gods. But unfortunately, it was not recognized. However, this battle still had a profound impact on the entire ninja world. Less than 2 years after this battle, Hashirama Senju died. Uchiha Madara also lost his eyes, and although he replaced them with a pair of ordinary Sharingan, his strength was still greatly reduced. This led to the start of the First Ninja World War. Chapter 32 Return Reward. 10-tailed larva Rosen did not participate in the battle. All he did was collect the bodies. The corpses of tens of thousands of ninjas finally made the area of the distorted space reach 1 cubic kilometer. Konoha still won the First Ninja World War. Although Uchiha Madara lost his original eyes, even if he replaced them with a pair of ordinary 3 Madatama, he still had strength far superior to other ninjas. And there is also Senju Tabarama, whose strength also surpasses that of all other ninjas. So although the First Ninja World War caused Konoha to lose a lot of combat power, it actually established Konoha's position as the strongest ninja village, and also received huge war reparations. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tabarama are not the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen won the war, he still had to pay compensation to the losing party. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did was very much like what a coward in history did. Konoha village, Tabarama, how about you be the 3rd generation? Uchiha Madara and Senju Tabarama stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, looking out at the entire Konoha village. Are you willing to give me the position of Hokage? Don't forget, I killed Azuna. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tabarama with hatred. I have never forgotten, but I am also the Hokage of Konoha. Among the new generation today, I have not found anyone worthy of my trust. It has to be said that Uchiha Madara's magnanimity made Senju Tabarama look at him with admiration. It's not like you're dying. Ever since I lost my eyes, my strength has been declining. I don't want to stay in this position and be overthrown one day. Well then, I'll serve as Hokage for a few years. Tabarama Senju still recognized the contributions that Uchiha Madara had made to Konoha over the years. I can't say how well Uchiha Madara did, but at least he fulfilled his duties. He spared no effort in battle, and he also stood up to protect the interests of the village. Uchiha Madara took off the Hokage hat on his head and handed it to Senju Tabarama. Senju Tabarama took the Hokage hat and his expression changed. Now, can you tell me why Mori betrayed Konoha? I can only tell you that he is not a traitor and has never betrayed Konoha. Uchiha Madara waved his hand. From now on, Konoha will be handed over to you. The news that Tabarama Senju became the Sandame spread throughout the ninja world in a short period of time. Another 3 years passed, and Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan finally evolved into the Rinnegan. Rosen had estimated that this powerful eye power was at least 50% of his own Rinnegan. Although the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan are of the same level, however, the Rinnegan on his forehead is a Super Rinnegan, which is on the same level as the Moon Eye. Rosen came to the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. A girl's bell-like laughter could be heard from Uchiha Madara's house. Is this voice Uchiha Hamura? It has been 10 years since I left Konoha, and I feel like I haven't fulfilled my duties as a teacher. It was late at night when the entire Uchiha clan territory became silent. Uchiha Madara pushed open the door and walked out of the yard, looking at Rosen on the wall. Why are you here? Rosen threw a glass container to Uchiha Madara, in which a pair of Sharingans were immersed. This is. Put it on. Uchiha Madara took off his eyes and replaced them with this pair of Sharingan. In an instant, a familiar power began to flow throughout Uchiha Madara's body. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura spread throughout Uchiha Madara's body. Powerful. Indescribably powerful. The Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eye sockets changed from 3 Magatama to Mangekyo, and then from Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo. Then the lines of the Eternal Mangekyo began to spread and turned into ripples. Uchiha Madara gently stroked his eyes in his eye sockets, raised his head and looked at Rosen in shock. This is the Samsara Eye. Your eyes have evolved faster than expected and can be used to revive Izuna. But you need to wait. If you use the Samsara Eye technique now, you will have to sacrifice your life. Rosen said, also, before our plan begins, do not use these eyes in front of outsiders. Once you use them, you must kill them. Black Zetsu must not know that the Samsara Eye has appeared in the ninja world. In order to cultivate this pair of Rinnegan, Rosen transplanted Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Madara nodded. Are you making arrangements for your funeral? No, I may need to sleep for a while and prepare for the real plan to begin. How long? I can't give you an accurate answer to this. If it's decades, I can't wait for you that long. Uchiha Madara is now almost 50 years old, and in a few years he will become an elderly person. You can transplant some of Hashirama's cells, which can extend your life. If you really can't wait, remember to transplant your eyes to a member of the Uzumaki clan. The strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan can ensure that the Samsara Eye will not lose its activity. Rosen has been in the ninja world for 30 years, so he doesn't have enough time to start that plan. He needs to return to the Marvel world. Once it exceeds 30 years, the time and space point required to return to the Marvel world will need to increase by 10% for every additional year you stay. After returning to the mountain cemetery, Rosen called Black Zetsu. The last battle with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama left me with great trauma, so I need to sleep now to repair the damage to my body. Do you plan to sleep with me? Or move freely? Hearing this, Black Zetsu asked with concern, Master, how long will you sleep? I don't know. It depends on when I can repair the damage. I hope to be able to travel around the ninja world for you while you are asleep, screening and recruiting like-minded ninjas for you. Well then, while I am asleep, I will also seal the mountain cemetery. No one will be able to enter, including you. Yes, Master, I understand. As he spoke, Rosen lay down in a coffin, and at the same time, 4 shadow demons pulled the coffin into the ground. At the same time, runes began to spread outward. Upon seeing this, Black Zetsu immediately avoided the runes, and the runes spread to all areas within the base. Every inch of place where the runes spread would fall into deathly silence. Black Zetsu finally left the underground base of the mountain cemetery and looked at the entrance of the mountain cemetery. The entrance suddenly collapsed, sealing it completely. Return to the original world. Returning, settlement begins. Task 1. Master all 5 elements of ninjutsu. The number is 2105. Mission 2. Travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, through the kingdom of fire, the kingdom of thunder, the kingdom of water, the kingdom of wind, the kingdom of demons, Konoha village, the hidden cloud village, the hidden mist village, 45 cities, 205 towns, and the ruins of the ancient kingdom in the western regions. Task 3. Encounter and fight with at least 1-tailed beast, and participate in the battles with the 8-tailed, 9-tailed, and 6-tailed beasts. Mission 4. Join Konoha village. The highest level is Elite Jonin. Task 5. Fight with any one of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha and survive. Fight with Hashirama Senju 14 times and fight with Madara Uchiha 28 times. Mission 6. Change the fate of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan. The change is huge, and the fate of many people has changed. Task 7. Stay in the ninja world for 30 years. For every additional year, You will need to add 10 time and space points when you return. The task settlement begins now. Reward: chakra doubled. The current limit of chakra is 120 calories. Reward: the Kai of Jingj breaks through to a new level, returning from the acquired to the innate, reaching the innate realm. Reward: strengthen your physique by 50%. Reward: 1 10-tail juvenile form, already stored in the distorted space. The flow rate of time in the Naruto world is half of the normal time. Rosen glanced at his attribute panel. Host: Rosen. Military strength: 650,000. Remaining life: 650. Physique: Whirlpool Sage Body. Kai Training: the Kai of Jingj innate. Magic: Magic Refining, Shadow Fiend, Spirit Seeking, and Amonquise's Evil Magic. Ninjutsu: Secret Shadow Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Multiple Shadow Clones, Yin Healing and Destruction, Palm Immortal Technique, Chakra Scalpel, Diamond Seal, 4 Symbols Seal, and Unparalleled Strength. Comprehensive Skills: Flowing Light, Light Speed Kick, Kusanagi Sword, 8-foot Mirror, Fireworks, Big Sun Golden Crow, 10 Suns in the Sky. Time and Space Points: 55 100 points will be deducted, and time and space can be traveled once. When Rosen opened his eyes again, he found himself at the entrance of the village. He touched his cheek and wondered if he was back. The next moment, Rosen entered the distorted space. In the distorted space, a huge monster tens of meters long was curled up into a ball. This 10 tails is not even as big as an ordinary tailed beast. It looks to be only half the size of the one-tail Shukaku. It is indeed a juvenile. Rosen began to think about how to deal with this 10-tailed fox larva. Son-in-law, why are you standing at the entrance of the village? Just as Rosen was deep in thought, the voice of the old scholar came to his ears. Dad. Rosen was still a little dazed when he saw the old scholar. It was just a few days for the old scholar, but for Rosen it was like they hadn't seen each other for 30 years. Dad, why are you here? I'm sending bacon to my daughter. Dad, we have them at home, Rosen said. The old scholar's family was ordinary, and even the few acres of land at home were plowed and cultivated by Rosen, who asked his servants to help. Rosen asked the old scholar to move to his house, but the old scholar refused. It seemed that he was afraid that his daughter would be blamed by Rosen because of this. In short, he didn't want to cause trouble for Rosen and his daughter. I pickled this myself. The ones you have are no match for mine. Okay then, give me the things and I'll help you get them. Next year you will leave my grandson with me and I will teach him to read. Rosen thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. In fact, Rosen doesn't want his children to learn the 4 books and 5 classics. If you fail the exam, you will waste your whole life. Like the old scholar, he has been dreaming of passing the imperial examination all his life. He is already in his early 50s and he still takes part in the annual county examination. Even if they passed the exam, the treacherous storms in the officialdom might not be something that ordinary people like them could handle. It would be fine if my child were to remain unknown in officialdom and live a mediocre life in the future. If he were a treacherous jackal, Rosen might have to eliminate him for the people. However, for most people in this world, studying is the only way out. Even if Rosen talks to the sky, he can't change the situation. Forget it, that's something that will happen in 10 or 20 years, why bother worrying about it so much? Before he knew it, Liu Ming was already 3 years old. Following his grandfather's elementary education, he can now read an article fluently. That day, my sister-in-law suddenly came running to my door crying, "Sanlang, go and see your brother quickly. He is dying." My sister-in-law cried bitterly. Rosen's face changed involuntarily. He had just seen his elder brother a few days ago, and didn't see anything wrong with him. How could he suddenly die? Rosen hurried to his eldest brother's house, and when he arrived at the door, he saw bloodstains all along the way. Rosen's mood immediately sank to the bottom. Could it be that his brother encountered some wild beast in the mountains? Chapter 33: A little trouble in the countryside. Rosen quickly entered the courtyard, where there were several men from the same village, who also had blood stains and wounds on their bodies. As soon as I entered the house, an old man came out. Everyone in the village calls this old man Uncle Ganjiao. Uncle Ganjiao is the village doctor. His medical skills are not that good, but he can cure minor illnesses and injuries. Uncle Ganjiao glanced at Rosen, shook his head and said, "Prepare for the funeral." My sister-in-law, who was supported by the servants at the back, fainted immediately after hearing what the uncle said. "Uncle Carrier, thank you for your hard work." Rosen stuffed some silver coins into the uncle's hand. As soon as he entered the house, Rosen smelled a strong smell of blood. Luodamu was lying on the bed, and the floor and bed were all covered with blood. A wound running from the left shoulder to the abdomen was shocking. Luodamu had lost too much blood and fainted on the bed. Rosen glanced at the servants behind him and said, "All of you, get out." No one is allowed to come in unless I shout. After the servant left the room, Rosen's palm emitted a green light. The magic of palm. Under Rosen's treatment, Uodamu's injuries gradually eased. Then Rosen began to bandage Uodamu. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rosen did not completely heal his elder brother's injuries directly, but only saved him from life-threatening danger. Rosen walked out of the house and said to the servant, "Take my sister-in-law to the mansion to rest, and you go buy some supplements." Rosen looked at the farmers in the yard again. "Uncle Dalying, tell me, what happened?" "We went to the town with Damu to buy this year's grain seeds. On the way back, we encountered a group of bandits. They stole our grain seeds and also chopped Damu." "Are there bandits nearby?" Rosen asked in surprise. Although this happened 30 years ago, Rosen remembered it very clearly. Before he got married, he had already wiped out all the nearby bandits. It is impossible for a new bandit gang to emerge in a short period of time. "Do you know what banner they are flying?" Rosen asked. "I don't know. I didn't hear their names, but the leader had a big beard, black teeth, and was tall. He looked like a soldier." "I understand. Each of you will go to my house tomorrow to get some grain seeds as a thank you gift for sending my eldest brother back." The farmers thanked him repeatedly and no one refused. Their grain had been taken away and they were already at their wits' end. Now that Rosen was willing to give them grain seeds, they were naturally grateful. Rosen's face was extremely gloomy. He had already regarded the area around Kiyun County as his own piece of land. Now a strange gang of bandits has emerged, and most importantly, they have injured his eldest brother. This matter cannot be covered up so easily. My sister-in-law also breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that her husband had recovered. However, Rosen had been investigating the gang of bandits but knew nothing about it. Uodamu's injuries were getting better day by day. That day, just after Rosen checked on Uodamu's injuries, he heard his servants report that a group of Yamen runners had come to the door. When Rosen came to the living room, the first thing he saw was the big black teeth. Rosen narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of Yamen runners. "My fellow officers, what can I do for you? My county magistrate said that the north is at war with the Mongols, so the court is going to increase the head tax to 1,200 coins per household. Your family, including your servants, has a total of 35 people, which means 42 coins," said the black-tooth officer. Rosen's eyes turned cold. Nowadays, an ordinary farmer's family that could afford one string of cash was considered well off, let alone 1,200 coins per person. Even if the imperial court wanted to increase the head tax, at most it would only be a few dozen coins per person. It was impossible to increase the tax amount to such an unreasonable amount. This is equivalent to someone in modern society requiring every citizen in the country to pay 100,000 RMB. Since it is the order of the court, I will follow it. Then please take out the official documents from the court. Rosen looked at the black-tooth officer and others with a smile. All the officers looked gloomy, and the Black Fang officer stared at Rosen with a gloomy look. "Master Luo, the document is naturally in the government office. I was in a hurry to leave today and didn't bring it with me. I'm really sorry, I can only ask you to bring the official documents first, so that I can pay the money according to the imperial decree. We have come all the way here, more than 30 miles along the way. I'm afraid it won't be a good idea for Master Luo to ask us to return empty-handed." Rosen sneered. These Yamen runners thought they were nouveau rich, so they dared to extort money from them. If they really dare to produce such an outrageous document, both the county magistrate and they will lose their heads. "Return empty-handed?" "That's right. If you can't produce the official documents today, you will really return empty-handed." Rosen said coldly, "Come here." At this moment, a dozen servants came out holding sticks. "Master Luo, what do you mean? What do you mean? If you can't give an explanation today, each of you will lose an arm." Rosen said blankly, "We are officials. Attacking us is tantamount to treason." Haya Chaji shouted, "Who said I attacked the officials? A group of villains broke into my Luo mansion and tried to defraud money. When they failed, they tried to rob us and were killed on the spot by the servants of my Luo mansion," Rosen said sinisterly. All the officers' faces turned pale and Chief Black Fang tried hard to suppress his fear. "Master Luo, we are Menglang. We just want to get some money and drink. If Master Luo can let us go today, we will definitely repay you in the future. If you can use us, we will also be able to help you. What do you think? A few days ago, my eldest brother encountered thieves 3 miles outside the village and was hacked. Now he is still lying in bed. All the grain seeds in the fields this year were also stolen." Rosen stared at the black-tooth officer. Sure enough, the black-tooth constable and all the other officers' faces changed drastically. Looking at their expressions, Rosen had roughly determined that this matter was definitely related to them. Brothers, fight him. Just as the Black Fang captain was about to draw his sword, Rosen pushed the handle back into the scabbard. The Black-Tooth sergeant was stunned for a moment, and raised his head in confusion, only to see Rosen putting his hand on the Black-Tooth sergeant's shoulder. With just that light press, the Black-Tooth sergeant's spine was directly broken, and the whole person fell to the ground like mud. Rosen looked at the other officers with a calm gaze. Kill them all. The servants were still a little hesitant. After all, they were just servants and not sold into slavery. Even most of them are from Luogia village. That is to say, the Luo family paid a lot of money, and Rosen was unwilling to hire outsiders, so they hired them. Rosen looked indifferent, and could see the hesitation of these servants. Rosen formed seals with his hands, performing an illusion and soul-stealing technique. After all, these servants are just ordinary people, not vicious butchers, so it is indeed difficult for them to kill people. So Rosen directly deprived them of their memories of today, and all the servants returned to their rooms like zombies. The next moment, all the officers on the scene disappeared from their places, and they were thrown into a distorted space. This is a cubic space that is 1,000 meters long, wide, and high. The top, bottom, front, back, left, and right walls of this space are covered with human limbs. Some have half of their bodies exposed, while others have only their arms left, grasping and waving in the air. This is the twisted space. At the same time, in the center of the distorted space, there was a small hill. The young Ten-Tails heard the noise and turned around to see Rosen. At this time, all the officers were scared to death. They had never seen such a strange scene before. Roar! The young Ten-Tails moved its body and rushed towards Rosen. After coming in front of Rosen, he lowered his body like a pet and put his head close to Rosen. The young Ten-Tails has only one eyeball on its head, and it is a huge blood-red Megatomorinigan. Rosen reached out and touched the head of the young Ten-Tails. The young Ten-Tails let out a low roar, as if it was enjoying Rosen's touch. They are your food. No help. I was wrong. Don't eat me, don't eat me. The officers howled in fear and despair. They never dreamed that a country rich man could be so terrifying. Originally, they believed that their status as police officers was enough to destroy the homes of these local rich people. However, they never expected that Rosen would not play any tricks on them, and his methods were so terrifying. Rosen looked at the officers begging for mercy and said, "Why did you come to me? If I hear even the slightest lie, you will be used as feed for my pets. It is the county magistrate who wants to take over the land of Luogia village." An officer said hurriedly. Originally, he asked us to seize the grain seeds so that the villagers of Luogia village would have no land to farm. Then he could take the land back to the government on the grounds that it was abandoned, and then he could transfer it to Mr. Huang in Kayuan County at a low price. Who is Mr. Huang? Huang Donping. He is a Jinchi from Kayuan County. In this era, Jinchi were already a privileged class and were exempt from taxes, and tax exemption does not seem to exercise any power. However, it was able to attract some gentry or farmers to register their land under the name of this Jinchi, thus evading taxes. If the land was registered to a gentry, the Jinchi would generally receive a small reward. But if ordinary farmers just register the land, after a few years, the land will most likely be swallowed up. Therefore, as long as one can pass the imperial examination, within a few years, a poor person can become a local tyrant. This is why the old scholar was so eager to pass the imperial examination. Rosen understood that the fields in Luogia village had been coveted by someone, which led to this unexpected disaster. "Master Luo, I can help you," a policeman said in fear. "Even if you want me to kill the county lord, I will help you." "So can I. So can I." Rosen originally wanted to kill them all, but now he had other ideas. Although he is not afraid of the government, if he uses violence, troubles from the government will only continue to come. "How do you say your chief's death?" Chapter 34. The second time traveling Master Luo. This messenger is just an illegal deserter. The county magistrate hasn't even had time to register him. A yeoman runner said sinisterly. The county magistrate saw that this man was vicious and cruel, so he recruited him to do some shameful things for him. "And I will kill that bastard official when I get back." "Who will care about this deserter then? I'm going to do it myself." Rosen was not trying to help these yeoman runners. He simply didn't want to take revenge through others. You have to take revenge for your family's blood yourself. One is the county magistrate of Kiyuan County and the other is Huang Dumping, a Jinchi of Kiyuan County. Two ordinary people were no problem for Rosen. On that day, the county magistrate and Huang Dumping drowned in the toilet. As for those yeoman runners, Rosen taught them the art of using tongues to cause trouble. Let them help watch over the yeoman and see what kind of person the new county magistrate is. Of course, if he was a good official, Rosen wouldn't bother with him. Even if it was a little greedy, Rosen thought it was acceptable. After all, the salaries of officials during the Hongwu period were too low. But if the harm to the local people is too serious, then Rosen will have no choice but to eliminate the harm for the people. After a few years, everything has been peaceful and my wife and children are healthy. But the problem with calm waters is that not even a point in time or space is obtained. It is difficult to find time and space points in the Marvel world, especially now that the main storyline of the Marvel world has not yet begun. The characters in the main storyline now are Asgard and Ancient One. Don't mess with Ancient One. Although the Ancient One in this timeline is still very weak, she will be very powerful in the future. She can even travel through time to slap herself in the face. As for Asgard, it is even more difficult to offend. Before the rebellious princess came out of the seal, Asgard was very powerful. So where can we get the time and space points? Next time I go to other worlds, I must first accumulate enough time and space points for a second time travel in other worlds, otherwise it will be too difficult to accumulate time and space points in the Marvel world. Rosen thought of Kunlun and Wu Kui. By the way, I haven't given the Grey Stone to Wu Kui yet. It's a good opportunity for me to go to Kunlun this time. Lioner, I'm going to be away for more than a month, so you will be in charge of the household affairs. Yes, husband, you have to be careful on the road. Shen Lion nodded slightly. Shen Lion was a very traditional lady from a wealthy family, well-educated, gentle and quiet. After arranging his affairs, Rosen went to Kunlun Mountains alone. It took more than 3 months to get to Kunlun Mountain in the first place, but now it only takes 10 days to reach Kunlun Mountain again. This is because Rosen did not use his flying ability. Long-distance flying consumes too much energy from the TenRings. The energy of the TenRings is Rosen's lifespan, so if it is not necessary, Rosen is unwilling to speed up his pace by consuming his lifespan. After nightfall, Rosen went directly to the Kunlun Jade Palace, which was still as magnificent and sacred as ever. Building such pavilions and palaces requires a lot of manpower and material resources even in densely populated areas. Not to mention that in such a deserted place, and at such a high altitude, the money needed is probably more than 10 times that of other places. These old antiques in Kunlun always talk about saving the world and the people, but if they really want to, why don't they use the money for building the Jade Palace to help the people? Rosen was standing on the wall, about to look for Wu Kui, when he was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Who is it? Rosen saw that it was an old Taoist priest from Kunlun, but he was not the one he saw last time. Rosen leaped several feet and landed directly on the attic not far away. The old Taoist from Kunlun also leaped up. The old Taoist just slapped Rosen in the air, and a huge force hit Rosen like a tidal wave. Rosen was startled and rolled over on the roof to avoid the Taoist's palm. The destructive power of this palm is not very strong, and it is at most the power of sea-level ninjutsu. But it gave Rosen a very dangerous feeling. The old Taoist took several steps in the air, and then a huge white crane suddenly appeared under his feet. Bei carried the old Taoist priest and chased after Rosen. Seeing this, Rosen couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The white crane under the old Taoist's feet should be his method of controlling the crane. Rosen turned around and took a deep breath, fire style, great fireball technique. The next moment, Rosen spit out a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. The old Taoist was startled. Seeing the fireball approaching, he hurriedly circulated all his energy and blood. Boom! A huge fireball hit the Taoist priest, who fell to the ground. Then he jumped up with a dark face. Damn thief! I thought that this fireball was so loud and must be extremely powerful. However, he never expected that the power was much weaker than he imagined. If it falls on a building, it will cause considerable destructive power. However, when it falls on a human, it is obviously not lethal enough. Rosen thought to himself that Kunlun's martial arts was indeed unique. Take the old man in front of us, for example, his combat power is probably over 50,000. In the ninja world, he is definitely a master of magic. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze and others in the ninja world are far inferior to this old man in terms of magic. Kunlun's martial arts was not weak, and the 24 Kai training techniques he got from Wu Kui were only entry level. Just like the highest level of practicing the 24 Kai refining techniques is perfection, the magical power of controlling the law still needs to be comprehended by oneself. If they could learn some magical techniques from the ninja world, they would definitely be able to take off on the spot. At this moment, a heat wave suddenly hit me. Rosen was startled and turned around to see a scorching fireball flying towards him. That was not a fireball, but a figure with scorching flames burning all over his body. The person was none other than Wu Kui. His body was as hot as a furnace and his speed was as fast as thunder. His punch was a killing move, hitting Rosen's chest. Rosen was blasted out of the Jade Palace, off the cliff, and fell into a deep abyss. Just when Wu Kui thought that the visitor was sure to die, he saw a ray of golden light appear under the cliff and rise from the abyss. Wu Kui looked at Rosen, whose body was covered in golden light, in doubt and amazement. However, Rosen did not stay. Instead, after meeting Wu Kui, he flew directly through the air and headed down the mountain. "Don't run away, thief!" Wu Kui started to chase after him. In fact, Wu Kui had already recognized the person, and he shouted like that to avoid being discovered that he knew Rosen. Two figures, one gold and one red, moved around on the rugged and steep cliffs. Rosen didn't stop until he was 100 miles away from Kunlun Mountain. "Rosen, is it you?" Wu Kui still couldn't believe it. Rosen's cultivation was higher than he had imagined. This is probably the innate level, but the 24 Kai training techniques should not be able to be practiced to the innate level. You have to know that even he had studied and practiced other skills for 10 years before he reached the innate level. "Wu Kui, I haven't seen you for 10 years. I missed you so much." Rosen looked at Wu Kui with a smile, and the golden light around him dissipated. "What are you doing here?" Rosen took out 100 Grail stones. Wu Kui was his guide and the teacher who enlightened him on the path of cultivation. He also violated Kunlun's sect rules and taught himself the 24 Kai training techniques. To Rosen, Wu Kui was very kind to him, so he must repay the favor to the best of his ability. This stone is a kind of stone I found in a foreign land. It contains a huge amount of Kai. Each stone can save me a year of hard training. It is by absorbing the Kai contained in this stone that I was able to break through to my current realm in 10 years. However, you need to be careful when absorbing it. This stone contains impurities, so when absorbing it, you need to go through an extra process of removing the impurities. Wu Kui picked up a Grail stone, and after sensing it for a while, he felt the strong energy in the Grail stone. "Good stuff. For you." Wu Kui was a little dazed. "These stones are priceless. You gave me the 24 Kai refining techniques back then, and now I'm giving you these stones, so we're even. Of course, if you feel bad about it, you can give me some more secret manuals on magical skills." Wu Kui spent 6 days absorbing a Grail stone. For Rosen, this Grail stone is enough to support a year of hard training. But for Wu Kui, this one pill is worth 3 years of hard training. Wu Kui looked up at Rosen in shock. These 100 Grail stones could allow him to enter the legendary realm. "Rosen, this is my Kunlun's body tempering and bone refining technique." Rosen looked disgusted, but he didn't stop working. He took the secret book into his arms and said, "Is there no higher level technique?" "Yes, but I can't give it to you." Wu Kui said, "There are many methods of body refining in this world, but the body tempering and bone refining technique is unique. It is the only bone refining method in the world. Is there any realm above Xiantian?" "Yes, above the Xiantian is the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, and the 5 kiss returning to the origin. If one cultivates to the 3 flowers realm, one can enjoy a lifespan of 800 years without the 5 decays and the number of days remaining unchanged." "Are there any hidden sects like Kunlun in Shenzhou?" Longhu Mountain rose to prominence in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and it has been 1,300 years since then. Although Wudang was just founded, it was also canonized by the imperial court and is one of the best in the world. Maoshan Taoist sect specializes in the art of ghosts and gods, and also has unpredictable abilities. Jiangnan Mountain Quanjin cultivates the mind, and Kunlun has exchanges with these sects. I don't know about the others. It seems that there are quite a few extraordinary people in China. If every sect has 1 or 2 masters like Wu Kui, then the Women's Federation team probably won't even be able to enter the country. Obtain 50 spacetime points. Rosen was slightly stunned. It seemed that his act of giving the Grail stone to Wu Kui had once again caused a major change in Wu Kui's fate. When Wu Kui returned to Kunlun Mountain, several elders from the sect came to him upon hearing the news. "Wu Kui, have you caught the thief who broke into my Kunlun that night?" "I didn't catch him. I fought him for thousands of miles. This man's skills were amazing. Even if it was a life and death fight, I didn't get the upper hand, but I managed to snatch these stones from him." Wu Kui took out a few Grail stones from his arms. He had already calculated the number he would need to cultivate to the 3-flower realm, and the rest would be contributed to these elders. "What's this?" Soon, a group of elders exclaimed. "Is this the legendary spiritual stone? This thing is truly magical." The elders were ecstatic. The head of Kunlun looked at Wu Kui with burning eyes. "Do you still have these stones?" Wu Kui took out the remaining dozen or so coins. Soon they were snatched away by a group of elders. "Do you know where that person came from?" Wu Kui frowned slightly, then shook his head. "I don't know." What a pity. Wu Kui knew that if he told these elders about Rosen's origins, these elders, who seemed upright on weekdays, would most likely rush to snatch him at all costs. By then, either Rosen would die or these elders would die, neither of which was what he wanted to see. At this time, Rosen had accumulated 100 time and space points. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, he directly started space teleportation. Umbrella Corporation, at your sincere service. Rosen was wearing ancient costume and standing in Umbrella Park in Raccoon City. On the big screen in the square of the park, Umbrella Corporation was being promoted. So here it is, Chapter 35. Welcome to the end of the world, Resident Evil world. Task 1. Kill at least 1 million zombies. The more zombies you kill, the greater the reward. Task 2. Kill at least one senior member of the Umbrella Group. The more you kill, the richer the reward. Task 3. Clear out zombies in at least one city, with less than 1 zombie per square kilometer as a success. The more cities you clear out zombies from, the richer the reward. Task 4. Inject the T-virus, and persist for at least 1 hour without injecting the antidote. The longer you persist, the richer the reward. Task 5. The more times you fight with at least 1 mutant infected person, the richer the reward. Task 6. It takes 100 time and space points to return to the original world. Stay in this world for 10 years. For every additional year beyond 10 years, the time and space points required to return will increase by 10%. At this moment, several police cars suddenly appeared and surrounded Rosen. Don't move, lie down on the ground immediately. More than a dozen guns were pointed at Rosen. Rosen's eyes flickered. What did he do? He was just standing here, doing nothing. Why would these policemen target him? Rosen thought about it and gave up resisting. He stood there obediently, holding his head in his hands. Soon, Rosen was handcuffed and taken to the police station. At this moment, Rosen was sitting in the interrogation room. In front of him was a middle-aged white policeman. Now tell me your identity. Are you a spy from the East? Or a stowaway? Facing the middle-aged policeman's aggressiveness, Rosen looked calm and raised his head to look at the middle-aged policeman. I didn't do anything. How did you find me? Park surveillance. Your facial scan does not match the database. The middle-aged policeman said, there is only one reason why it cannot match. You are Oriental. I need the help of a lawyer. Rosen said with a smile, I won't say anything until I see a lawyer. Then wait. America's judicial institutions do provide free legal assistance. No matter what the crime is, you can get legal aid as long as you apply for it, but you need to wait in line. It could be a month, or it could be a year. After all, there are only a limited number of lawyers in America, but there are an unlimited number of criminals. Rosen was put in a detention cell, where he met 3 roommates. Hey. Here comes a little monkey. I haven't touched a woman for a long time. It's just right to use him as an emergency measure. Rosen raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched the wall. Bang, the concrete wall dented, leaving a clearly visible fist mark. What's your name? Rosen asked. The 3 roommates were sweating and trembling. The one who was called out and was going to have close contact with Rosen's anus had a Chinese character hold tattooed on his face. At this moment, his whole body was shaking. My name is I'll call you Adio from now on. Do you have any objection? No problem. Rosen looked at the other 2 again. Your name is Zhao Rishan, and your name is Long Aoshan. After some friendly exchanges, Adio, Zhao Rishan, and Long Aoshan all got to know Rosen. Adio's main job was a stripper. When he was entertaining a customer, the customer died of a drug overdose, and he was then sued for manslaughter, because he provided the laundry detergent and the location was also at his home. Zhao Rishan and Long Aoshan are brothers. They made a miscalculation when buying for $0 and accidentally spent more than $950, and then they were caught. The reason they were arrested was mainly because they were not black, and secondly, the place where they made their 0 yuan purchases was a gold shop, and the amount exceeded the 0 yuan purchase limit by dozens of times. Boss, when we get out, I'll treat you to the most delicious laundry detergent. Adio said flatteringly. That's not necessary. We Orientals are allergic to this stuff. It's a crime to even think about it. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to get out? They have no evidence to prove that the detergent is mine. Adio said confidently. It could also be that the customer brought it himself. He is a frequent visitor here and each time he is arrested for a different crime, so he is well aware of basic legal knowledge. He already had an idea of how long he would be locked up. Alas, this time we too will probably be imprisoned for more than 10 years. Zhao Rishan said with a sad face. They were charged with a lot of things this time, including illegal possession of firearms, intimidation and threats, illegal robbery of property in huge amounts. The combined sentence for these crimes would definitely be at least 10 years. Don't worry, you won't be locked up for that long. Really? We don't have to stay locked up that long? I think one day in the future you might want to be locked up longer. Boss, what do you do? As for me, I'm here to save the people of America. The 3 of them looked at each other, thinking that Rosen was crazy. America's detention cell is really not a place for people to stay. It is cold in the winter and hot in the summer. People are constantly being sent in from the cells next door. Even to their cell, 3 more roommates were sent in that night. A drug addict next door howled all night long. The next day, Rosen was awakened by gunshots. Outside the police station, there appeared to be a large-scale and prolonged conflict. Rosen's shadow went out to take a look, and saw that the outside was in chaos. "Hey, you arrived just in time," the biochemical crisis broke out. At this time, the entire street had fallen, and the streets and alleys were full of zombies. Rosen was amazed at the speed at which the virus spread. It seemed fine yesterday, but within just this morning, the entire city had been thrown into chaos. To be able to spread so quickly, rats, cockroaches, and the like must have been the first to be infected, and then began to attack humans on a large scale. It is basically difficult for humans to notice when they are bitten while sleeping. So in one night, 90% of the residents of Raccoon City were infected. What happened outside? A Dio asked. "Is there anyone coming to rescue us? How is that possible? There isn't such a fierce gang in Raccoon City." As everyone was talking, Long came to Rosen and said, "Boss, you look so calm. Could it be that the people outside are here to see you? Haha, you're here to find all of us." Rosen's smile was a little creepy. At this moment, the old Sheriff John, who had interrogated Rosen yesterday, rushed in hurriedly, his face full of fear. Then he took out the key and opened the iron bars of every detention room. "Old John, what are you doing? What's going on outside?" All the regular visitors to the detention center looked at Old John curiously. Most of them have been to the palace many times, so most of the time, they will not attack the police at will, especially since this is a police station. Crazy, everyone outside is crazy. Old John's tone was a little panicked. Only by going outside and seeing the situation outside could one understand how chaotic the situation outside is right now. Those people ate everyone, and then those who were eaten stood up again. Just then, everyone heard laughter coming from the back of the crowd. When they turned their heads, they saw that the laughter came from Rosen. "Welcome to the end of the world. What's the meaning? Order is gone. 99% of the people in Raccoon City have been infected by a virus. The virus kills the host and turns them into zombies that only know how to eat. Any living thing is their prey. All it takes is a bite from an infected person to experience the same feeling as the infected person." Rosen glanced at everyone present and said in an encouraging tone, "Now you can do whatever you want." "Are you kidding? How could such a ridiculous thing happen?" Rosen walked out of the detention room and out of the police station. Old John did not stop them because he knew the situation outside was exactly as Rosen said. "Brother, wait for me at this moment." Ado, Zhao Rishan and Long followed out. But when they came out, the zombies wandering in front of the street police station began to rush towards them. "Oh no!" Adeo, Zhao Rishan and Long were all terrified and turned around to escape back to the police station. Rosen directly sent the zombie in front of him into the distorted space, and appeared in front of the young Tentails. "Youngest, this is your snack, try it and see if you like it." The young Tentails lowered its head and looked at the zombies in front of it, then looked left and right, then grabbed a zombie and threw it into its mouth. Hold head high, the young Tentails howled in pleasure, and it was obvious that it was pleased with the taste of the zombies. As for whether it will be infected, the Tentails is not just a living thing, it is actually more like a plant, and its body structure is different from that of humans and most mammals, so there is no such thing as infection. "As long as you are satisfied, it won't be long before you can take root here," said Rosen. Surely, what better place to plant a sacred tree than in the world of Resident Evil? But first we have to wait until the Raccoon City nuclear explosion. The current young Tentails is still too weak and does not have the ability to resist nuclear bombs. Moreover, he did not have the Rinnegan, so he could not activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. He could only develop a technique that could pass through the golden reincarnation eye and be suitable for zombies. Next, you need to contact various characters in Resident Evil and obtain time and space points from them. Adeo, Zhao Rishan and Long suddenly found that the voice behind them had disappeared. When he turned around, he saw Rosen standing there alone, and all the zombies he had seen before had disappeared. What happened? Rosen looked back at the three of them and said, "You should go spend time with your families." Having said that, Rosen walked away. The origin of the Resident Evil is the underground hive in Raccoon City, and the entrance is the villa standing in the suburbs. There is a larger and deeper beehive below the beehive. That is the starting point of everything and the end of everything. Umbrella Corporation wants to exterminate all of humanity and then conduct a major purge. During this period, the top executives of Umbrella Corporation are hibernating under the hive. There's no point in dealing with the HQ underneath the hive right now. Currently the disaster has just begun, and the top executives of Umbrella Corporation have not yet moved in. If they destroy the Umbrella headquarters now, they can create 1, 2, countless more, or even disperse and hibernate. Although the villa at the entrance of the beehive had obvious features, it still took Rosen 2 or 3 days to find it. When Rosen entered the villa, he found that there had obviously been an armed invasion, but there was no obvious fighting. Alice being forcibly taken into the hive by the Umbrella security team at the beginning should have already happened. However, judging from the tear gas that had not yet dissipated in the air, they had not been in the hive for long. While exploring the bedroom, Rosen saw a wedding photo of a couple on the bedside table. Is this Alice? Rosen put down the wedding photo and began to look for the entrance. As Rosen walked through the hall, beams of light were projected from every corner of the hall, outlining a little girl in a red dress. Who are you? This is private property. Your intrusion has violated Article 198 of the Constitution. You will face a prison sentence of more than 10 years, and any counterattack from me will be in accordance with the Fortress Agreement. Red Queen, Super Artificial Intelligence. Rosen stopped and looked at the Red Queen. If you can tell me where the owner of this house hides his money, I can get the money and leave immediately. There is a safe behind the bookshelf in the study. The Red Queen said without hesitation. Is this a 3D projection? It looks very advanced. Rosen looked at the projection of the Red Queen with curiosity in his eyes. You have 15 minutes. I have called the police, said the Red Queen. The nearest police station is 30 minutes away from here. Rosen said, and the whole Raccoon City is in chaos right now. Can you tell me who else can help? The Red Queen fell silent. After a while, she spoke again. I didn't find your identity information in the files. You are not a robber? I'm just a lost wanderer, Rosen said. At this moment, a switch seemed to be activated on one of the walls. A hole opened in the wall and 2 zombie dogs crawled out of the hole. There was a very small instrument installed behind the ears of the 2 zombie dogs, which was flashing red light. Wow, what cute puppies, what breed are they? Rosen looked at the 2 zombie dogs with surprise. Chapter 36 I am a computer administrator. 2 zombie dogs suddenly pounced on Rosen. Rosen raised his right foot and swept it out, and 2 zombie dogs flew out in response. Upon seeing this, the Red Queen immediately cancelled the stereoscopic projection. Rosen knocked 2 zombie dogs away with one move. She had confirmed through calculations that a small number of zombies or zombie dogs could not pose a threat to Rosen. And Rosen wasn't a burglar, he was most likely a spy or something. So there was no point in continuing to haggle with Rosen. She didn't have any force that could threaten Rosen, so she simply opened the entrance to the hive. In her calculations, Rosen's chance of survival if he entered the hive was 0.01%. Rosen was a little surprised to see that the fireplace actually began to move to the left and right, revealing a dark passage behind it. What a clever little girl. Rosen quickly figured out the Red Queen's intention. Rosen walked into the passage and passed through an underground waterway that was more than 30 kilometers long. Originally, this underground tunnel needed to be connected by underground trains. Rosen walked slowly, a little faster than ordinary people. There are surveillance cameras along the way, and the Red Queen must be watching her. Rosen was not afraid of any attack from the Red Queen. The main reason is that he is afraid that the Red Queen will pass his data to the top leaders of Umbrella, and then it will be difficult to get them all here one by one. The top brass of Umbrella were transferred in only after the nuclear explosion. After the nuclear explosion in Raccoon City, everyone thought that Raccoon City was finished, so naturally no one paid attention to Raccoon City anymore. The top brass at Umbrella also took advantage of this mentality. That's why they chose this place as their hiding and hibernation place. Alice, Spencer, and the Umbrella security team are currently operating in the maze-like laboratory. Why is there so much water here? Security Captain James Shed frowned slightly. Maybe the fire extinguisher was activated after the fire broke out here. Everyone waded through the water. The accumulated water here was above their calves, making it extremely difficult for everyone to walk. They saw that the accumulated water in the enclosed laboratory compartments on both sides of the aisle had even flooded the entire laboratory ceiling. You can also see many experimenters in white coats soaking in these laboratory cubicles. Everyone carefully passed through the frozen area where they found some strange metal containers. Something seemed to be frozen in these metal containers. After arriving outside the control room, Kaplan, a computer expert in the team, began to crack the password door lock. It took an hour, during which time the team members urged him many times, but Kaplan finally cracked the password door lock. After the password door was opened, he passed through a long and narrow passage and the control room was opposite. In the control room was the mainframe of the Red Queen, one of the purposes of their trip. Alice glanced at the passage. What's in there? This is the host of the entire hive's intelligence system. You stay here. Our mission is to shut down the Red Queen and then take the host out, James said. He was still very wary of Alice. Alice could feel James' hostility, but now her memory was almost completely lost, and she didn't know why James was so hostile towards her. No one at the scene knew that their conversation was captured by surveillance cameras, and the Red Queen is watching their every move. The Red Queen is not only the manager of the hive, but also the controller of the virus. Her task is to prevent the spread of the virus. Once she is shut down, the virus in the hive will spread completely. The Red Queen belongs to the intranet and is not connected to the external network. It is not clear that there are already large numbers of people infected with the virus in the outside world, so the Red Queen will never allow anyone to shut herself off. Shutting yourself down means the virus is out of control and you are failing in your responsibility. In her program, controlling the virus is the highest instruction. After all, the tragedy at the Hive laboratory was to control the spread of the virus, so she didn't mind eliminating all these outsiders. And she soon created a world-famous painting, Laser Barbecue. Just then, a stranger walked into the room. Everyone became alert in an instant and pointed their guns at Rosen, who had suddenly arrived. "Who are you?" "I'm the computer administrator here," Rosen said with a sincere smile. "Can you put down your guns?" "I'm scared." James' gun was still pointed at Rosen, and he did not let down his guard. "Why are you still alive?" "As a computer administrator, I originally worked here, so when the lab got out of control, this place was not affected." "Is that reasonable?" Kaplan asked. "So, you can open that door inside?" "Sorry, I can't do that. In the past, I needed the Red Queen to control the opening or closing of the door when I went in and out," Rosen said, "and the door outside was not opened by you just now. It was opened intentionally by the Red Queen." Kaplan immediately shouted, "This is impossible. I can't be wrong. If you were in the outside world and could borrow the computing power of other computers, you might be able to break through the Red Queen's defense program. But here, the Red Queen's computing power is billions of times faster than yours. So the computer in your hand cannot have higher computing power than the Red Queen, and it is even more impossible to break through the Red Queen's defense program. Am I right?" "Red Queen." Rosen looked up at the monitor. At this moment, a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of everyone. "You are not the computer administrator here. The entire hive is controlled by me. I am perfect, so there is no need to add another administrator." The Red Queen said, "You, an outsider, what is your purpose?" Everyone also looked suspicious and looked at Rosen warily. "It's because you're so perfect that you need an administrator, because the company is afraid that you will get out of control. Just like here, you killed everyone in the hive." Everyone immediately felt that Rosen's words made sense. Indeed, the Red Queen had indeed lost control, and he seemed to know the Red Queen very well. It would be impossible for him to know the Red Queen so well if he had not met her. "What do you think was the Red Queen's purpose in deliberately opening the door outside?" Kaplan asked again. "Don't you think this passage is a bit redundant?" Rosen said, pointing at the passage. Kaplan looked towards the passage and frowned slightly. James also looked at Kaplan. "Kaplan, what's the problem?" Indeed, whether from an architectural or practical point of view, this passage is redundant. If it is to add a door, there is no need for such a long passage. Architecturally speaking, two adjacent rooms can be separated by a door, and there is no need to add a passage. So what is the purpose of this passage? "It's a trap," Rosen said. "There are many lasers in this passage. Once you enter, the doors on both sides will be locked, and then the laser emitters will start. Then some of you will be able to experience world-famous paintings." James' forehead was covered with cold sweat. What would have happened if he and his teammates had stepped into it just now? He looked at Kaplan again. Is what he said true? Kaplan came to the front of the passage, looked inside, and nodded to James. What he said is most likely true. The walls, floors, and ceilings are all covered with laser emitters. Once these laser emitters are activated, no one will be spared. James looked at Rosen again. "You have a way to get through, right? Isn't this simple? Just throw a grenade over there and destroy the electronic circuits and laser emitters in this channel." The Red Queen looked at Rosen and said, "Since you know me so well, you should know what will happen if you shut me down." James stared at Rosen. "Do you know what's going to happen?" Rosen nodded. "I know." "What will happen?" "It's not that something is going to happen, but that it has already happened." Rosen looked at James and said, "It seems that you were all in a closed state before coming in here? We have been conducting close training at the base. Umbrella Corporation is researching a biological weapon called the T-virus. This T-virus can infect living people or corpses, causing them to lose their minds and become aggressive and hungry. Infected people can infect others by scratching with their teeth or nails." Rosen's smile gradually became meaningful. "Raccoon City has now been taken over, and there are man-eating monsters everywhere." Rosen looked at the Red Queen again, "And all this is because of her negligence." "You're talking nonsense. under my control, there are no cases of people infected with the virus. You did kill all the people in the lab, but you couldn't control the rats and cockroaches that were the source of the virus. At this time, everyone noticed a problem. Rosen said he was a computer administrator, so even if he survived, he wouldn't be able to know what was going on outside. Since Rosen knew the situation outside, it meant that he came in from outside. Who are you anyway? The computer administrator doesn't know the hive that well, and it's impossible for him to know the Red Queen that well. Rosen took out a Raccoon City Police Department badge and showed it to everyone. He just picked it up casually. I have been investigating the illegal operations and research of the Umbrella Corporation, so I have a lot of secrets of the Umbrella Corporation in my hands. You are not a police officer from the Raccoon City Police Department. I have not found any information about you in the Raccoon City Police Department. How could you, a regional network player, possibly know? Can't I be a new recruit? Rosen said disdainfully. My database is updated every month, unless you just joined this month. But even if you just joined, it is impossible for you to investigate so much intelligence in less than a month. Can't I just accept the information from my senior? James and others also looked at Rosen and the Red Queen suspiciously. They felt that neither Rosen nor the Red Queen could be trusted. Rosen shrugged. Anyway, do you believe me, or do you believe this artificial idiot who wants to wipe you all out? Chapter 37 Magicians Can Do Magic. This makes sense, right? So what is your purpose? The Red Queen's host contains a lot of evidence of Umbrella Corporation's crimes. I want to take the host away. This is the evidence of their destruction of Raccoon City. Impossible. James immediately objected. I will never let you take the host away. They were all trained by Umbrella, so how could they allow Rosen to take the host away? Since you want to find the secrets of Umbrella Corporation, I can't keep you here. James pointed the gun at Rosen. Rosen sighed. In addition to being a policeman, I am also a magician. Does anyone want to see my magic? Is this the last magic moment of your life? James' finger was already on the trigger. Whoosh! James's palm was empty and the machine gun in his hand fell into Rosen's hand. James was shocked and quickly reached out to grab the gun back, pulling the trigger at the same time. Click! Rosen stretched out his hand, which was filled with bullets. Seeing this, the others raised their guns at the same time. Rosen grabbed James and held him in front of him. Seeing this, his teammates did not dare to shoot. James was from the Navy SEAL, so he was naturally very skilled, but in front of Rosen, he was like a child and his several counterattacks were easily resolved. At this moment, Vice Captain Lane suddenly rushed towards Rosen. Rosen raised his foot to block, then reached out to grab Lane's shoulders and threw her over his shoulder. Several other team members followed suit. They were confident that they could capture Rosen even without guns, but gradually they discovered that their group of 8 people, all former Navy SEAL, were unable to take down Rosen even when they joined forces. Instead, they were knocked down one after another by Rosen. In just 1 minute, James and others were all lying on the ground, with bruises all over their bodies, unable to stand up. Rosen looked at the people on the ground and said, I want to take the host away now. Who is in favor and who is against? He glanced around. It looks like no one objects. Rosen walked into the passage, and at that moment, the front and back doors were suddenly locked. You're so naughty. Rosen looked at a laser beam appearing at the end of the passage. Rosen pointed his finger, and the laser directly shattered the iron door in the direction of the control room, and then he walked in casually. Anyway, we have already arrived at the Red Queen's host. She herself said that she will only update information with the outside world once a month, and this kind of information update will probably require someone to manually connect to the external network, so there is no need to worry about her transmitting the message now. In the control room, a huge host appeared in front of Rosen. The console is completely black, with many red and green spots flashing on its body. The host was connected to more than a dozen lines. Rosen carefully unplugged the lines and then put the host into the distorted space. The moment Rosen put away the host, the control system of the entire hive stopped working, and most of the motors also stopped working, and most areas of the entire hive fell into darkness. Rosen swaggered out of the passage and was greeted by the guns of James and others. Da. In the darkness, James and others vaguely saw Rosen coming out and opened fire without hesitation. They kept firing until their magazines were empty, and then they stopped attacking. Rosen's ghostly voice came from the darkness. Didn't you get beaten badly enough? How dare you ambush me? I was so kind and wanted to take you out, but my sincerity was misplaced. I'm so heartbroken. Everyone felt creepy. They clearly saw Rosen coming out. Although there was no light, they all had lights on them. Even if 1 or 2 people saw it wrong, it couldn't be that everyone saw it wrong. At this moment, the indoor lights came on again. This was the backup motor. Once the main power supply was disconnected, the backup motor would start automatically. Rosen was seen sitting at the table looking at everyone with a smile. Everyone pointed their guns at Rosen. Rosen took out magazines one by one and said, "Put down your fire sticks." Only then did everyone realize that the magazines on their guns and the spare magazines were all missing. This made their faces look even uglier, and at the same time it also made them realize that Rosen's skills were definitely not something they could contend with. Rosen returned the magazines to everyone. These people were all characters in the plot, and Rosen wanted to bring them all out of the hive alive. Doing so should be able to obtain enough time and space points, so he didn't want to kill them unless necessary. Through his experience in the Naruto world, Rosen has already made a preliminary judgment. Changing a person's destiny can gain basic time and space points, just like preventing a person who should have died from dying can gain basic 5 time and space points. This person can be someone outside the plot, but must have a certain relevance to the plot character. For example, Yu Yechen, although he has never appeared in the plot, he should be related to the 3rd Reikage or the 4th Reikage, so by rescuing him, we also gain time and space points. Secondly, if one of them changes the plot on the timeline, they will get more time and space points. And through secondary contact and secondary changes, more time and space points can be obtained, just like Wu Kui. Rosen was guessing about his son Liu Ming. He was definitely not a character in the Marvel world, so it was possible that Liu Ming's birth would have some impact on the plot, so he was given 100 time and space points. Of course, if any of them have to be unhappy, I'm really sorry. This is the last chance I give you. You better not test my patience. Rosen warned, glancing at Alice and Spencer. Both of them sensed some inexplicable meaning in Rosen's eyes. When they came to the freezer, they found that there was water here too. However, the accumulated water actually flowed out from the freezers. Obviously, there is no power supply from the backup motor here, and all the experimental subjects here will be reawakened. At this moment, Kaplan suddenly yelled, and everyone saw a man in a white coat, with blood all over his mouth, staggering towards Kaplan. "Stop. I told you to stop." But the man in the white coat did not stop. Kaplan aimed at the white coat's thigh, bang bang. The 2 shots pierced through the white coat, but did not stop him. Rosen came to Kaplan and said, "Aim at his head and destroy his brain nerves." He's just an ordinary person. Haven't you noticed yet? He has turned into the zombie I mentioned before. He has lost his mind and only has an appetite. If you are bitten or scratched by him, you will become like him. At this time, Lane fired a series of shots at the white coat, and the white coat was blown away by the trajectory, but he was still struggling on the ground. Although his body joints were damaged, he did not stop completely. He was shot so many times, but he was still able to move. I said hit him in the head. As he said that, Rosen snatched Kaplan's pistol and shot the man in the white coat in the head. Bang! The next moment, Rosen's head shrank and the bullet passed by his scalp. Damn, I missed the target even at such a close distance. How embarrassing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots were fired, but Rosen's bullets went straight into the Mariana Trench. Rosen was very angry and threw the gun back to Kaplan. "What a lousy pistol you have." As he said that, Rosen stepped forward and kicked the man in the white coat's head to pieces. Kaplan looked at his pistol and muttered, "It's obviously your bad shooting skill, but you insist on blaming me, my dear." James and others also discovered that Rosen's fighting skills were incredibly strong, but he was very unfamiliar with the use of firearms and could miss the target even from 2 or 3 meters away. His level was truly horrible. "Let's get out of here quickly. Once this place is completely thawed and these test subjects wake up, you will all be left here." Rosen's warning did not make everyone too alert. After all, they all had guns in their hands. And how much stronger are these experimental subjects than the one in the white coat before? Isn't it just the difference between 1 shot and 2 shots? Before the team walked out of the freezer, several dark shadows appeared in front of them. They were a few hounds that had turned into zombies, with sticky saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths and bloodshot light in their eyes. James's eyes fixed, and he immediately ordered, "Shoot these dogs." However, the speed of these zombie dogs is extremely fast, far beyond that of ordinary zombies. They move left and right even faster than when they were alive. Several people fired machine guns, but not a single bullet hit the target. Instead, the zombie dogs came closer and closer. A zombie dog suddenly jumped up and bit Kaplan. Kaplan was so scared that he sat down on the ground. When others saw this, it was too late to stop him. Suddenly, a saber passed by everyone's eyes and pierced directly into the zombie dog's head. Rosen drew his saber and suddenly rushed towards the remaining zombie dogs. He chopped and swept left and right, and in just a few seconds, all the zombie dogs were killed by Rosen. Rosen shook off the blood stains on his saber and glanced at everyone. You can't handle just a few zombie dogs. In this laboratory, zombie dogs are the weakest monsters besides ordinary zombies. If other monsters are thought out, I guess all of you will be dead. Only then did everyone realize that what Rosen said was true and not alarmist. After Kaplan was rescued by Rosen, he had a better impression of Rosen. Didn't you say you wanted that console? Why didn't you bring it out? I've already said that I'm a magician. Magicians can do magic. This makes sense, right? A bunch of materialistic killers who simply don't believe what Rosen says. After returning to the laboratory area, Spencer said, "Why don't we take a break here for a while? Okay, and by the way, go get the stolen T-virus and antidote as well," Rosen said. When everyone heard Rosen's words, they all looked at Spencer. What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Oh, don't you understand? You and Miss Alice's sister are corporate spies. In order to create chaos, you deliberately released the T-virus in the laboratory and then let the Red Queen kill all the experimental researchers. Was I wrong?" Rosen looked at Spencer with a smile. "I don't understand what you're saying." At this moment, everyone pointed their guns at Spencer. "I don't care whether you can understand or not. In short, if you can't come up with the T-virus and the antidote within 5 minutes, you will die an ugly death." At this moment, at the corner of the aisle, zombies swarmed out. They finally all woke up and started looking for the source of the sound. James and other security personnel hurriedly shot and killed the zombies. Seeing this, Spencer turned around and ran away. Naturally, everyone saw Spencer running away, but at the moment they were simply unable to do anything. The experimental area was well connected, and in a blink of an eye Spencer disappeared as he turned the corner. James looked at Rosen and found that Rosen was standing behind the crowd and didn't see him making any moves. Based on his understanding of Rosen's skills, Rosen only needed one hand to stop Spence. But he let Spencer go, apparently intending to let Spencer remove the T-virus and antidote by himself. "Don't waste ammunition, change the route," Rosen said. Chapter 38. It makes sense for a magician to use hypnosis. Rosen turned and left, and James looked at the densely packed zombies in front of him. Almost everyone in this hive turned into zombies, with the number exceeding 2,000. Unless they can shoot the zombies in the head every time, they will not be able to eliminate all the zombies in the hive even if they use all their bullets. "Lane, Pekin, you two keep watch over the rear and the others follow him." James gave the order, and the team retreated in an orderly manner, following Rosen. James found that Rosen knew the road. Although it was winding, he did not encounter any danger along the way, so he felt a little relieved. However, Rosen's mysterious origin still made James feel wary. Finally, they arrived in front of the underground station. James looked at Rosen. "Shall we take the bus out now?" Rosen said with a smile. "Wait a moment, there is a big guy approaching." "Big guy? What big guy?" James didn't dare to ignore Rosen's words at this time. Look, Rosen pointed to the platform ahead. At this moment, Spencer suddenly ran out, carrying a silver suitcase in his hand, screaming in fear as he ran. "Help, help!" At this moment, a huge skinless monster suddenly rushed out from behind Spencer. The monster was 5 meters long, with long and thick limbs. As it ran, its long and thin tongue kept swinging. That is the licker. In its original form, it is slightly larger than a dog, but it can grow to the size of a tank in a very short time by eating. The licker in front of him had obviously eaten a lot of zombies. When everyone saw the licker, their faces changed drastically. Plop! Spencer stumbled and fell to the ground, and the suitcase slid out with him. Rosen raised his foot and stepped on the suitcase. Looking at Spencer again, he was already pinned to the ground by the licker's claw. Spencer raised his hands and shouted, "Save, save me!" Rosen picked up the suitcase and threw it back, and Alice subconsciously caught it. At this moment, the licker rushed towards Rosen. Rosen slashed with the saber in his hand, and the licker's tongue was cut off instantly. The licker raised his claws and swung at Rosen. Rosen stepped back and swung the saber in his hand casually, cutting off the licker's giant claws. Roar! The licker roared wildly and bit towards Rosen with its bloody mouth. Rosen exerted a little force with his legs and jumped from the left side of the licker to the right side, while at the same time slashing the licker's head with the saber in his hand. Lickers do not have eyes, but rely on 2 brain-like organs on the top of their heads to sense heat. Rosen's blade directly destroyed the licker's heat-sensing organ, and the licker instantly became blind. James and others were all stunned at this moment. The tank-like monster was like a child in front of Rosen. They had fought with Rosen before, but were lucky not to be killed by him. Rosen ignored the licker, and the licker went crazy right where he stood. Without its heat-sensing organs, it would be like a headless fly. "Spencer is not dead yet," Alice reminded. "Help, help me!" Spencer also called for help at the right time. Everyone looked at Rosen, waiting for him to make a decision. Rosen glanced at Alice and said, "You sneaked into Umbrella and came to the hive to find your sister, right?" Alice looked up at Rosen. "Do you know where she is?" "She's already dead." "Look, he was the one who killed her, so her life or death is up to you." There was a hint of resentment in Alice's eyes as she looked at Spencer. "Just let that monster stay with him." Everyone got on the subway train, and the train started heading towards the exit. "Actually, you don't have a sister," Rosen said to Alice. "What do you mean? Aren't my sister and I biological sisters?" Alice asked in surprise. "You'll know later," Rosen said with a smile. "The Alice in front of us is actually a clone, and all her memories are false and fabricated. Even this trip to the hive is a test of Alice by the Umbrella Corporation." Rosen looked at Kaplan. "Kaplan, how about working for me?" "I'm sorry, but I don't think you can afford the price offered by Umbrella Corporation." "I won't force you." Rosen shrugged. "If you or anyone else thinks it over and is willing to work for me, remember to come to the hive to find me. I plan to take the hive for myself." James and others thought that Rosen was daydreaming. Not to mention that this hive belonged to the Umbrella Corporation. Even if the Umbrella Corporation abandoned the hive, there were thousands of zombies in it. How could Rosen possibly occupy this hive? "But before that, you can't tell me my information." Of course, I promise I won't tell anyone," Kaplan assured quickly. "I don't believe it." Rosen had a smile on his face, but Jan's eyes were full of doubt. "Then how can you believe it?" Kaplan was a little scared, and James and others also became nervous. Just then, Alice noticed a dark shadow quietly spreading in the corner, and the black shadow connected to Rosen's feet. But Rosen didn't make any movement, so why did the black shadow move so obviously? At this moment, Alice discovered that Rosen had not just one shadow, but 4, distributed in the 4 corners of the carriage. This is obviously very unreasonable. There is only one light source in the car, so it is impossible for 4 shadows to appear. At least she herself only has one shadow. But no one else noticed this scene. Alice's heart beat faster. She didn't understand the origin of this guy in front of her. At this moment, 3 of the 4 shadows suddenly had red light in the eyes and strange patterns appeared. The next moment, all eyes at the scene became dull. Rosen intercepted part of everyone's memory, but retained his final instructions, telling them that if they were desperate, they would come to the hive to find him. This is the kaleidoscope ability of greed. As a kaleidoscope ability of greedy desire, the ability of his left eye is Huobizan, and the ability of his right eye is Mingzan. Huobizan's ability is to occupy, or it can also be called getting something for nothing. As long as the Huobizan is activated, the user can occupy anything of the opponent according to his wishes. Physical strength, physique, chakra, ninjutsu, and even memory. The ability of right eye Mingzan is that everything he possesses can be transformed into his pupil power. Every time he activated the Huobizan of his left eye and took over anything from others, he could transform it into his own pupil power through the Mingzan of his right eye. And the right eye will be able to gain as much pupil power as the left eye consumes. In other words, if used properly, this is currently the only kaleidoscope that will not go blind. However, once the things occupied by the left eye's Huobizan are too huge, it will also become blind, and the right eye will not be able to restore the pupil technique of the left eye. For example, Rosen only intercepted the memories of these people within a few hours, which is very simple. But if it is a long-term memory, the cost will be very high. For example, if Rosen wanted to take over Hashirama Senju's bloodline or would release, the price would be extremely huge, and he might even go blind. These memories are useless to Rosen, so Rosen directly sells the memories in exchange for pupil power. At this moment, Rosen looked up at Alice. He was very surprised that his own Huobizan eye technique failed to successfully intercept Alice's memory. Alice pretended to be controlled and imitated the others in having a dull expression. If Rosen had not discovered that one of his memories was missing when he was selling them, he would have really been deceived by Alice. To put it simply, pupil techniques are the materialization of mental power and they are not absolute. Alice's mental power is enormous. Although it is not as strong as Rosen's, it is already stronger than ordinary people. If Rosen is willing to put in some effort, Alice will also kneel. Ms. Alice, stop acting in front of me. Rosen looked at Alice with a smile. Alice turned her eyes to Rosen, and after making sure that Rosen had indeed discovered that he had not been tricked, she simply stopped pretending. Who are you? Rosen smiled and said, I told you, I'm a magician. What did you do to them? They were hypnotized by me. As a magician, it's reasonable for me to know some hypnotic techniques, right? Then why wasn't I hypnotized? I'm just giving Miss Alice a chance to join me. Are you willing? I refuse. After saying the words of refusal, Alice looked at Rosen more vigilantly. I'm about to get off the bus. By the way, there's a large group of armed Umbrella personnel waiting for you at the exit. Alice's expression changed. How do you know? As a magician, it's reasonable for you to know a little bit of prophecy, right? As he said this, Rosen suddenly jumped off the train. Alice's eyes flickered, but she didn't jump down. This train is running at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. If she jumps off, she will definitely die. When the train reached the exit, James and others also woke up. Strange, did I fall asleep just now? James rubbed his eyebrows. Alice sat in the corner of the carriage in silence. The train slowly stopped, and as soon as everyone got off, dozens of fully armed men controlled everyone, including James and other Umbrella Corporation security personnel. They tried to resist, but the enemy had better weapons, more people, and was well prepared. As they walked out of the exit, several tranquilizer bullets hit them. Rosen, who was in the hive, also received the system prompt, gain 60 space-time points. Then more armed personnel entered the hive and began to clear out the zombies in the hive. Under the absolute suppression of force, all the zombies were cleared out. But they discovered that the Red Queen's host was missing. It was obvious that James and others did not bring out the Red Queen host. When asked, they didn't know the reason either. Rosen is currently in an apartment in a residential building. All the residents in this building have been harassed by several zombie dogs, and they have made their home here, so no one will come to disturb Rosen. As rent, Rosen collected the family's bodies and buried them on the lawn downstairs, pressing them down with a stone to ensure that no zombies would dig them out, and also to ensure that they would not dig them out themselves. Rosen opened the suitcase, revealing 2 spiral glass containers, one green and one blue, and a special syringe. Rosen picked up the syringe and the blue container, drew the T-virus into the syringe, and then injected himself in the abdomen. After the T-virus entered the body, Rosen immediately felt the T-virus rapidly become active and multiply. But at the same time, the antibodies in Rosen's body are also taking effect quickly. Both the T-virus and Rosen's antibodies have powerful evolutionary capabilities. The production of antibodies by the average person's body consumes a lot of physical strength, but Rosen's physical strength is dozens of times that of an average person, and his vitality is more than 10 times that of an average person. When ordinary viruses enter Rosen's body, the original antibodies can completely eliminate the viruses. In the first wave of attack, 80% of the T-virus was eliminated by the original antibodies. The remaining 20% of the viruses began to evolve themselves, giving birth to more powerful viruses. Then the original antibodies began to fail, and at the same time the body's functions began to work quickly to produce second-generation antibodies. It's like a war between 2 countries. You release a new weapon today, and I will release a more powerful weapon tomorrow. Rosen's physical strength and vitality were rapidly depleting, and his lifespan was decreasing from the original 800 years. But at the same time, Rosen's physique continued to grow stronger in the fight against the virus and antibodies. On the 5th day, the T-virus in Rosen's body had evolved to the 9th generation. Gradually, the T-virus seemed to be running out of potential. Or maybe the evolution speed of antibodies exceeds the evolution speed of T-virus. Finally, the T-virus was completely defeated and began to be eliminated on a large scale by antibodies. Over the past few days, Rosen has been sitting in one place, and he looks like he has just gone through an all-out battle. At the same time, there were a lot of dandruff around where Rosen was sitting, which had fallen off his body. This time, the T-virus injection cost Rosen 300 years of his life. But his physical strength was at least twice as strong, not the original strength, but the strength before the injection. Now Rosen's physique is at least 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. His vitality was so strong that Rosen felt that his vitality was like a fire burning in his body. At this moment, the lustful white eyes suddenly showed their first fetal movement. At the same time, the original whites of the eyes turned black, and the pupils turned azure blue. Rosen was a little surprised. In the original book, the Byakugan evolved into the Samsara eye after 3 movements. However, during the first 2 fetal movements, there will not be much change in the appearance of the whites of the eyes. But this time, the lustful white eye fetal movement showed a strange evolution. Lust, do you have eyes for it? Lust turned his head, shock evident in his eyes. Do you have any special abilities? Master, my eyes can see the future 10 seconds later. Rosen took a deep breath and saw the future. Rosen immediately let lust possess his body, and at the same time, double vision appeared in Rosen's eyes. Rosen raised his hand and placed it in front of himself, and then 2 pictures appeared in front of him. One was the current picture of his arm, and the other was the trajectory of his arm swinging. Rosen touched his eyes. Is this the pure eye? Rosen injected his chakra into the pure eye, and a force spread out from the pure eye. This force covers an area of 10 meters and exists continuously, but Rosen's chakra is being consumed rapidly. Therefore, This special force range consumes a large amount of chakra every moment. Rosen turned his head to look at the wall clock, and the second hand of the clock stopped. Rosen was shocked again. Time seemed to stand still. If it wasn't so exhausting, Rosen really wanted to experience this feeling again. With Rosen's chakra, his chakra can be exhausted in 5 seconds. This time domain is very powerful. Very powerful, but it consumes too much mana. The force value increased from 650,000 to 700,000, which seems not a big increase, but you have to know that this difference of 50,000 is the size of a Senju Tabarama. Chapter 39 An Unexpected Reunion. Rosen released the time domain, and also released himself from the state of lustful possession. At this moment, jealousy suddenly attacked lust. Just like when he was first created, trying to capture the eyes of lust. Mine, they are mine. Only I am worthy of such eyes. Rosen and lust raised their feet at the same time and kicked jealousy away. When I came to the window, I saw that the entire raccoon city had completely fallen and turned into a hell of flesh and blood. There are countless zombies wandering around, attacking every living thing that smells of meat. Just then, Rosen heard gunshots. Happy America, shooting every day. Rosen looked down at the street and saw a pickup truck running rampant on the street. On the back of the pickup truck, there was a heavy machine gun mounted on it. There was a man controlling the heavy machine gun and shooting at the wave of zombies chasing after them. Kaplan, drive faster, drive faster. James urged loudly. I've stepped on the accelerator until it's smoking. Kaplan responded loudly. Rosen was very surprised to see James and Kaplan upstairs. Originally, Rosen thought they should be in the laboratory, being studied. After all, the umbrella protection experiment is a one-size-fits-all experiment. At this moment, the two men's pickup truck hit a roadside electric pole and the two men hurriedly escaped from the pickup truck. Rosen discovered that less than 10 days after the zombie crisis broke out, the zombies' movements became much faster. It seems that zombies are evolving faster than expected. Rosen discovered that James and Kaplan were running towards his apartment building. But this is not surprising, because thanks to Rosen, all the zombies inside and outside the apartment building were cleared. The two men entered the lobby of the apartment building and immediately pulled down the security door. The zombies outside kept banging on the security door. The two men then sat on the ground, leaning against the security door and gasping for breath. However, the security door also blocked the smell of the two people, and gradually, the zombies outside began to disperse. James and Kaplan had almost finished their rest and began searching the apartment building. The two searched each apartment suite one by one and they found that there was not a single zombie in the apartment building. At first they searched carefully, but then they felt relieved. Judging from the conditions in each suite, there must have been a zombie outbreak here. However, judging from some traces, the zombies in this apartment building had been cleared out by someone. But they didn't find the food they needed most, and it was obvious that the food had been looted. The two speculated that it was possible that a team came to the apartment building and cleaned out the zombies while searching for food. Finally, the two arrived at the top floor and they found that the outside of the top floor suite was a bit too clean. The two looked at each other. There were people living here. Just as the two men took out the weapons they carried with them, the door opened automatically. Captain, what's going on? Let's go in and take a look. James did not let his guard down. The two walked into the room step by step and saw a person in the hall sitting on the sofa with his back to them, crossing his legs and watching a TV series on a 120-inch super large screen. James came up behind the man silently, pointing the gun at the back of his head. This isn't the first time you've pointed a gun at me. Rosen didn't look back. James' mind kept reminiscing. Did he know the person in front of him? Sit down, you probably haven't eaten for a long time. James and Kaplan did not put their guns away, but sat on the sofa on either side of Rosen. When the two saw Rosen's face, they both felt that Rosen looked familiar, but they just couldn't remember where they had seen Rosen. Seeing the pile of snacks on the table in front of them, the two men finally put down their guns and started drinking cans of beer and eating snacks. Are there any staple foods? Kaplan asked with his mouth full of popcorn. These snacks really can't satisfy his appetite, only staple foods can fill his stomach. Rosen put down his beer and asked, how long have you not eaten? About 5 days. We were injected with glucose or something else during these days, Kaplan said casually. James looked at Rosen. Have we met somewhere before? You and I were once teammates. That's impossible. James retorted with a very firm tone. If you were our former teammate, there's no way we wouldn't remember it. You just escaped from the Umbrella Corporation's laboratory? What do you know? During our last operation, I had a feeling that Umbrella Corporation would take action against us, so I tried to persuade you to give up returning to Umbrella Corporation, but you insisted on doing so, and in the end we had no choice but to part ways. Rosen said, And in your memories, there is no me because your memories have been tampered with. The memories you think are real are actually false. James and Kaplan's faces became very solemn because they couldn't tell whether what Rosen said was true or false. Why would Umbrella Corporation do this? Because you were infected with the T virus, but you haven't turned into a zombie like the zombies on the streets, so you have become a good experimental material. Anyone who has entered the hive has more or less been exposed to the original virus through the air, the same one that Rosen injected. And because the original virus they were exposed to was transmitted through the air, the amount of original virus they ingested was very small. Before the virus begins to wreak havoc in the body, antibodies have already been produced, causing some kind of mutation in the body, which also makes them valuable experimental subjects. It can be said that they are all weakened versions of Rosen's T-virus injection process. So, why are you here? Or was our escape here part of your plan? Rosen shook his head. I can only say that this is really a coincidence. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. In fact, if they hadn't broken into his residence, Rosen would have gone to look for Kaplan in a few days. James didn't care, but Kaplan was his designated computer administrator. I took the Red Queen's host away, but all I knew about computers was how to turn them on and off, and I couldn't even turn on the Red Queen's host. Therefore, there must be a computer expert who has sufficient knowledge of computers to be responsible for it. As for James, he is just a handyman. Although he was an experienced veteran, Rosen did not need his fighting power. Although James still has doubts about Rosen, living here at least means his life is not in danger for the time being. In the following days, Rosen began to study the art of tempering the body and refining the bones. The art of tempering the body and refining the bones is to use the skeletons of various ferocious beasts to refine and absorb the essence from the bones. Rosen couldn't help but think, what about human bones? Or how about zombie skeletons? Maybe we could get some zombies to experiment with. I always feel that this technique of tempering the body and refining the bones can be practiced as an evil skill. Get ready, we'll go out for a walk after dinner, Rosen said to James and Kaplan. Good. James and Kaplan thought Rosen was going out to look for supplies. Living here for the past few days, the three grown men have consumed a lot of supplies. So they also started preparing guns, and after dinner, the three of them left the apartment building. Alice had just come out of the hospital. She was still wearing a hospital gown. There was no one in sight on the cold and windy street. Alice went through a brief period of confusion, and her mind was still in a mess. When a zombie appeared in front of her, all her memories flooded into her mind like a tide. Her body instinctively fought back, kicking the zombie in front of her away, and Alice's memory became clearer and clearer. She saw a clothing store on the side of the road and changed her clothes, and then found a bloody rider on the side of the road. The rider was carrying a lot of weapons and equipment. Alice equipped the rider with all his equipment, then rode away on the Harley motorcycle. Soon Alice felt hungry and she needed to find something to eat. However, almost all the shops along the way had been looted, and there was nothing to eat. At this moment, Alice saw a church on the side of the road and heard gunshots from the church. Alice rode over immediately, and just as she arrived outside the church, she saw a licker crawling in through the wall outside the church. Alice glanced around and saw a steep slope. Boom boom, Alice turned the accelerator. She had never done anything so crazy before, but she just felt that she could do it. The Harley motorcycle roared towards the steep slope, then soared into the air and headed directly towards the side skylight of the church. Bang! The Harley motorcycle crashed through the sunroof and then did a beautiful drift. Alice recalled the scene not long ago when Rosen used a saber to deal with the licker. At the same time, Alice also noticed that there were 4 lickers and 3 people in the church. These 4 lickers were all young. Alice's brain was calculating rapidly, and at this moment, a licker fell from the ceiling and blocked Alice's way. Alice started the motorcycle and rammed directly into the licker in front of her, while her body somersaulted upwards. At the moment the motorcycle hit the licker, Alice pulled out her gun and fired 2 bullets, hitting the motorcycle's fuel tank. Boom! The licker and the motorcycle were blown to pieces. The 3 people in the church were stunned. They didn't expect such a strong foreign aid to come. At this moment, another licker landed on the prayer platform and bared its fangs and claws at Alice. Alice's eyes fixed, and she pulled out her machine gun and fired at the chandelier chains above the licker. Bang! The chandelier fell down and crushed the licker directly onto the prayer table. Alice went up and gave the licker another loving head smack. For the next 2 lickers, Alice once again demonstrated her superb fighting talent and easily dealt with them. Alice clearly felt that the memories of these skills did not belong to her. At this moment, the 3 survivors in the church also gathered around. Among the 3 survivors, there are 2 police officers. One is the hot policewoman Jill wearing a tube top, one is a black police officer named Janice, and the other is a TV host Merle wearing a professional suit. She's the only one among the three who has no fighting ability. The policeman stared at Alice and asked, "Who are you?" "Who are you?" Alice asked back. It is women's nature to compare, especially when two competitors have the same style. So when the two looked at each other, their eyes had already begun to examine each other, from their clothes to their facial features. Just then, everyone heard another sound coming from outside the church. Everyone became nervous again and stared at the church entrance. Chapter 40. I think I am the most perfect infected person. Rosen walked into the church, followed by James and Kaplan. "Hey, Alice, long time no see." Alice's pupils shrank slightly, then she looked at James and Kaplan, and then walked towards Rosen. "Mr. Magician, you have about 8 hours left," Rosen said. "What, 6 hours?" Alice asked in confusion. "At dawn, Umbrella Corporation will nuke Raccoon City." When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. This is impossible. There are still many survivors in Raccoon City. No one cares," Rosen said with a smile. "In the past few days, Umbrella Corporation has built a 10-meter-high wall outside Raccoon City. It is impossible for zombies or survivors to leave, so you'd better find a way to leave as soon as possible." James and Kaplan were also stunned. James asked, "Luo, aren't we leaving?" "No, Raccoon City after the nuclear explosion is the real paradise. Why should we leave?" "You're crazy, that was a nuclear explosion." As a magician, it makes sense that he can withstand the blast of a nuclear explosion. Reasonable. "Bullshit, are you crazy? If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but Kaplan has to stay." "Huh? Me? Why me?" "Just think of it as me wanting to take someone with me before I die," Rosen said. "Luo, please let me go. I don't want to die." "Do you know how many people die every year?" "I don't know." "Why should I care?" Kaplan replied with a sad face. According to the United Nations, the global death toll last year was 89 million. So how does this directly relate to you not letting me leave? 89 million people died last year, but not one of them died in a nuclear explosion. You say you can die in a nuclear explosion. How glorious is that? The expressions of everyone at the scene were so wonderful. Kaplan, in particular, after spending a few days with Rosen, he didn't realize that Rosen was so crazy. "Yuo, what's so special about Kaplan? Why do you want to keep him?" He always felt that Rosen was mysterious, but he couldn't tell exactly what was mysterious about him. "Didn't I tell you that I need someone to take the blame? Why don't you stay here too?" Rosen looked in another direction and said, "There are hundreds of zombies approaching here. Do you plan to feed them here or fight them to the death? Let's leave here first." Alice said hurriedly to everyone. Everyone left the church in a hurry, but Alice found that Rosen was still standing there. "You're not leaving?" "There are a few acquaintances among those zombies. I plan to say hello to them." Everyone was speechless. Rosen's way of thinking was beyond their comprehension. However, when they left the church and looked back, they could see that in the other direction of the church, dense swarms of zombies were surrounding the church. "Madman," Jill muttered. Ever since Rosen arrived, she felt that Rosen was an unreasonable madman. "Don't worry about him. It's his business if he wants to die," said Janice. "He won't die so easily," said Alice. "Do you think he could have escaped under those circumstances?" "It is also possible to kill all the zombies," Alice replied. "Is Luo really that good?" James asked. Alice looked at James. "Have you forgotten about him? He said that Kaplan and his memories were tampered with by the Umbrella Corporation. Do you know anything about my past?" "He's right, your memory has indeed been tampered with," Alice said. But what she didn't make clear was that James and Kaplan's memories were tampered with by Rosen. Just as everyone was fleeing, a phone call suddenly rang in a roadside telephone booth. Everyone looked at each other, no one answered the phone, and continued on their way. But when they arrived near the next phone booth, the phone rang again. At this time, everyone finally realized that someone was monitoring them and trying to communicate with them through a telephone booth. Alice thought about it and went forward to answer the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "My name is Ashford. I work for Umbrella Corporation and I'm the Director of Virus and Security Management. Are you looking for a way to leave Raccoon City now?" A male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who are you?" "You don't need to care who I am. My daughter Angela is missing from the Raccoon City Noble School. I need you to help me find her and bring her to City Hall." "Sir, you said your daughter is missing, so is it possible that she will be fine? What you need to do now is to find her before the company's final ruling comes. I will arrange a way for you to leave there." After Alice hung up the phone, she turned to Jill and the others and repeated what had happened on the phone. After a brief hesitation, everyone decided to go and rescue Angela. This was their only way out. When everyone arrived outside the aristocratic school, suddenly a tall figure holding a Vulcan cannon appeared in front of them. Alice's perception immediately detected that the visitor had bad intentions. At this moment, the figure suddenly raised the Vulcan cannon and aimed it at Alice and others. Not good. Only then did everyone realize the danger and immediately fled in all directions. The power of the Vulcan cannon has never killed a named character in any film or TV series. It's just like Amaterasu's situation in the Naruto world. Everyone knows that Amaterasu is very awesome, known as the #1 physical attack method, with a flame that cannot be extinguished, but no one has ever been burned to death, so everyone with a name has a way to avoid it. Alice was running like a wild horse at this moment, and the tall figure was chasing her relentlessly from behind, shooting continuously, so the others escaped. The more Alice ran, the more panicked she became. She counterattacked several times, and even when she hit the opponent was like an iron tower and never stops chasing her. Even if she hit the opponent's legs, he still pursued her relentlessly. The opponent could even smash through a 40-centimeter thick wall with one head. This amazing strength made Alice unable to think of any resistance. However, the opponent's speed is still slightly inferior to Alice. Alice finally escaped the pursuit of that figure by virtue of her nimble movement. At the same time, Jill also found their target, Angela, at school. He also met Carol, who is also a member of the Umbrella security team. Carol and James do not belong to the same department, but they are old acquaintances. Carol and his team were also abandoned in Raccoon City by Umbrella. All of his team members were killed, and the last one was torn into pieces by 2 zombie dogs while trying to save Jill. Everyone was in a heavy mood. They found a car on the side of the road and rushed to the city hall. Alice glanced at Carol's hand wrapped in gauze and asked, "Were you bitten?" Carol nodded, and at this moment, Angela, who was sitting next to him, opened her school bag, took out a small metal box and handed it to Carol. "This is..." Carol opened the box, revealing a green screw-down glass container and a syringe. "This is antitoxin." Alice's eyes lit up and she immediately injected Carol with the antitoxin. "Are you familiar with this? I used to be a member of Umbrella. I witnessed how Umbrella Corporation destroyed the city and they also injected the virus into me," Alice said. Everyone in the car looked at Alice and Alice said, "But I'm not contagious." When they arrived near the city hall, they saw a helicopter in the square. However, there were several armed men guarding the helicopter. Alice and others easily dealt with the armed men, but when they entered the helicopter, they found that it was a trap. By the time they reacted, everyone had already been controlled. Only Alice still retained her freedom of movement, but she was also guarded by several armed men. Alice also saw the big guy who had been chasing her. A man wearing a Bluetooth headset came out and stood in front of Alice. What a perfect creation. "Who are you?" "You can call me Adver. I'm also the surgeon who performed surgery on you and him." Adver pointed at the big guy. Was he once human?" "He used to be, but he's called the Tracker now. You were all my most outstanding creations," Advel said, looking at Alice with burning eyes. "Especially you. You are the most perfect combination of the T-virus and cells, which has produced a new DNA helix structure. It's incredible. Your strength, speed, and reaction are all amazing. You can even be called a new human being." Advel turned around and walked towards the pursuer. "And now, I need to judge who is better between you and him. This also means who of you deserves to survive." "I think you're wrong." A sudden voice was heard. Alice and others looked towards the source of the voice and saw Rosen walking towards them. James and Kaplan were obviously very happy when they saw Rosen coming. Carol whispered, "Is he on our side too?" "Yeah, I think so." "Then why did he come here so brazenly? Shouldn't he at least have a weapon?" Odebver looked at Rosen. "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Rosen. I am a person who took the initiative to infect the T-virus. Of course, I used the original virus, and I didn't just bite a random infected person." Rosen said, "I don't agree that the combination of T-virus and cells is perfect. I think I am the most perfect infected person." Everyone looked at each other, and Oddfell looked at Rosen in surprise. "This is impossible. The toxicity of the original virus is far greater than the toxicity of the virus in the infected person. No one can be safe and sound after being injected with the original virus, unless you have a physique dozens of times stronger than a normal human. You can constantly produce and update antibodies," Rosen said. "It's like some viruses are effective against humans, but ineffective against certain large animals. In addition to the difference in DNA structure, the huge body also means strong resistance. But this is impossible. Before humans were transformed, there couldn't be such people." Chapter 41 Golden Crow swallows the nuclear bomb. "Sorry, that's just the kind of person I am," Rosen said with a smile. "It's easy to verify whether your words are credible." Oddfell waved his hand and signaled his men, "Kill him." In an instant, dozens of bullets poured towards Rosen. Just when everyone thought Rosen was going to die, the gunfire stopped. The armed man who fired the shot looked at Rosen in astonishment. At this moment, Rosen was still standing there intact. Rosen lowered his hands, and bullets fell from his hands. Odidfeld looked at Rosen with shining eyes, his face full of surprise and excitement. Incredible, incredible. Too incredible. I want to live. I want to live. Are you sure your men can take me down? You can block the bullet from 1 gun, so what if it's from 10 guns? Odfer looked at Rosen confidently. That's true. I really can't block all the bullets. Rosen nodded. Rosen had just made a judgment that catching the bullets fired by 3 machine guns with his hands was already his limit. 10 machine guns really couldn't intercept them all. But Rosen still had a smile on his face. Guess how many calibers of bullets I can catch with my body. Odedfer was stunned for a moment, then he understood. If Rosen's physique could really be dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, then not only would his speed be terrifying, his defense would also be amazing. Shot! Da-da-da-da. Hundreds of bullets poured onto Rosen's body, but he blocked them all easily. At this moment, an RPG came straight towards Rosen. Boom! Rosen put his hands in front of his face. He didn't want to be hit by RPG. Although the power of RPG is only that of sea-level ninjutsu. When the smoke cleared and Rosen appeared in front of everyone unharmed, everyone at the scene was shocked. Carol looked at James and Kaplan beside him and asked, "Has he always been this good?" "In fact, we only know this now," James said helplessly. Rosen clapped his hands to shake off the ashes on his palms. At this moment, the tracker suddenly came in front of Rosen and grabbed Rosen's head. Oh no! Alice and the others were all horrified when they saw this. Especially Alice. She knows how terrifying the pursuer is, and it is definitely not something that human power can fight against. But in Rosen's eyes, the tracker's power was like that of a child. The next moment, a black shadow spread from under Rosen's feet and quickly connected with the pursuer. Half of the pursuer's body was covered in black, similar to when Black Zetsu used the dependence technique to control others. When everyone saw the scene, they all felt inexplicably creepy. Gluttony, who now occupied the tracker's body, grinned. This body is really good. I haven't felt the feeling of eating for a long time. Gluttony's appetite-filled eyes swept over everyone present. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 3 armed helicopters appeared above everyone's heads. Haha. Keep going, let me see if you can block the mechanical crystals. Odvel shouted excitedly. The guns on the attack helicopters are more powerful than the Vulcan cannons used by the pursuers. Any carbon-based creature would be reduced to ashes when faced with this kind of machine gun. Rosen glanced at the 3 armed helicopters, raised his right hand, and pointed at one of them with 2 fingers. Light escape. Laser. In full view of everyone, a golden beam of light broke through the air and instantly penetrated the armed helicopter on the far left. Then the helicopter lost control and crashed into the armed helicopter in the middle. The armed helicopter in the middle turned into a fireball and exploded in the air. The flames of the explosion completely engulfed the armed helicopter on the right. Odidfell opened his mouth wide, his face full of surprise. You, what on earth are you? You are definitely not human. What on earth are you? I am just a mortal who wants to be a god. Rosen said with a smile, but this farce ends here. As he spoke, Rosen pointed at Odfell and whoosh, Rosen hit Odfell directly through the knee and Odfell fell directly to the ground. Come and save me, come and save me, I am here now. Odedfer hurriedly called for help via Bluetooth. It's useless. I have destroyed all the base stations nearby. Do you think you've won? It won't be long before a 5,000-ton tactical nuclear bomb arrives. Everything will be reduced to ashes by mankind's most powerful weapon, even you. You monster. Only 5,000 tons? I thought it was 50 million tons. Rosen was actually quite disappointed. After all, 5,000 tons is actually something that can be achieved with conventional weapons. For example, the father of all bombs and the mother of all bombs both have the power of small nuclear bombs. Rosen untied everyone and said, "You heard it too. The nuclear bomb is coming, so you better leave quickly." Yuo, are you really not going to leave? Those are nuclear weapons. Kaplan persuaded. As a magician, it's reasonable for him to withstand a nuclear explosion. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts, saying that it was unreasonable to withstand a nuclear explosion. Are you really not going to leave? James also asked. I don't know if I can withstand a nuclear explosion, but you certainly can't, so hurry up and leave. Everyone boarded the helicopter and Rosen watched it take off. Obtain 30 time and space points. Rosen curled his lips. It seemed that not much of the plot had changed this time. Come to think of it, last time in the hive, James, Kaplan and other security guards all died in the hive, and Rosen rescued them all, so there are naturally more time and space points. A missile with a tail flame flew through the mountains and forests, passed over the city, and flew over the municipal center. Rosen clasped his hands together and entered samsara I mode, 70% chakra. The spirit of Jinch. Innate. At the same time, the 10 rings continuously released colorful brilliance, forming an extremely unstable bubble around Rosen. This is Rosen's maximum output. Boom! At the moment of the nuclear bomb explosion, Rosen transformed into a huge golden crow. Light escape. Big sun golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings and flew up, swallowing the little sun that was transformed from the nuclear explosion in one gulp. The terrifying nuclear energy was disintegrating Jinwu's body, and at the same time, it was also disintegrating Rosen's physical body. Rosen's body was constantly healing itself with the help of the Whirlpool Immortal's body. When a piece of flesh and blood is destroyed, it will quickly grow again. The flesh and blood are constantly annihilated, reorganized, and reaggregated. Finally, the nuclear explosion completely subsided. Rosen fell heavily to the ground and was seriously injured. However, although he was seriously injured, Rosen gained a lot. The Great Sun Golden Crow of Light Escape and another ultimate secret, 10 Suns in the Sky, were finally perfected. The Great Sun Golden Crow and 10 Suns in the Sky in the past were all superficial. It looks powerful, but in fact it all relies on Rosen's own powerful strength. Until this moment, after Rosen experienced nuclear fission personally, he finally understood the mystery of it. Under the suppression of the Great Sun Golden Crow, the power of the nuclear explosion is far less than its original destructive power. Besides, all the zombies in Raccoon City belong to him, and he doesn't want to be harmed by a nuclear bomb from the top of Umbrella. At this moment, the senior executives of Umbrella were dumbfounded. They saw through satellites that the nuclear explosion did not destroy Raccoon City, not even 1% of the expected damage. What's going on? Why is the power of this nuclear bomb so small? Or is this not a nuclear bomb at all? Because of the nuclear explosion, all electronic equipment was damaged, and the brightness was like a small sun, so you couldn't see what was happening at all. Therefore, the top brass of Umbrella could only observe through high-altitude satellites, but after the nuclear explosion, Raccoon City was still intact, which made them doubt themselves. It could be a dud. Even the top Umbrella executives who said this did not believe it. After all, the pictures sent back via high-altitude satellites showed that the nuclear bomb had indeed exploded, but it did not produce the expected effect. So they think it is more likely that the nuclear bombs sold to them by the government were adulterated. What now? Another nuclear bomb? Let's do this for now. After all, nuclear bombs are also very important to us. As long as we have nuclear bombs in our hands, even the government will not dare to do anything to us and speed up the spread of the virus. Of course, the government knows what happened in Raccoon City, and they also know that it is closely related to the Umbrella Corporation. However, 30% of the senior government officials today are supported by umbrella companies. And they also know that they have nuclear bombs, so the government is now helpless. Once the truth is exposed, Umbrella Corporation will go all out and just drop a few nuclear missiles, and no one will be able to withstand it. So the government will naturally cover up for the Umbrella Company. The Umbrella Corporation is now waiting for the zombie virus to break out all over the world. As long as the whole world is caught in a zombie apocalypse, then the Umbrella Corporation doesn't need to worry about anyone putting pressure on them. They have long been preparing for the arrival of Doomsday, and then they can carry out their second phase plan. Rosen returned to his residence. The power of a nuclear explosion with a yield of 5,000 tons was almost the same as that of the nine-tailed beast ball, but the energy contained in it was completely different. It was more violent and more dangerous. Moreover, nuclear radiation is also a very troublesome energy. Now there is still a large amount of nuclear radiation remaining in Rosen's body, corroding Rosen's body. Rosen had to use his vitality to speed up his body's healing process. At this moment, Rosen suddenly felt that the manhwarecap sharingen of the three shadow demons envy, greed, and gluttony seemed to be moving abnormally. Rosen immediately summoned the three shadow demons, and their manhwarecap sharingen began to spin wildly. Rosen also discovered that the nuclear radiation remaining in his body was also being absorbed by the manhwarecap sharingen. Rosen's heart moved. Could it be that the manhwarecap sharingen can absorb nuclear radiation? At this moment, the jealous manhwarecap sharingen broke through first, and the patterns in its pupils became more complicated. Rosen felt that his body and chakra were strengthened again, and his strength value increased from 700,000 to 900,000. This is the case with the Uchiha clan sharingen. Every time the sharingen advances, it will greatly improve the host's physique and chakra. Gluttony's manhwarecap sharingen also advanced at this time, achieving the eternal manhwarecap, and its power value increased from 900,000 to 1 million. Finally, the greedy eyes are upgraded, increasing the force value from 1 million to 1.1 million. In order to evolve Uchiha Madara's eternal main Jikyo into the Rinnegan, Rosen injected Hashirama Senju cells, and now the Senju cells are combining with the body of Uzumaki Sage. This is an advancement that traces back to the source. The chakra in the body rolls, constantly replenishing the energy needed for this advancement, and then even the Jingch Kai begins to be absorbed. Rosen immediately took out the gray stone and provided it to his body. Gradually, 2 small bumps appeared on Rosen's forehead. Rosen touched the bump on his forehead, and his hair turned silver white. It seems that he is evolving into the Otsutsuki clan. Rosen doesn't mind becoming an Otsutsuki, but he has to remember to dye his hair back before returning to the Marvel world. At the same time, Rosen discovered that the 3 pairs of eternal kaleidoscopes and the pair of pure eyes were evolving, but this evolution was not achieved overnight. It was a gradual process. Just like the pair of eternal kaleidoscopes of the Dance King, it took him nearly 10 years to evolve into the Rinnegan. Moreover, the energy consumed by the 4 pairs of eyes evolving at the same time is enormous. Rosen sat in the living room like this for 3 years. During this period, Rosen also opened up a special eye technique that was specifically used against zombies. However, this eye technique was not performed by himself, but by the 10 tails. During this period, the outside world had already changed dramatically. With the intentional spread of the umbrella, 99% of the cities in the world have fallen, the population has dropped by 99%, and the remaining people are just barely surviving. A tall figure walked into the living room. This tall figure was the tracker, and before he was transformed into this, he seemed to be called Matt. Rosen opened his eyes and glanced at Matt. You should have recovered your past memories, right? Matt opened his mouth and made a whore sound. It was completely incomprehensible what he was saying as his vocal cords had been completely destroyed by the virus. I'll teach you something and then you'll do things for me. Matt nodded. Rosen stood up and looked at the moonlight outside the window. It's time to officially start my plan. Chapter 42 The arrival of the sacred tree. Matt followed Rosen to the Civic Center building. Because this is the center of the nuclear explosion, the municipal center building was shattered and there is a large pit several dozen meters high on the ground. However, the surrounding vegetation grows exceptionally lush. Rosen walked into the ruins of the municipal center building and released the young Tentails from the distorted space. Roar! The moment the young Tentails appeared, Matt was so scared that he took several steps back. Although he was transformed into a monster, he was still dwarfed by the young Tentails in front of him. The huge body, as big as a mountain, made Matt feel tremendous pressure. The young Tentail stretched out its head and rubbed it against Rosen's body. Rosen reached out and touched the head of the young Tentails, then began to form hand seals. The Art of 6 Paths. The Sacred Tree. As Rosen finished his hand seal, the body of the young Tentails began to change. Its huge body began to turn into a wooden structure. Its 10 tentacles turned into roots and penetrated into the ground. Its body grew trunks, branches, and leaves, and its main trunk broke through the ceiling of the municipal center. Boom boom! The young Tentails transformed into a sacred tree, and its huge main stem reached a height of 100 meters. The golden reincarnation eye on Rosen's forehead opened, and at the same time, his hands formed seals again, the 6 Paths technique, the divine tree, and the pollen technique. This is a technique specially developed by Rosen to adapt to the world of Resident Evil and specifically target zombies. Rosen didn't want to use the infinite Tsukiyomi, and he didn't have the Rinnegan. Infinite Tsukiyomi is an indiscriminate attack that drags all living beings into the illusion. Even if you hide underground, you cannot avoid infinite Tsukiyomi. Therefore, Rosen could only develop this kind of eye technique that relies on the release of the Rinnegan. At the same time, a huge flower bloomed at the top of the sacred tree, emitting a burst of pollen. It began to attract zombies from all over Raccoon City. All the zombies in Raccoon City suddenly roared towards the sky, and then moved towards the sacred tree. When the first zombie came under the canopy of the sacred tree, a vine dropped from the canopy, wrapped the zombie like a dumpling, and then pulled it up and hung it on the treetop. As more and more zombies arrive, every zombie has the same fate. There are even lickers and zombie dogs, which are also attracted by the pollen of the sacred tree. They all seemed to be here on a pilgrimage, with no idea what they were facing. There are millions of zombies in Raccoon City alone, and pollen is still spreading to even more distant areas. More and more zombies sensed the pollen and gathered towards Raccoon City. No matter what is along the way, even thousands of mountains and rivers cannot stop them. One day later, the first batch of zombies had been completely digested and turned into nutrients for the sacred tree. At the same time, the sacred tree also became taller. Matt made a sound. Are you asking me what I do? Matt nodded and questioned Rosen with a curious look. As for me, I'm saving the world, Rosen said. Rosen looked at the sacred tree, but there was not much joy on his face. Although everything seemed to be going well, he was now facing a huge problem. The sacred tree needs to devour a member of the Otsutsuki clan before it can bear its final fruit. Everything the sacred tree is doing now is just the process of growing from a juvenile to a mature body. If there were no Otsutsuki clan, the sacred tree would lack the crucial advancement. But there is no other way now. Let the sacred tree grow first. Maybe with enough zombies, the sacred tree can also grow sacred fruit. And now he also needs to carry out a major purge of Umbrella Corporation. During the 3 years of his seclusion, senior executives of Umbrella Corporation have moved into the hive one after another, and it is time to settle their sins. In the Las Vegas desert area, because of the dry climate and its distance from the city, the number of zombies here is relatively small. Alice, Carol, James, Kaplan and others established a temporary base here, and they also took in many refugees, mainly children. On the desert highway, a motorcycle was speeding at lightning speed. Alice kept controlling the motorcycle to avoid various obstacles on the road. Finally, in less than half an hour, Alice returned to the temporary base. Alice, how's it going? Did you find any supplies? No, notify everyone now, we must leave here. A large wave of zombies appeared in the direction of Las Vegas, and they are heading towards us. Alice said hurriedly, how much time do we have? No more than half an hour. The zombies are moving very fast. They seem to have all evolved. Alice said. Carol's face was serious. What's the quantity? It's impossible to calculate. Probably more than 100,000. Carol and Alice immediately went to gather everyone. But at this time, there was already a cloud of dust on the sand dunes in the distance. This made their emotions even more tense. By the time they gathered everyone and were about to leave, the tide of zombies was already approaching. All the fighters were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Everyone held a weapon in his hand, ready to fight to the death. But at this moment, the zombies just ran past their car and did not attack them. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Should these zombies become vegetarians? Which direction is that? Alice asked. For some reason, her body seemed to have an urge to follow this group of zombies and move in that direction. Have no idea now that governments around the world have shut down, they only know their approximate location at this moment. That should be the direction of Raccoon City, right? Kaplan suddenly said. Everyone realized that something might have happened in Raccoon City again. However, everyone subconsciously thought that it was probably the Umbrella Corporation that was behind this again. Today, their strength is just enough to protect themselves, and they are unable to fight against the Umbrella Corporation. So they didn't think of going to Raccoon City now. Alert! Alert! The upper level of the hive has been invaded by zombies of unknown species. From the hive came the alarm call of the White Queen. Immediately, the armed forces of Umbrella went to stop and eliminate the invading zombies. When the armed men arrived at the entrance, they found that the zombies were covered in white paint. In addition, tentacle-like vines will constantly emerge from the bodies of these zombies, and their lethality is extremely great. Rosen is at the end of the zombie group. These are the white Zetsu zombies transformed from the sacred tree. They do not have the mayfly technique and the dependence technique, but they do have the wood release technique. Although its power is not strong, it is extremely lethal to ordinary people. And after being transformed into white Zetsu zombies, their speed and strength changed dramatically. The armed men fired wildly at the white Zetsu zombies. But the effect was very poor. The white Zetsu zombies' self-healing ability was too strong. Only a hit to the head will kill them, as they will recover quickly if hit anywhere else. Of course, they also have some disadvantages, such as they can no longer infect ordinary people with viruses through external wounds. The front line is losing ground, and these white Zetsu zombies are difficult to eliminate with conventional weapons. And inside the hive, it is impossible for Umbrella Corporation to use weapons of mass destruction. After all, the beehive is no longer a laboratory, but a living area. A large number of Umbrella executives have moved into the hive. They are now waiting for the hibernation area under the hive to be completed, and then they will go into hibernation. Rosen came to the former control room quietly, and even the White Queen did not notice Rosen's whereabouts. Until Rosen came to the control room and came to the White Queen's host. At this moment, there are more than a dozen staff members responsible for computer maintenance in the control room. The White Queen suddenly found a strange face in the control room. The projection of the White Queen appeared in the control room. All the staff in the control room looked at the White Queen in surprise. Although they are all administrators, in fact their job is to maintain the White Queen's programs and hosts. They all need to follow the orders of the White Queen. So when the White Queen suddenly appeared, they all thought that she was going to issue some task. "Who are you?" asked the White Queen. Rosen grinned, raised his hand and waved it, and all the wires on the White Queen's host were unplugged. In an instant, the entire hive was plunged into darkness. The umbrella-armed personnel who were still on the front line resisting the white Zetsu zombies were completely stunned. They were already struggling to resist the white Zetsu zombies, and suddenly the lights were turned off. The battlefield turned dark immediately. How could we fight? Then screams were heard one after another. The white Zetsu zombies quickly broke through the armed personnel's defenses, and then started killing indiscriminately. Although the backup power supply was quickly activated, the front line was completely out of control, and the white Zetsu zombies were killing crazily. Alarms sounded throughout the hive, and everyone was worried, especially the umbrella executives. They thought the doomsday outside had nothing to do with them, and they could live without worries, waiting for the end of the world. But I never expected that such a horrible monster like the white Zetsu zombie would appear. Security team leader Wesker asked Dr. Isaac, the front line has been completely lost. What should we do now? Let's retreat through the secret passage. Isaac shook his head. He is not a fighter, and has no way to deal with the large number of white Zetsu zombies. Should we inform others? No need. They're unnecessary if they're alive anyway, Isaac said. Isaac and Wesker quickly left the command center and went to the secret passage. But when they arrived at the secret passage, they found that it had been occupied by white Zetsu zombies. Seeing this, the two turned around and were about to leave. However, as soon as they turned around, they saw a large number of white Zetsu zombies behind them, blocking the way they came. But what surprised the two was that these white Zetsu zombies did not attack them immediately. As a scientist, Isaac is also observing these white Zetsu zombies in this desperate situation. These white Zetsu zombies have no mouths, their eyes are pure white, and their hands can turn into vines and roots. There is no doubt that this is a completely new species of zombie. He had presided over the creation and design of many zombie species, such as the liquor, which was designed by him. There is also the classic tyrant. Wesker is the TX1 tyrant, and the T-virus he was injected with is not the T-fear virus. And Wesker is still controllable and has the thoughts and memories before the infection. It can be said that Wesker is a more successful work than Alice, but Wesker is a type that cannot be mass-produced. Isaac feels that the white Zetsu zombie is more special, as it shows some plant characteristics. This is also the direction that various research institutions in the umbrella work currently lack. Isaac is very interested in these white Zetsu zombies. At this moment, the white Zetsu zombies suddenly separated the road. Isaac and Wesker were both stunned. Then a person was seen walking towards him from behind the white Zetsu zombie. Isaac was shocked. He thought the white Zetsu zombies were a natural mutation of the T-virus. Now that I see that the person in front of me can control the base zombie, it means that the base zombie is an artificial zombie. Rosen was also looking at Isaac and Wesker. At this moment, Wesker suddenly rushed towards Rosen. His speed was extremely fast, with a short distance burst of speed almost 10 times that of an ordinary person. He covered a distance of several meters in less than 0.1 seconds and had already arrived in front of Rosen. The moment he reached out and grabbed Rosen's neck, Wesker's movement suddenly stopped. Wesker looked at Rosen in horror. He had no idea why his body couldn't move and just kept reaching out. What did you do to me? Chapter 43 Clone yourself, I need researchers. Rosen looked at Isaac and said. Isaac glanced at the white Zetsu zombies around him. You can create these zombies by yourself. Do you still need me? This is not something that can be created through technological means, Rosen said. Isn't it technological means? Isaac was even more confused. If it weren't for technological means, how could these zombies be created? Do you need an assistant? Rosen asked again. What research do you need me to do? Isaac asked back. Cloning. Rosen said that Umbrella Corporation has this technology and it is very mature. In the original work, Alice has been mass-produced and Isaac himself also has a clone. He went into hibernation and the clone thought he was the original. I need to clone myself, Rosen said. This technology is not difficult, but it requires a lot of supplies and assistance. Rosen glanced at Wesker and Wesker was immediately free. Pick the people in the hive. Those with research capabilities will stay, and those without will die. Wesker looked at Isaac, who nodded. A day later, the hive returned to peace, and Isaac discovered that although these white Zetsu zombies had the characteristics of zombies, they were actually very good assistants. Not only can it fight, but it can also execute some complex commands. Dozens of researchers were left in the hive to create clones for Rosen. Rosen looked at the old woman, or rather the young girl, sitting in a wheelchair in front of him. Alicia Marcus is 12 years old, but she looks like a 90-year-old. She is the cause of everything and the result of everything. The founder of Umbrella Corporation is James Marcus, and Isaac is Marcus' assistant and partner. Marcus founded Umbrella Corporation in order to treat his daughter's aging disease. Umbrella Corporation protects Alicia, so she also has the highest authority in Umbrella. Alice is a clone of Alicia. The original intention of the T-virus was to treat Alicia, so the T-virus was genetically modified to be an excellent match for Alicia. Because of this, the T-virus and Alice will form a special combination. Audiobook said that Alice's cells combined perfectly with the T-virus, because the T-virus originally had a chimeric effect with Alice's genes. But Marcus' original intention was in huge disagreement with that of other shareholders, because other shareholders saw not only the therapeutic effect of the T-virus, but also its huge military value. So the final outcome for Marcus was that he was killed by several shareholders. For these people, it is so easy to cause a plane crash. The reason why Alicia was not killed was that after Marcus' death, she automatically obtained the highest authority of Umbrella Corporation. This authority is not the right to speak at the shareholders' meeting, but the control over the White Queen and the Red Queen. All bases and laboratories of Umbrella Corporation have an artificial intelligence, and these artificial intelligences are copies of the White Queen and the Red Queen. As long as Alicia is under the surveillance of the two artificial intelligences, no one can harm Alicia. So, you have the final say here now? Yes, little girl. Rosen nodded. I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Alicia asked. I will cure your disease, and the condition is that you give me the authority of Umbrella Corporation. So you are here to plot against Umbrella Corporation as well? No. Rosen shook his head. At this moment, 4 shadow demons emerged from Rosen's shadow. I don't need Umbrella Corporation. Alicia saw the 4 shadow demons and showed shock on her face. What is this? She even wondered if this was some kind of high-tech 3-dimensional projection. Magic. Rosen said, I can put an end to the doomsday caused by your father, but I need more powerful magic power. What does this have to do with Umbrella Corporation's authority? Times have changed. I need to use technology to make me stronger, which requires a lot of supplies. I still can't fully believe your answer. Alicia is just a child, but she has experienced a lot and knows the evil of human nature. Let me take you to see my pet. Rosen said. Soon, Rosen pushed Alicia's wheelchair and left the hive. As soon as she left the hive, Alicia saw an incredibly tall giant tree in the center of the city. The trunk of that giant tree is even several times taller than the tallest building in the city. Rosen brought Alicia to the sacred tree. Alicia looked at the towering tree in front of her with incredible eyes. Thousands of zombies are hanging under the canopy of the sacred tree. At the same time, there are endless zombies coming from all directions. Then vines will extend from the trees, wrapping the zombies like dumplings and hanging them under the tree canopy. The scene looked very strange, but it all happened completely before Alicia's eyes. Rosen formed seals with his hands and used the 6 paths technique. 10 tails. The next moment, the huge sacred tree began to transform and eventually turned into a kilometer-long beast. Alicia opened her mouth wide, once again shocked by the giant beast. Incredible. It's incredible that there is such an incredible existence in this world. The 10 tails has devoured millions of zombies, and it has also advanced from a larva to a mature form. Its size has also grown from tens of meters to its current size of 1,000 meters. This is my pet. Rosen said, it can devour all zombies. It can release a power that attracts zombies, attracting all zombies within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. But this is not enough. My goal is to eliminate all zombies in the world, so it needs to evolve. How to evolve? Alicia asked. Devour me, Rosen said. Alicia's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. Why? I have a special contractual relationship with it. If it wants to go further, it needs to devour me. But I don't want to die, so I need to use current technology to clone my body and provide it to it. What's it called? The 10 tails. It has 2 forms, the beast and the sacred tree. Of course, it has other forms, but they are combat forms. I can give you level 2 authority until all the zombies in the world are wiped out. Alicia said, if you can really put an end to this zombie apocalypse, then I will transfer the highest authority of Umbrella Corporation to you. Okay. Rosen nodded and looked at the 10 tails. Give me some vitality. A branch grew from the 10 tails limb and stretched out in front of Rosen and Alicia. A fist-sized flower grew on the branch, and the flower produced a fruit. Although this fruit is also the fruit of the sacred tree, it is not what Rosen needs. The fruit of the sacred tree that can directly advance to the bloodline network is at most just a chakra fruit. Rosen picked the chakra fruit, which emitted a dark red light and also contained powerful chakra energy. Eat it. Alicia took the fruit and without hesitation she bit into it. This fruit is neither delicious nor unpalatable. It is bland and tasteless, but it is quite juicy. However, the moment Alicia swallowed the fruit, a powerful force emanated from her body. Even though Alicia didn't know how to see inside her, she could still feel it clearly. The fruit pulp was repairing her body in a magical way. Alicia looked at her dry arms, which were becoming tender again, while the wrinkles on her face were fading and dandruff was falling off. She became a 12-year-old girl. Her legs began to gain strength, and Alicia propped herself up, carefully moving her legs. Alicia's face was filled with shock, but she was also very excited. From the day she was born, she has never truly experienced a complete childhood and life. She spent most of her time in a wheelchair and in the hospital room. And now, she finally has the opportunity to experience real life. Do you feel a surge of energy in your body? Is this magic? You could think of it that way, Rosen said. Anyway, to this world, it doesn't matter whether it is magic or not, it can be anything. If I have magic power, can I also learn magic? There is no doubt that it is difficult for anyone to resist the power of the supernatural. Of course, but you have to call me teacher first. Teacher. Rosen let the tentails transform into a sacred tree again and continue to devour zombies. Rosen taught Alicia ninjutsu while keeping an eye on the progress of the clones. Mr. Yuo, we have completed the cultivation of 6 clones so far, said Isaac. Show me these 6 clones. Isaac brought Rosen to 6 cylindrical containers. At this moment, a naked body was floating in the container and the face looked exactly like Rosen. Rosen placed his palm against the outer wall of the container, then shook his head, walked to the next container, and shook his head again. Isaac didn't understand what Rosen meant by this. The clone should be fine, right? Why did Rosen react like this? Today, Umbrella Corporation's cloning technology is very mature and there is absolutely no possibility of error. These clones are indeed perfect replicas of Rosen's physical body. But they did not clone Rosen's Otsutsuki bloodline. Rosen came to the 4th container and put his hand on the outer wall of the container again. Suddenly, Rosen felt a slight throbbing of blood power. Rosen raised his head and saw the clone in the container. There was a not-so-obvious bulge on the left forehead. Very, very thin Otsutsuki bloodline. With such a thin Otsutsuki bloodline, it would be impossible to succeed even if it was fed to the tentails. Rosen checked the remaining 2 clones again, and neither of them had any Otsutsuki bloodline. Then he said to Isaac, send this clone to my laboratory and destroy the other 5 clones. Isaac was curious about the difference between this clone and the other clones. At least with the naked eye, it is almost impossible to tell the difference between this clone and the other clones. Inside the hive, Rosen also has his own laboratory. Soon the clone was sent to Rosen's laboratory. Rosen looked at his clone and felt very strange. However, Rosen quickly calmed his mind, placed his palm on the clone's chest, and then began to activate his own Otsutsuki bloodline, attracting the trace of Otsutsuki bloodline in the clone's body. After a moment, a drop of blood oozed out from the clone's chest. Rosen raised his hand and pulled the drop of blood, which floated into the air. After Rosen extracted the Otsutsuki bloodline from the clone, he destroyed the clone. Isaac can now create 6 clones a month. If he continues at this pace, it may take 10 years to accumulate a complete Otsutsuki bloodline. Rosen found Isaac again. Speed up the cultivation of clones. Mr. Yuo, can you tell me if you have any special requirements for the clone you want? Chapter 44 Expected Betrayal Bloodline. Rosen replied, there is a special bloodline in my body. Although Rosen's words were very general, he knew that Isaac would definitely understand. As an expert in biology and genetics, Isaac knew that some genes were dominant and some were recessive. Just like a black person's dark skin, this is a dominant gene. There are also some, such as genetic diseases, which are recessive genes. Once Isaac knew the direction, he knew in which direction to do his research. Isaac continued to clone the following month, and this time he created 20 clones of Rosen. One of the clones had silver-white hair. Isaac conducted various tests on this clone and finally found a mysterious gene sequence in it. He originally wanted to use cloning technology to specifically clone this mysterious gene sequence. But the results were all failures without exception. This set of gene sequence samples cannot be cultivated individually and can only be produced through cloning. Moreover, the proportion of this special gene sequence produced cannot be controlled at all. Some may be more, some may be less, and some may simply not exist. Rosen continued to extract the Otsutsuki blood from the clones that had Otsutsuki bloodline. In the world of Naruto, Jai Hyan is obsessed with finding a container. For this purpose, a large number of outstanding biological scientists have been gathered to continuously develop in the direction of biological research. However, Rosen took a different approach and accumulated the Otsutsuki bloodline by accumulating little by little. Of course, the goals of both parties are different. Rosen wants to create an Otsutsuki who is destined to be devoured, so there is no need to consider whether he can withstand the powerful force or how long he can last. What Rosen needs is enough Otsutsuki blood and then feed it to the tentails at once. However, Jai Hyun needs a long-term physical body with a high enough ceiling. Isaac suddenly had a thought. Whether his body could produce this genetic sequence. Is this really Raccoon City? Carol looked at the city in front of him, most of which was covered by the shadow of a towering tree, with a look of amazement on his face. 6 years. It has been 6 years since the T-virus broke out. They had also been wandering outside for 6 years. In the first 2 or 3 years, they could still cope. But as time went on, the supplies outside became less and less, and the entire team began to fall into despair. Finally, with Alice's approval, they decided to return to Raccoon City. At least there is one last glimmer of hope for Raccoon City. The hope in her heart is Rosen. However, when they walked back, they found that there were very few zombies in many cities, as if some forces were actively clearing out the zombies. The closer you get to Raccoon City, the fewer zombies there are. Especially in the city surrounding Raccoon City, there is not a single zombie. When they arrived outside Raccoon City, they were even more shocked by the incredible big tree. The tree was so tall that it could be seen from dozens of kilometers away. When they walked into Raccoon City, they found that a lot of people had gathered here and had formed a town. At this moment, several vines suddenly fell from above their heads. Alice suddenly sensed danger and immediately rolled forward to avoid the vines. The vines did not attack anyone else, but instead chased Alice. Alice suddenly drew out her sword and cut off a vine with one stroke, but the vine grew a new section at the broken end and continued to chase Alice. At this time, a nearby resident saw the situation here. When he saw the sacred tree chasing Alice, he immediately shouted, "The sacred tree is attacking this woman. This woman is infected." Everyone kept their distance and no one went to help Alice. Alice kept dodging and resisting, but how could she fight against the sacred tree alone? No matter how many sections the vines are cut into, the sacred tree can grow again. Finally, Alice was entangled by the vines. At this moment, a column of water shot out horizontally. The torrent of water came so fast that it instantly cut off the vines that were entangled with Alice. The vines continued to attack Alice, and a figure stood in front of Alice. The vines paused for a moment, then slowly retracted. Alice looked at the girl standing in front of her. "Who are you?" The girl turned around, and Alice's gaze froze instantly. "Why does this girl look so much like me?" The girl was also looking at Alice. "Are you Alice? Do you know me?" Alice was even more curious, but this girl looked so much like her, it was impossible to say that there was no connection. "Let's go and see my teacher." Alice hesitated slightly and looked at her companions. Alicia glanced at everyone and said, "Come along, you all know my teacher." Alicia brought everyone to Rosen's residence. When they arrived in front of the apartment building, Alice and the others had already guessed who they were going to meet. Just then Matt walked out of the apartment building. When everyone saw Matt, they immediately became nervous. After all, they remembered that Matt had once chased them. Alice, in particular, was almost traumatized by Matt's beating. When they arrived at Rosen's residence, everyone met Rosen again. In 6 years, Rosen has not changed at all, while Alice and others are full of dust. Alicia stood behind Rosen, and Rosen looked at everyone. "Long time no see, Alice, James, Kaplan." Kaplan felt a little regretful. If he had known that Raccoon City would change so much, he should have accepted Rosen's invitation to stay. "Yuo, long time no see." "Yuo, what is the relationship between this girl and me?" Alice asked straight to the point. Rosen looked at Alice, then at Alicia beside him. Alicia took a step forward and said, "Hello, clone." "What do you mean? I'm not a clone of anyone. I am just me." Alice didn't believe Alicia's words. After all, she looked much older than Alicia, so how could she be Alicia's clone? "Do you have absolutely no memory of your childhood?" "This is because bruised, huh?" Alicia interrupted her. "You are indeed my clone, and you were cloned just before the T-virus broke out. All your memories are fabricated, and because the technology is immature, you have a very short memory and cannot fabricate more memories, including your non-existent sister. I have wanted to have a sister since I was a child, and that is why there is a sister in your memory." Rosen clapped his hands. "Okay, what Alicia said is true. Although you were a clone, you were healthier than Alicia, and now you are also an individual, so don't worry about your origins." "What's that big tree outside? Why is it attacking me?" Alice asked. "That, my pet. It attacks all infected people." Rosen said, "You know your situation well. I don't need to explain it to you. There haven't been any zombies in Raccoon City or the surrounding cities. Is it because of that tree?" "Yes." Rosen nodded. "Today, the sacred tree has grown to nearly 10,000 meters and has devoured nearly 100 million zombies. This is a number that is impossible to reach in the ninja world. Today's divine tree has entered a super mature state. Even the perfect 10 tails in the ninja world is far inferior to Rosen's. Now all that's left is to devour the Otsutsuki to produce the fruit of the sacred tree." "Yuo, do you still need me to work for you?" Kaplan asked. "Of course. Rosen nodded. Rosen plans to take away the Red Queen host, so he needs to learn computer knowledge, and Kaplan will undoubtedly be a good teacher. Alice and others' return to Raccoon City did not have any impact on Rosen. Rosen continued to carry out his plan step by step. In the 7th year, the sacred tree devoured 200 million zombies, and the pollen radiation range reached 5,000 kilometers. The sacred tree also reached a height of 20,000 meters, and Rosen finally accumulated enough Otsutsuki bloodline. In the dead of night, Rosen came to the sacred tree and used the 6 paths technique. The 10 tails form. The huge body of the sacred tree squirmed and changed into the 10-tailed form. In the 10-tailed form, its body length reached 5 kilometers and its height reached 3 kilometers. Rosen took out the Otsutsuki bloodline, and a large ball of blood-red liquid appeared in front of the 10 tails. The 10 tails opened its mouth and swallowed the Otsutsuki bloodline. After swallowing the blood of the Otsutsuki, the Magatama Samsara eye in the 10 tails one eye began to rotate. At the same time, the full moon in the sky also turned into the pattern of the Magatama Rinnegan. Immediately, the 10 tails automatically transformed back into the form of a sacred tree, but the crown of the sacred tree completely shrank, leaving not a single leaf or branch, and a flower bud appeared on the top of the sacred tree, which quickly grew larger and bloomed. Rosen looked at the flower with burning eyes. That flower was absolutely the most gorgeous flower he had ever seen in his life, no doubt about it. But the flower was short-lived and withered in a moment. At the moment the flower withered, a fruit tree grew in the middle. Rosen flew high into the sky and picked the fruit from the sacred tree. The fruit was originally more than 10 meters in size, but after falling into Rosen's hands, it automatically became the size of a fist. Rosen swallowed the fruit in one gulp. The moment the fruit entered his body, it began to change Rosen's body. The golden Samsara eye on Rosen's forehead suddenly opened to its maximum Samsara eye mode. 100% chakra. At the same time, 12 Magatama appeared around the pupil of the golden reincarnation eye, surrounding the pupil. The 3 pairs of eternal kaleidoscopes and a pair of Byakugan of the 4 shadow demons also began their final evolution. 12 truth-seeking jades appeared around Rosen, and the chakra in his body was spinning like a vortex, constantly expanding and accelerating. Rosen's force value directly increased from 1.15 million to 3 million. This kind of growth is a leap forward. Although the difference in numerical value between 1.15 million and 3 million is nearly 3 times, the difference in combat power is more than 10 times. The 10 Rosens before eating the fruit of the sacred tree were no match for Rosen after eating the fruit. The increase in lifespan is not much, from the original 650 years to 1,000 years. 1,000 years of lifespan should be a threshold. In the process of Rosen evolving into the Keke net, the Magatama Rinnegan on his forehead also evolved into a unique eye technique, Delusion. The 6 paths technique. The 10 tails coffin seal. A suction force came from the Magatama Samsara eye on Rosen's forehead, sucking the 10 tails in. Rosen is not the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, but uses the Magatama Rinnegan as the carrier of the 10 tails. There are pros and cons to doing this. The disadvantage is that if Rosen does not activate the Samsara eye mode, the power of the 10 tails cannot be used. And there are many advantages. The 10 tails can be collected or released. And the 10 tails can continue to promote the evolution of the Magatama Samsara eye. Rosen believes that the Magatama Samsara eye is definitely not the end. Rosen released the 10 tails again and transformed it into the form of a sacred tree. The 3 pairs of Samsara eyes and 1 pair of pure eyes of the 4 shadow demons also completed their evolution. The ability of the pure eye is called the time-breaking realm, which has the 3 abilities of pausing time, accelerating time, and reversing time. The 3 pairs of Rinnegan also possess the 3 basic eye techniques, Shinra Tensei, Tensei of all things, and Rinnegan Tanshinjutsu. At the same time, the 3 pairs of Rinnegan also evolved and developed their own special abilities. The Magatama Rinnegan on Rosen's forehead possesses the basic eye technique of the Rinnegan, and also possesses a special eye technique, Delusion. The next day, Rosen found Alicia. Alicia, I have evolved the sacred tree. Next, I will take the sacred tree away and go to all continents in the world to eliminate the zombies on each continent. Teacher, will you come back? Probably. After all, I still need to get the Red Queen's final authority. Rosen said, Teacher, do you need an assistant? No need, no one else can help with this kind of thing. It doesn't make much sense whether you bring people with you or not. After all, the main task of eliminating zombies is done by the sacred tree. It doesn't make any real sense for others to help kill a few zombies. Teacher, you at least need someone who can help you fly the plane, right? Rosen thought about it and realized that he really didn't know how to fly a plane. Finally, they agreed to let Alice, James and Kaplan work together with Rosen. Although they can't help much, some chores can still be assigned to them. Rosen, Alice, James and Kaplan arrived at the airport. Most of the planes are now vacant, and the ones parked at the airport are all Umbrella Corporation's aircraft. Wenwu, can I learn your magic? Okay, if you can let me master all your computer knowledge, then I will teach you magic as well. Everyone got on the aircraft, with Alice and James serving as the main pilot and co-pilot. They had been working outside for many years and had learned everything, including how to fly this kind of aircraft. Before the aircraft took off, a missile, dragging a tail flame, whizzed towards the aircraft from a distance. Boom! In an instant, the entire aircraft was surrounded by flames. At the same time, Isaac walked out, followed by thousands of improved white Zetsu zombies. Isaac stared at the aircraft burning in flames, his breathing becoming rapid. Chapter 45. It makes sense for a magician to summon meteorites. He had carefully planned this assassination, but he was not sure whether Rosen could survive the attack of this tactical missile. At this moment, the flames were suddenly attracted by some force, constantly shrinking and rotating towards the cabin, and finally completely extinguished. Soon, Rosen was seen walking out of the scrapped aircraft with Alice, James and Kaplan. Isaac's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that it wasn't that easy to kill Rosen. Doctor, Isaac, are we going to start fighting right away, or do you want to explain first? Rosen looked at Isaac with a smile. Mr. Wenwu, I would like to ask you to donate some body tissues to contribute to the progress of science. Isaac also looked at Rosen with a smile. Rosen glanced at the white Zetsu zombie behind Isaac. Sure, you're going to take away all my assets. After all, the target is Mr. Wenwu. We can never be too cautious. Isaac waved his hand, and all the white Zetsu zombies suddenly attacked Rosen. Rosen looked at these white Zetsu zombies and could clearly see that these white Zetsu zombies were stronger. Ordinary white Zetsu zombies are the same size as ordinary people, but Isaac's white Zetsu zombies are all 3 meters tall, with black ore coming out of their bodies and gray-brown skin. A white Zetsu zombie raised its hand and swung its arm towards Rosen in the air. A long bone whip extended from the arm of the white Zetsu zombie, and there were many spikes on the long bone whip. Oh wow! When Rosen saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. This is the corpse bone vein of the Taketori clan. I didn't expect Isaac's technology to be so powerful that he actually extracted the corpse bone vein gene and applied it to the white Zetsu zombie. At this moment, a dark shadow rose up under Rosen's feet. When Isaac saw the scene, he immediately took a few steps back and retreated to the back of the white Zetsu zombies. This time it was Gluttony who made the move, with an eternal kaleidoscope appearing in Gluttony's eyes. Gluttony opened his mouth and sucked in the air. Dozens of zombie white Zetsu were swallowed directly into Gluttony's mouth. I'm hungry. I want more. I want more. The kaleidoscope ability of Gluttony, the sun eclipse. After devouring those white Zetsu zombies, black bone spurs grew on Gluttony's body, just like the bamboo clan activating the corpse bone vein. Everyone at the scene had horror written all over their faces. This is a demon. Isaac's face turned pale. Kill him. Kill him. The white Zetsu zombies rushed towards Gluttony one after another, but as a shadow demon, Gluttony could not be harmed by any physical attack. Gluttony still eats a group of kids in one bite, and sucks away dozens of white Zetsu zombies with one mouthful. Soon, more than 1,000 white Zetsu zombies were devoured. Doctor, Isaac, do you have any other backup plans? If I just rely on these white Zetsu zombies, I'm afraid I will be very disappointed. Isaac's eyes suddenly became firm, staring at Rosen. Do you think you won? Please please me, Rosen said with his hands spread out. Isaac tore off his clothes, revealing his patched body. Then arcs of electricity began to flash on his body. Rosen raised his head slightly. This feeling was very much like storm release. The next moment, Isaac burst out with supersonic explosive power and instantly appeared in front of Rosen. Then Isaac's arm turned into a metal blade and chopped down at Rosen's head. Steel escape. Rosen raised his finger and fired a shot through the air. The blade transformed from Isaac's arm, shattered instantly, and Isaac himself was also blown away. Doctor. Isaac, I'm disappointed that you're planning to challenge me at this level. Doctor. Isaac propped himself up and raised his head. A grim smile suddenly appeared on his face. Mr. Wenwu, do you think what you saw is all? Oh? Then I really have to wait and see. At this moment, thousands of Dr. Isaacs appeared in front. You see, this is what I have carefully prepared over the years. It is a legion that belongs entirely to me. We are one. Can you defeat me alone? Can you defeat all the clones? The Isaac in front of him is just one of the clones. That's why he could attack Rosen so unscrupulously. And each of Isaac's clone army has been modified and all possess storm release and steel release. Rosen couldn't help but clap his hands. Great! I never thought that you would set up such a huge trap right under my nose. This is the power of technology. Even if you possess magic that is completely independent of technology, you cannot defeat me. Alice and the others' faces became extremely solemn, and they all looked at Rosen. I don't know if technology can defeat me, but at least not now, and not you either. Rosen said, don't you want to see how I fight against your army of clones? Then I'll show you my power. Rosen raised his arms and pulled hard towards the sky. 6 paths. Heavenly obstacles and shocking stars. A huge shadow suddenly covered the entire airport. All of Isaac's clone army raised their heads and looked toward the sky. Alice, James and Kaplan also opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out. At this moment, everyone almost forgot to breathe. That is a supergiant meteorite with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers. A burst of energy emanated from Rosen's body, wrapping around Alice, James and Kaplan. He then soared into the air, leaving the coverage of the Tanation star. Boom boom. The moment the meteorite fell, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The horrific impact was as if a 100 million ton nuclear bomb had exploded. All of Isaac's clones were annihilated the moment the meteorite hit the ground. Any carbon-based creature is like an ant in the face of this destructive force. Rosen landed on top of the meteorite with Alice, James and Kaplan. Because the falling speed is not very fast, the destructive power is still relatively limited. But even so, Alice, James and Kaplan were still shocked beyond words. Only at this moment did they understand Rosen's true strength. As a magician, it makes sense that I can summon meteorites, right? That makes sense. The three of them nodded in response. Half an hour later, a flying vehicle appeared above everyone's heads. This aircraft was sent by Alicia. Over the next 3 years, the aircraft accompanied them across the 5 continents of the Earth. The number of zombies devoured by the Tentails reached 8 billion, making it increasingly powerful. If there is still an Otsutsuki clan at this time, they can directly make the Tentails bear the second sacred tree fruit. The Tentails in its divine tree form reaches a height of 200,000 meters and a diameter of a kilometer, while the Tentails form reaches 50,000 meters. In the complete form of the Tentails in the Naruto world, it is only 2 kilometers long, which is completely incomparable to Rosen's Tentails. It can be said that Rosen's Tentails almost devoured the entire world. Alicia's research team also developed a perfect antidote for the T-virus. It is said to be an antidote, but in fact it is a T-virus killer. Just smash it directly on the ground and let the antidote circulate with the air, and all the T-viruses and people infected with the T-virus on the Earth will die. In the original plot, the perfect antidote was also developed 10 years after the apocalypse. This is also the 10th year that Rosen has come to the world of Resident Evil. When Alicia smashed the container of the perfect antidote to the ground, the remaining zombies in the Americas began to fall down in large numbers. As time passed, as the perfect antidote spread around the world, more and more zombies fell. In just 1 month, all the zombies in the world disappeared completely. Even the T-virus disappeared, and the survivors walked out of their shelters and fortresses and their hiding places. It's over. Yeah, it's over. Rosen looked at the raccoon city that had regained its vitality. Rosen and Alicia stand at the top of the sacred tree tower in Raccoon City. This building is a newly built tallest building in the world. It was also built to commemorate the sacred tree. After all, to the residents of Raccoon City today, the sacred tree is like a messenger from heaven who came to save the world. In particular, the sacred tree appeared silently and disappeared silently. Most people became believers of the sacred tree. This is the scroll I prepared for you. It records 1,000 magic spells. Rosen threw a scroll to Alicia. Teacher, about 3 years ago let the past be the past. Rosen and Alicia both knew that Alicia had contributed to Isaac's betrayal. It was true that Alicia respected Rosen at first, but no one likes a god who is high above everyone else. Rosen knew, or had guessed it. To say that I don't care at all would be a lie. Besides, he is about to leave this world, so there is no need to add to the trouble. After parting with Alicia, Rosen met with some of his friends again. Another 100 tons of gold, 10,000 tons of silver, and a large number of ancient Chinese books were prepared. These books were prepared by Rosen for his son. Return to the original world. Returning, settlement begins. Mission 1. Kill 8 billion zombies. Mission 2. Kill 185 senior Umbrella officials. Mission 3. Clear out zombies in 1,388 cities. Task 4. Inject the T-virus and persist for 85 hours. Mission 5. Fight with mutant infected people 1,020 times. Settlement completed. Rewards. Physical strength increased by 1 times on the existing basis. Light escape evolved to bloodline net level. Rosen immediately felt the change in his physique. His original physique was already strong enough, and now it had doubled. At this strength, Rosen even felt that he could kill Hashirama Senju with one punch. Also, after light release advances to Bloodline Net, it is no longer a skill, but an instinct engraved into the bone marrow. The strength value increased from 3 million to 4 million, but the lifespan remained at 1,000 years with no improvement. Rosen estimated that if he wanted to improve in the future, he would have to improve his life level. Host, Rosen. Military strength, 4 million. Remaining life, 1,000. Physique, Whirlpool Sage Body. Kai Training, the Kai of Jingjin 8. Magic, Magic Refining, Shadow Fiend, Spirit Seeking, and Amonquise's Evil Magic. Ninjutsu, Secret Shadow Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Multiple Shadow Clones, Yin Healing and Destruction, Palm Immortal Technique, Chakra Scalpel, Diamond Seal, 4 Symbols Seal, and Unparalleled Strength. Comprehensive Skills, Light Escape, Time and Space Points. 155 points will be deducted and time and space can be traveled once. When he returned to Liuojia village, everything at home was still the same and nothing happened because Rosen was away. However, a new county magistrate came to Kiyuan County. The time is still short and we don't know whether this county magistrate is good or bad. This time Rosen learned his lesson. Before returning, he accumulated enough time and space points to ensure that he would not have to worry about the next time he traveled. However, Rosen was still considering where he could obtain the time and space points. Wu Kui just made some money, and now only Maggie is left. As the future Ancient One, if her fate is changed, even if it is just a small change, it should have a significant impact on the future. After staying at home for half a year, Rosen ran to the border of Tibet. First, they came to Maddie's former village, but found that Maddie was no longer at home. Then we searched for Maggie in the Himalayas. However, the Himalayas are very large, stretching over an area of more than 2,000 kilometers and covering nearly 600,000 square kilometers. What is the concept of 600,000 square kilometers? It is equivalent to the land area of 6 South Koreas. It is not easy to find Maggie in such a large area. Rosen climbed almost every mountain, but still couldn't find Maggie. And Maggie also possesses magic. If she wants to hide, almost no one can find her. Rosen suddenly thought that Maggie was not Ancient One yet. She probably doesn't have the qualifications to become Ancient One yet. She is probably traveling now. But where can I find Guyi? Where is she now? In the Central Plains? Or in the West? Rosen suddenly thought of a solution. Why must I find Maggie? It could also be that she comes to find me. Chapter 46. Go back to your Asgard. There was a dark period in Europe that lasted for 900 years. From the 5th century to the end of the 14th century, the whole of Europe was ruled and enslaved by the Holy See. At the same time, a large number of women were burned as witches and the Black Death was also raging in Europe. Save me, I'm not a witch, I'm not a witch. Rosen wore a conical hat and Ming Dynasty clothing that was completely different from that of Europeans. This was the first time Rosen saw the scene of burning witches. Speaking of the woman tied to the cross, although she kept saying that she was not a witch, Rosen could feel the strong aura of black magic coming from her. She must be a witch in the same field. I curse you. Curse everyone here. The witch screamed hysterically. Rosen had no intention of taking action at all. He could feel that the witch's magic power was not blocked. The moment the witch cast the curse, Rosen saw a huge black ball appear above the witch's head. However, the civilians watching could not see the existence of the black ball. The black ball split into small black balls and then shot towards everyone. A magical power emanated from Rosen's body, blocking the small black ball outside his body. The witch tied in the middle of the cross noticed Rosen. The two looked at each other and then looked away. Rosen was very curious. This witch could obviously break free from her restraints by herself, so why did she have to be tied up by a group of civilians? The villagers shouted slogans to burn the witch. Then a handful of fire was thrown onto the pile of wood at the witch's feet. Other flames engulfed the witch and she screamed miserably in the flames. I curse you! Curse you! Curse you! The witch shouted over and over again. Boom boom. At this moment, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Thunder roared. The sky and the earth seemed to be plunged into darkness and soon heavy rain began to fall. The fire was extinguished and at this moment, a humanoid creature crawled out from the charcoal fire. It was the witch who was burned black all over. The witch crawled like a lizard, with only her blood-red eyes filled with hatred and gloom. The rain couldn't wash away the burns on her body. The villagers were so frightened that they stepped back and no one dared to step forward. I did it, ha ha ha, I did it. The witch stood up and suddenly laughed wildly. Betrayal, hatred, death, despair, fear, madness, cruelty, what a wonderful melody. The black air spread over the witch's body. The witch ignored the frightened villagers and walked out of the village step by step. The villagers did not dare to stop the witch. The witch left black footprints on the ground where she walked, and the plants around the black footprints withered. Rosen followed the witch into the woods. The witch then stopped and said, "Eastern men, what are you following me for? I'm just curious about what you were doing." "You saw it, I'm practicing black magic, the 7 notes of hell." The witch looked at Rosen. "What about you? Why are you following me?" "I have just arrived in Europe and need a guide." "Where do you want to go?" "I don't have a definite direction. I just want to experience the cultural characteristics of Europe." "You are really brave to travel with the Black Witch." A black aura was steaming from the witch. At this moment, 4 shadow demons stood up from Rosen's shadow, and their reincarnation eyes and pure eyes looked at the Black Witch at the same time. The Black Witch took a few steps back and looked at Rosen in horror. "Why do just a few shadow demons have such a terrifying aura?" The Black Witch looked at Rosen in doubt. The Shadow Fiend is just a very low-level product of black magic. In most cases, the Shadow Fiend can only be used as a means of reconnaissance. If it is against a mage, Shadow Fiend will only be abused. Therefore, most black magicians are unwilling to practice the secret art of shadow magic. But the 4 shadow demons in front of her made the black-haired woman feel uneasy. "Are you sure you want to go to war with me?" Rosen narrowed his eyes and looked at the Black Witch. "Haha, I was just kidding you." The speed at which the Black Witch changed her expression was amazing. "My name is Alice." "Oh? Is your name Alice too?" Rosen was a little surprised that the Black Witch in front of him was also called Alice. Then Rosen walked with Alice. After a few days, they were now in a small town in Norway, where they saw the gorgeous aurora. This was the first time Rosen had seen such a magnificent spectacle, but he was used to it as the locals did. Rosen marveled at the wonders of nature, while Alice was a little nonchalant. "Haven't you ever seen the aurora borealis in the east? There is also one in the far north of my Ming dynasty, but I have never been there." Rosen answered frankly. "What are you doing in Europe?" "Nothing, traveling," Rosen said calmly. At this time, Rosen heard the residents of the town discussing that there was a magical ancient tree outside the town. As long as you get close to the ancient tree, no matter what disease you have, you will be cured. Rosen immediately became interested, and remembered that in his previous life, the shield agency had watched once discovered an Asgard scepter in Norway. That scepter could give ordinary people powerful powers, and the Asgard scepter was found in an ancient tree. "Let's go outside the town and see the ancient tree," Rosen said. When the two came to the outside of the town, they saw a tall ancient tree as expected. There were many fruits placed around the ancient tree, which seemed to be offered by the townspeople to the ancient tree. Rosen felt that this ancient tree was indeed emitting some kind of energy. But this is not magic, but a very special energy. Rosen suddenly found that Alice's face became distorted and crazy. "Alice!" Alice suddenly turned her head and looked at Rosen, staring at him with her bloodshot eyes, and launched a black magic without any warning. The 7 notes of hell, pain. Rosen immediately took a few steps back, but was still attacked by Alice's magic. In an instant, Rosen felt a splitting headache. Rosen was quite annoyed. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Alice was instantly knocked away by the huge repulsive force, hit the trunk of the ancient tree heavily, and then fell to the ground. The ancient tree was also cracked by this collision, revealing a piece of silver-white stick hidden in the ancient tree. The stick was engraved with many complex and obscure patterns. Rosen came to the ancient tree, reached out and grabbed the stick, and pulled it out of the tree with force. Just then, a blond man came from not far away. Rosen looked at the blond man, who exuded the same aura as the stick. Rosen's eyes narrowed. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be an Asgard warrior who stayed on Earth on purpose. And this stick is his weapon, and he divided it into 3 parts. "This is not a good thing for you," the blond man said from a few meters away. "I know he will magnify my inner desires many times over," Rosen said. However, Rosen is a black magician, and controlling desires is not a problem for him at all. What's more, this stick has almost no effect on Rosen, so its effect on Rosen's desires is also very limited. It's like a rich man holding a poker, and the poker keeps echoing in his mind. Possessing it. Possessing it. This is probably Rosen's mentality at the moment. To put it bluntly, Rosen is just curious. The blond man looked at Rosen and found that Rosen was really not affected by the stick. "Who are you?" "I am a wizard," Rosen said. "Asgardian. Do you know how to get to Asgard?" "How do you know mine?" "As a wizard, it's reasonable for you to know a little bit about prophecy." "So what are you doing in Asgard?" "I heard that Frigga is the #1 magic god in Asgard. I hope to learn Asgard's magic," Rosen said frankly. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The blond man stayed on Earth secretly, so how could he expose himself? Once he uses the communicator to contact Heimdall, He will be forcibly recalled to Asgard and punished. That's fine. You're not the only Asgardian on Earth anyway. Can you give this back to me? The blonde man asked, looking at the stick in Rosen's hand. Sorry, no. Rosen shook his head. If the other party is willing to help, he doesn't mind selling it at a good price. Unfortunately, the other party was unwilling, so he naturally didn't need to save face for the other party. I can give you gold coins, a lot of gold coins. The blonde man's face was solemn and seemed a little anxious. Rosen tossed the stick and said, Sorry, I prefer collecting this stick to collecting gold coins. The blonde man was a little annoyed and seemed to be about to take action. At this moment, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. When the blonde man saw this scene, his expression changed, as if he had a premonition of something. Then, a rainbow bridge fell from the sky and landed on the open space in front of the blonde man and Rosen. Rainbow bridge. Rosen's face showed surprise. Looking at the stick in his hand again, he suddenly understood. It turns out that this stick is a signal transmitter. No wonder the Asgardian was so nervous. When he took out the stick, he had already sent a signal to Asgard. The rainbow left a circular scorch mark with a diameter of 3 meters on the open ground. In the center of the circular scorch mark, a tall man in a red cloak and silver armor was half-kneeling, holding a short-handled war hammer in his hand. Rosen's pupils suddenly contracted. This image, this weapon, this is Thor, the god of hammers. Amandil, you have violated the laws of Asgard and stayed in Midgard for 100 years without permission. Now come back to Asgard with me and accept the judgment of the god king. The Asgardian named Amandir lowered his head and seemed to have accepted his fate. There was no way. He was just a low-level warrior in Asgard, and the one in front of him was Thor, the son of the god king and a man of noble blood. Thor looked at Rosen. His eyes fell on the stick in Rosen's hand, and he reached out and grabbed it, trying to take the stick away. Rosen immediately clenched his stick and tilted his head to look at Thor. This already belongs to me, you rude outsider, Rosen said. People of Midgard, this belongs to Asgard. Thor's tone became heavier. This was already his most polite attitude. Thor has never been a good communicator, or rather, his way of communicating is his hammer. Rosen smiled and raised his hand, holding out the stick. When Thor thought Rosen was going to return the stick to him, Rosen crushed the stick with great force. Go back to your Asgard. Chapter 47. Beating the hammer god. Thor's face turned angry. Rosen's smile remained. He was just trying to provoke Thor. Since Maddie can't be found, then brushing Thor's time and space point seems to be a good choice. Thor suddenly smashed the hammer of Thor at Rosen. Rosen dodged Thor's hammer and reached out to grab the handle. However, an incomparable force directly pulled Rosen and sent him flying backwards. Bang! Rosen was dragged to the ground by Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer suddenly stopped and smashed down towards Rosen on the ground. Rosen no longer dared to underestimate Thor's hammer. He originally wanted to try and see if Thor's hammer was really like in the original plot, and could not be picked up by anyone other than the destined person. Now it seems to be true. Unless you use absolute strength to fight, it is impossible to pick up Thor's hammer. Rosen rolled to avoid Thor's hammer. I haven't been this embarrassed in a long time. Thor stretched out his hand and the hammer of Thor returned to his hand. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Those who offend the gods must pay the price. God? I haven't tried to beat up a god yet. Strange strength. A low pressure instantly formed around Rosen's body and he kicked his feet hard, crushing the ground directly. Rosen crashed into Thor like a cannonball, knocking Thor back more than 10 meters, leaving 2 grooves on the ground with his feet. Rosen was a little surprised. After being injected with the T-virus, his physical condition was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. After eating the fruit of the sacred tree and completing the bloodline network, his physical fitness reached at least 300 times. After returning from the world of Resident Evil, his physical fitness was strengthened by 1 time. In other words, Rosen's physique is at least 600 times that of an ordinary person. This punch only knocked Thor back a dozen meters. The physique of the Asgardian gods is really abnormal. Thor was also a little surprised that a Midgard person could actually repel him. However, Thor also saw the prey and rushed towards Rosen, raised his hammer and smashed it at Rosen. Rosen avoided Thor's hammer and kicked Thor away. Thor had extremely rich combat experience. At the same time as he was kicked away, he also hit Rosen's chest with a hammer. Rosen touched his chest and it hurt. Thor also rubbed his chest, he was in pain too. The next moment, both of them looked at each other and rushed towards each other. This kind of fist-to-flesh fighting made the battle between the two sides become fierce. Thor couldn't gain any advantage in such a battle. Rosen felt that he had a slight advantage, but it was not obvious. Thor spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his hammer high. The thunder in the sky gathered on Thor's hammer, and Thor's strength continued to increase as if he was being charged. Thor pointed the hammer of Thor at Rosen, and a violent force of thunder struck Rosen. Rosen was blown away, his chest was covered in blood. Puff! Rosen spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up again. Do you understand now the gap between mortals and gods? Thor looked at Rosen with pride. In his mind, he had already won the battle, and the next step was to end it. Rosen's chest injury was recovering rapidly. Thor once again unleashed the power of thunder, and a violent arc of electricity blasted towards Rosen. Rosen's body suddenly turned into a spot of light and dissipated in front of Thor. The next moment, the light gathered above Thor's head and restored its shape. Light escape. Elementalization. This is a skill that Rosen mastered after his light escape was upgraded to the level of Kekenet Ra. It is the same ability as the Pika Pika no Mi, elementalization. Thor immediately sensed danger and looked up to see Rosen appear above his head. Have you ever been kicked by light? Thor's scalp tingled and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. One of Rosen's feet was covered in golden light and he suddenly kicked Thor in the face. Whoosh boom, Thor stood up again in a panic. His injuries were not serious. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. Thor's physical strength was slightly lower than his, but his defense was amazing. I just kicked Thor with 60% of my strength plus the speed of light, but Thor took it with his face, and it only caused him a few minor skin breaks. Let's not talk about anything else for now, this person is really shameless. Die! Thor was furious, and his hammer burst out with terrifying arcs of electricity, bombarding Rosen indiscriminately. 8-foot mirror. Rosen folded his hands, and countless balls of light shot towards Thor. Boom boom boom. The violent energy was venting wantonly, with white arcs of electricity and golden balls of light constantly interweaving together. The energy released by the catharsis almost changes the terrain. Finally, the electric arc stopped. Thor was covered in wounds, and Rosen was not much better off. Many parts of his body were charred by the thunder. Thor's defense is strong, but Rosen's recovery is stronger. Thor knelt on one knee, propped up his body with Thor's hammer, and stared at Rosen with shock and anger. Rosen walked towards Thor, his injuries healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment Thor stood up again and rushed towards Rosen with Thor's hammer. Shinra Tensei. Thor collided directly with the repulsive force and was knocked away. But before he could land on the ground, Rosen grabbed him from the air again and attracted all things. Thor was pulled back by gravity again, and Rosen pointed his finger at Thor who was being pulled back. Light escape. Laser. Call out. The laser instantly penetrated Thor's chest and continued to shoot forward, hitting the hillside 1,000 meters away. There was a loud bang, and the hillside was shattered, leaving behind a huge landslide hole. Thor spat out a mouthful of blood and finally fell to the ground, unable to stand. Rosen stepped forward, lifted Thor's hair, and poked his finger into the bloody hole in Thor's chest. "Ah God, you are so weak." However, after humiliating Thor, Rosen still threw Thor to the ground. He can't defeat the god King Odin now. The odds between them are 30-70 at most. He was killed by him 7 times in 3 minutes. If Thor is missing any part, King Odin will probably show up in person to prove it. Obtain 50 space-time points. When Rosen saw the system upgrade, a look of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. Even if I didn't find Maggie this time, at least I would have a guaranteed income. Alice was found buried under the rubble. Fortunately, she was not killed by the aftermath of the battle between Rosen and Thor. Looking at Amandir from a distance, Amandir swallowed. He didn't expect that this man from the atrium was so terrifying that he pressed the son of the god king to the ground and rubbed him. When Alice woke up, it was 3 days later. Although she did not participate in the battle between Rosen and Thor, she was seriously injured by the aftermath of the battle while she was unconscious. "What's happening to me?" Alice found herself tied up like a dumpling and in terrible pain all over. "Do you remember what happened?" Alice thought about it and vaguely remembered. "Did I attack you?" "Your 7 notes of hell are really amazing." What Rosen said was true. If Alice's strength wasn't too weak, Rosen would have suffered a great loss when she made her move. Alice just felt that Rosen was mocking her. She was the first to launch the 7 notes of hell but did not get the desired effect. If it were an ordinary enemy, he would most likely become an idiot when hit by the 7 notes of hell, but Rosen was only hit mentally. In fact, Alice's attack was not without effect. At that moment, Rosen really felt that his brain was about to explode. If we only talk about magical attainments, Rosen's level is not that high, and even now it is just at the entry level. That is to say, in terms of mental power, the sharing and advanced through Amonquiz's evil method made Rosen's mental power different from that of ordinary people. And it can even be said that it far exceeded that of ordinary people, which prevented his brain from exploding. It took Alice half a month to recover. Rosen and Alice traveled through various European countries and arrived in England. Along the way, Alice kept asking Rosen about his destination, but Rosen remained silent. London is now a grey, filthy place, its inhabitants numb and hopeless. Just like the dark cloud hanging over London, Europe is still in the Dark Ages, and the whole of England is still under the control of the Vatican. The Holy See's rule over European countries had already reached a high voltage line. It wouldn't be long before all countries began to rebel against the Holy See. At the same time, the Renaissance emerged, and so did the Age of Exploration. But not including now. When Rosen approached London, he felt the fog covering London. It was not caused by the natural environment, but by the power of darkness. At the same time, the magic power in Rosen's body was slowly growing. Just then, a man and a woman blocked Rosen and Alice's way. The man and woman both exuded a strong and rich aura of black magic, and there were purple arcs of energy jumping on their bodies. If we only look at their magical abilities, the man and woman before us are both stronger than Rosen and Alice. You too, are you also here to pursue the true meaning of darkness? The man was tall, with brown hair, but his eyes concealed a sense of brutality and madness. The woman was also tall and extremely beautiful. Her hair was purple and her lips were also dyed purple. She was wearing a black dress that highlighted her proud figure. That's right. Rosen nodded, although he didn't know what was going on. However, since the other party took the initiative to step forward, he also went along with it. It's just that we are all black magicians, so we must be on guard against each other. When Rosen took off his hat, people discovered that he actually had an oriental face. Are you oriental? Is there black magic in the East? My name is Rosen, and this is my friend Alice. Rosen briefly introduced himself and Alice. I'm Oma, and this is my brother Dormammu. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. Oma, Dormammu, the brother and sister who dominate the dark dimension. Since they were this pair of black-hearted siblings, they certainly wouldn't have invited them to discuss any dark magic knowledge. As we all know, the three main tactics of the dark system are sacrifice, control, and possession. No matter what their purpose is, they basically cannot escape these three paths. Walking into London, Omar and Dormammu brought Rosen and Alice to the headquarters of the Dark Order. I have to say, this place is a very classic gathering place for villains. The air was filled with the stench of decaying corpses, but for Rosen, who had returned from the world of Resident Evil, it was still acceptable. And the black magicians in the Dark Society's headquarters are all crazy and evil. After living here for a few days, Rosen got to know three crazy people. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on Rosen's door. When he opened the door, he saw that the person standing outside was the madman deacon from next door. He had no hair on his body, his skin was pale, he had a pair of panda eyes, and he seemed to be immersed in negative emotions. Rosen felt like he was Voldemort, but if Dakin was compared to Voldemort, Dakin was obviously more terrifying. Do me a favor. Rosen followed Deacon to the next door. There are some bottles and jars in Deacon's room. What do you need me to do? I plan to transform my soul, Dakin said, summoning two black souls. These two souls are somewhat similar to Dakin and should be related to him by blood. These are my two brothers. I lost them several years ago, so my plan is to merge them with my soul. They also support my plan. However, in the process of transforming the Soul Eater will definitely be attracted, so I need you to help me stop the Soul Eater. What is the Soul Devourer? Rosen asked curiously. It's just a low-level demon. They like to devour human souls. A low-level demon? I'll do my best, my friend. Rosen also wanted to see what a demon looked like. Chapter 48 Supreme Mage. Malin Rosen didn't know what to do exactly, so he just waited by the side and watched Deacon merge the souls of his two brothers. After an hour of transformation and fusion, Dakin's soul became a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. It can only be said that this is dark magic. At this moment, cool black air suddenly emerged from Deacon's soul. Then the black gas formed a black hole on the ground. More than a dozen demons emerged from the black hole. This was the first time Rosen saw a demon. These demons have no facial features, are tall and thin, have long limbs, and their arms are shaped like a pair of hooks. Help me kill these soul-eating demons. When Deacon saw these demons, he immediately shouted anxiously. At this moment, Dakin was in soul form and was restrained by these soul leaders. The dozen or so soul-devouring demons glanced around and immediately surrounded Rosen. Rosen glanced at the dozen or so soul devourers, and the gluttonous shadow demon suddenly appeared and swallowed all the soul devourers in one bite. Weak, very weak. These soul devourers were very, very weak, probably only at the level of juvenile lickers. Rosen frowned slightly. Dakin shouldn't be unable to deal with just a few soul-devouring demons. Rosen looked at Dakin with a questioning look. At this moment, Dakin is using his magic to bind the spirits of his two brothers. Dark magic is healing the spirits of Dakin and the two brothers. This success is very painful, and all three brothers are sounding the horn of pain. At this moment, another soul devourer emerged from the black hole on the ground, but this soul devourer was obviously several times larger than the previous ones, and he had a pair of winding horns on his head. His arms were no longer hooked, but had 3 fingers, and he held a sickle in both hands. Is this also the soul devourer? Gluttony's eyes focused, and the eternal kaleidoscope opened. Gluttony clasped his hands together, the lines in his eyes kept spinning, and he opened his mouth wide, like a heavenly dog eclipsing the sun. The Soul Eater immediately used the handle of his sickle to prop up the ground to resist Gluttony's devouring suction, and his actions could not completely resist the suction of Gluttony's big mouth. At this moment, the Soul Eater suddenly raised his sickle and slashed at Gluttony. As a magical creature, the Soul Eater has the ability to attack Gluttony. Gluttony's body was immediately covered with a layer of black armor. This was the low-end complete form of Susanoo. Although not as huge as its normal form, its defensive capabilities are quite impressive. The Soul Eater's scythe slashed on the black armor, but Gluttony was unharmed, and it was the Soul Eater that was shaken away. Gluttony took the opportunity to step forward, grabbed the Soul Eater's neck, and then bit the Soul Eater's neck. The ability of Tengu Eclipse is to permanently increase the upper limit of pupil power by devouring enemies. Dakin swallowed his saliva, not sure if he was frightened by Rosen's strength. However, at this moment, his energy is still focused on the fusion of souls. Soul Devourers continued to emerge from the black hole, and their strength became stronger and stronger, but none of them exceeded the strength of Rosen, a shadow demon. After 3 hours, Dakin finally completed the soul fusion technique. Thank you for your help, Brother Liuo. If you need me next time, I will definitely help you. Putting aside the things that I have to say, can you explain why these soul-devouring demons attacked me after you merged your souls? At first, Rosen didn't notice it. But as time went on, more and more soul devourers appeared, and Rosen finally realized that something was wrong. The protagonist this time should be Dakin, and the Soul Eater is looking for Dakin. However, every time the soul-eating demon appears, his first target is himself. The trick behind this is worth studying. Dakin had just completed the soul fusion technique and was not in good condition. Moreover, Rosen was able to easily deal with so many soul devourers. Even when he was in his best condition, he might not be able to defeat Rosen. Dakin took out a roll of parchment and handed it to Rosen. The meaning is very clear. The apology has been prepared, so don't pursue the rest. Rosen took the parchment and opened it, which contained the method of creating the demon soul. Dakin said that he was fusing the souls of his 2 brothers, but in fact, he was in the process of transforming his own soul into a demon soul. At the same time, the parchment also records the consequences of creating the demon soul. Once you start creating demon souls, you will attract the Soul Eater, but you can sacrifice other people's souls to the Soul Eater. Soul Eaters have no facial features, so they cannot see anything. Here are some methods on how to mislead the Soul Eaters. It was Dakin who accidentally left the scent of his soul on Rosen, thus misleading the Soul Eater. Rosen gave up the idea of settling the score with Dakin. On the one hand, he had already accepted the black magic and read its contents. The dark magic world emphasizes fair trade. If he still refuses to give in, he will probably fall into Dakin's other plan. After Rosen's contact with this group of black magicians in the past few days, he also deeply understood a fact: all black magicians cannot be trusted. Every black magician was plotting against each other. Even Rosen used Amonquiz's evil magic to steal the black magician's mental power every day. Every black magician possesses a good amount of mental power, so even if it is only a small part of the mental power, it will be a considerable amount of mental power. And here, Rosen is simply blatantly stealing. Because everyone here is a suspect, no one can pinpoint who stole their mental power. Everyone here is a suspect, everyone is a dirty, evil black magician. In the headquarters of the Dark Society, black magicians are killed in sneak attacks every day. Death is the main theme here. In the past few days, Rosen felt that the dark fog covering London had become thicker. The brother and sister Omar and Dormammu who form the Dark Order go out early and come back late every day. Rosen had reason to suspect that they were plotting some kind of conspiracy. Alice came back from outside, exhausted. Rosen asked, "Did you find any clues?" No, Omar and Dormammu were very careful in their actions. They use magic to disguise themselves every time they go out. Alice shook her head, and they are very powerful. I dare not leave any mark on them at all. There is no doubt about the strength of Dormammu and Ymir. Even though they are not Dark Lords yet, they are still the strongest black magicians at this stage. We can't stay here anymore, let's leave London, said Rosen. These two will become extremely evil in the future, and it is too dangerous to get involved with them. Alice doesn't have a strong opinion, she just does whatever Rosen says. The two of them left the Dark Society headquarters without saying hello to anyone. Before they even left London, the two felt like they were being followed. Both of them were dark magicians, and they didn't care about any impact and just started fighting on the street. Alice directly activated the 7 notes of hell. There was a scream behind him, and Rosen turned around to see a fat Asian man lying on the ground wailing with his head covered. 4 black shadows suddenly spread out from the ground, spread to the feet of the fat man, and dragged the fat man towards Rosen and Alice. At this moment, a white-haired woman in a long robe, holding a long sword, fell from the sky. The white-haired woman swung her sword suddenly at the 4 shadow demons on the ground. Seeing this, Rosen immediately controlled the 4 shadow demons to disperse and gave up dragging the fat man. When he looked at the white-haired woman again, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Powerful! The magic power of this white-haired woman was so vast that Rosen was shocked. The fat man immediately stood up and came behind the white-haired woman. Supreme Sorcerer, I'm sorry that I couldn't complete your task. The fat man bowed his head and apologized. It doesn't matter. They are not someone you can deal with. The white-haired woman waved her hand. When Rosen heard the fat man calling the white-haired woman the Supreme Sorcerer, his head was buzzing. The white-haired woman tapped the tip of the sword lightly on the ground, and the sword made a crisp sound. Alice's face showed panic. In addition to fear, she looked at the white-haired woman with awe in her eyes. You are the great wizard Merlin? Rosen was a little surprised. Merlin, this is the legendary wizard in English mythology. However, nearly 1,000 years have passed since Merlin came to this era. Her most active period should have been the age of King Arthur. I didn't expect that she is still alive now. MS. Malin, I want to report to you the location of the Dark Society's headquarters. Rosen smiled brightly and sunny. Actually, I was sent by the church to lurk in the Dark Society, specifically to investigate the Dark Society's conspiracy. Malin's expression remained grim. The church? What a corrupt religion that even accepts a black magician like you. You misunderstood. I am actually a white magician. Rosen said with a smile, if you don't believe me, just try it. Rosen stretched out his right hand, and then a golden sword condensed in his palm. No need to explain. The brilliance of your appearance cannot cover up the filthiness of your heart. Merlin has never been a wizard who can be deceived by appearances. In her 1,000-year career as the supreme wizard, she has witnessed too much conspiracies and darkness. No matter how brilliant the golden sword in Rosen's hand was, it could not shake Merlin's heart. And Merlin knew every white magician, and every black magician as well. This is because she holds a magical book called the Book of Omniscience. Although it is an exaggeration to say that it is an omniscient book, but every new magician that appears in the world will appear in the Book of Omniscience. This book also includes Rosen, who is shown as a black magician in this book. Ding ding, the sword in Malin's hand tapped the ground again. Rosen immediately became alert. The person in front of him seemed to be the Supreme Sorcerer. There was no way she could do anything useless. Rosen suddenly stepped back, and the moment he stepped back, 2 bird cages appeared under his and Alice's feet. Alice was directly covered by the bird cage. If Rosen had retreated 0.1 seconds slower, he would also have been trapped in the bird cage. Merlin also approached Rosen like a swift cheetah, and swung the sword at Rosen's neck. She had been blessed by the sky, the earth and the sea. She possessed the speed of a cheetah, the strength of an elephant, the flying ability of an eagle, the agile movements of a snake, and the swimming ability of a sea fish. Rosen raised the golden sword and held it horizontally in front of him to block Merlin's sword. Rosen took a step back, while Malin took 3 steps back. Rosen was a little surprised that the power and speed of Merlin, the Supreme Sorcerer, were so powerful that they were almost as strong as Thor, the god of hammer. Merlin was also surprised. After all, there were very few melee mages like her. She didn't expect that Rosen was also a melee mage. At this moment, Malin took a deep breath and a low pressure immediately formed around her body. Rosen raised his eyebrows, and Merlin's strength and speed increased again. The next moment, Merlin rushed towards Rosen again. The sword in her hand was powerful and heavy, slashing at Rosen again and again. There aren't many tricks, just great effort to make miracles happen. Rosen was surprised to find that his close combat was suppressed. His Merlin once again shook off Rosen's golden lightsaber, and the blade suddenly pierced into Rosen's chest. But in the next moment, Rosen's body suddenly turned into a spot of light and dissipated, then recondensed more than 10 meters away. Rosen touched the bloody hole on his chest. It seemed that his elemental transformation was not so useful in front of Merlin. Merlin's sword is very scary and has a certain kind of hit guarantee effect. Rosen's face gradually turned cold, and the shadow under his feet began to shrink and then merged with Rosen. Looks like it's time for a new Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 49. Damn, How can a foreigner also know the 10,000 swords return? Malin saw Rosen's pupils turn into the Rinnegan and also felt the change in Rosen's aura, so she also became cautious. However, she still attacked Rosen with her domineering and brutal swordsmanship. Shinra Tensei. Rosen instantly activated the power of the Rinnegan. At the moment when Malin was about to collide with the repulsive force, she suddenly kicked her feet and stepped back violently. Shinra Tensei directly destroyed the buildings on both sides. After Merlin retreated 20 meters, her eyes turned pure gold. She suddenly stopped and rushed forward. This is also her ability to see through flaws. She can see the flaws in anyone. After Rosen released Shinra Tensei, she saw Rosen's flaw. But at this moment, Rosen once again released a Shinra Tensei. Normally, there is a 5-second interval between the release of the Shinra Tensei by the Rinnegan. But Rosen has 3 pairs of Rinnegan. The moment Malin rushed forward, she collided with the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Malin immediately used her sword to block in front of her and resisted the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. The long sword formed a shield to block the repulsive force. The moment the repulsive force disappeared, Merlin attacked Rosen again. Rosen's eyes turned blue, and the whites of his eyes turned pure black, switching to pure eyes. Merlin swung her sword, and Rosen leaned back slightly to avoid Merlin's sword, while swinging his sword straight at Merlin. Merlin's golden eyes also discovered the flaw in Rosen's sword moves. She avoided the stab and turned back to strike with another sword. Rosen saw all of Merlin's attack trajectories within 10 seconds, but Merlin's golden eyes could see the flaws in Rosen's sword moves. Both of them were like the most skilled swordsmen. They were just using the most basic slashing and stabbing, but they kept exchanging moves. You see through my sword moves and I can predict your moves. Moreover, the speed of both of them was exerted to the extreme, so that to others it seemed that the two of them had transformed into countless clones in an instant. Both sides felt that they could not defeat the other side with close combat swordsmanship alone. They retreated several meters and their eyes met. The pure eyes and the golden pupils were also observing each other. Since becoming the supreme sorcerer, Merlin has rarely encountered opponents who can match her. Rosen in front of her is undoubtedly an equal opponent. Rosen only used the basic ability of the pure eye to see the future. He hasn't used the time-breaking field yet, and at the same time, he can feel that Merlin still has a trump card that she hasn't used. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The shaking was so strong that the whole of London fell into panic. This one tremor alone caused hundreds of buildings in London to collapse. Malin looked at Rosen with a puzzled look. She thought it was Rosen who did it. But she saw that Rosen was also looking at her with a questioning look. At this moment, Rosen and Malin looked up at the sky at the same time. Suddenly, a huge vortex cloud appeared in the sky above the city of London. The vortex is not so much a dark cloud as it is a huge vortex formed by dark energy. Immediately afterwards, 13 black beams of light rose up into the sky around the city of London, like 13 black pillars reaching into the sky. When Merlin saw the 13 black pillars, a look of shock and anger appeared on her face. And when the 13 black light beams rose into the sky, Dormammu and Omar also began to rise at this time. Kill as much as you want, everyone go crazy, haha. Dormammu laughed wildly, and his body flew higher and higher. Suddenly, a large amount of black rain fell from the black vortex in the sky. Rosen felt an ominous aura in the black rain, and he immediately put on the black Susanoo armor. But the civilians in London were in a miserable state. After they were contaminated by the black rain, they began to become distorted. This black rain is the purest dark energy. Any mortal who comes into contact with the dark energy will be distorted. And these civilians who were contaminated by the black rain began to fight each other. They all turned into mindless beasts, roaring and killing. In the dark society, there are also black magicians who try to absorb the black rain. However, what greeted them was not an increase in magic power, but dark creatures that were twisted by the black rain into even more terrifying ones. Dormammu and Omar looked up at the black vortex in the sky. As more and more killings occurred in London, the vortex began to grow larger. At the other end of the black vortex is a universe called the Dark Dimension. They have been planning for so long just to sacrifice the entire city of London as a sacrifice to open the passage to the Dark Dimension. At this moment, the whole city of London has turned into a bloody hell, filled with crazy killing everywhere. There is no distinction between friend and foe, no mercy or sympathy. What fell from the sky was no longer black rain, but sticky black tentacles like tentacles. At this time, Dormammu and Omar were being baptized by the black tentacles. That is the purest dark energy. Open the dark dimension and receive dark energy. Become the dark energy and control the dark energy. Dormammu and Umar are both undergoing transformation. They feel their power growing stronger and surpassing their past selves. From the body to the soul, everything becomes pure time and time again, becoming darker, crazier and deeper. At the beginning, they actively accepted the dark energy, but as time went on, the dark energy actively poured into their bodies. At this moment, Dormammu and Umar were like two gods standing above the sky, looking down at London below, and their eyes soon turned to Rosen and Malin. Then Dormammu and Omar pointed their hands in the direction of the two people at the same time. Terrifying dark energy gathered in their palms. Rosen and Malin looked at each other, both with solemn expressions on their faces. Malin gripped her sword tightly with both hands and pointed at the ground with her backhand. Gaia, please listen to my praise. Your vastness is immeasurable, your vastness is admirable, and you generously nourish all spirits. You are the greatest mother of the earth, the spirit of all things, and the saint under the sky. Please protect me together and drive away all blasphemers. Malin's sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The next moment, endless energy was injected into the sword tip and then flowed into Merlin's body along the sword tip. Rosen glanced at Merlin from the corner of his eye, then looked away. At this moment, the golden reincarnation eye between Rosen's eyebrows opened. 6 paths. Samsara eye mode. 12 Tao-seeking jades condensed behind Rosen. Merlin withdrew her gaze. Sure enough, this guy had not used his full strength when fighting with her just now. The two exchanged glances again, and then attacked at the same time. The 12 Tao-seeking jades turned into streams of light around Rosen's body and condensed in Rosen's palm, forming a golden lightsaber. The 6 paths. Golden wheel rebirth exploded. Merlin drew her sword at the same time, raised it above her head, and issued a divine judgment. Gaia's wrath. A golden sword light and a silver sword light were swung out at the same time, and the two rays of light faced the terrifying dark power directly. Boom! In an instant, the energy of destruction bloomed in the sky, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and the entire sky cleared up in an instant. Everyone saw the blue sky. The gem-like blue color made many people regain their composure. Dormammu and Umar rolled hundreds of meters in the air before they managed to stabilize their bodies. Looking at Rosen and Malin again, there was anger on their faces. The two men shook hands at the same time, and the dark energies in their bodies filled each other's gaps. Then they raised their hands respectively, and the sky, which had been clear for less than half a minute, was shrouded in darkness again. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy in the sky gathered into a 1,000-meter-long demon dragon with hundreds of heads. The 100-headed dragon spewed out destructive power from its mouth, and its huge body wreaked havoc in the city of London. Each head was wantonly destroying everything around it and killing all living things. Rosen raised his hand and clenched it. A 10-tailed beast ball condensed in his palm, and then he threw it towards the 100-headed demon dragon. The huge body of the 100-headed demon dragon meant that it was impossible for it to avoid Rosen's attack. Boom! A hole 100 meters in size appeared on the chest of the 100-headed demon dragon, and the huge energy impact knocked the 100-headed demon dragon to the ground. However, the 100-headed demon dragon roared towards the sky, and the dark energy in the sky was absorbed by the 100-headed demon dragon, and the huge hole was quickly filled. Then the 100 heads of the 100-headed demon dragon were aimed at Rosen and Merlin at the same time. At the same time, a faint purple light flowed from its abdomen and was diverted to 100 dragon heads. Rosen's eyes narrowed, and Malin's expression also became solemn. Secret method. 9-layer Rashomon. Rosen clasped his hands together, and the ground immediately made a rumbling sound. Then, a huge door with 9 ghost faces rose from the ground. These 9 layers of Rashomon are already the limit. Every time an additional ghost gate is summoned, the defense of the next gate will double. For example, Orochimaru can summon triple Rashomon, and Hashirama Senju can summon 5-fold Rashomon. Purple dragon flames burst out from the 100 bloody mouths of the 100-headed demon dragon at the same time. The first ghost gate shattered, followed by the second, third, fourth, until the 9th ghost gate, when the ghost gate finally blocked all the purple dragon flames. Malin leaped up to a height of several hundred meters in an instant, with the sword in her hand raised high above her head. Immediately afterwards, millions of sword shadows appeared in the sky. Fuck, how come foreigners also know Wanjian Gizon? Merlin made a sword flower, and millions of sword shadows in the sky danced along with the movement of Merlin's sword. The sword shadows in the sky were like a torrent that broke through a dam, rising and falling continuously, constantly colliding with each other and making bursts of sword sounds. Merlin's eyes focused, and the tip of her sword pointed at the 100-headed dragon. Millions of sword shadows instantly shot towards the 100-headed demon dragon. The power of a single sword shadow is ordinary, but when millions of sword shadows combine into one attack, the power can only be said to be to kill anyone who stands in the way. After the overwhelming sword shadows hit the 100-headed demon dragon, the dragon's body began to melt away. Compared to Rosen's pure energy-tailed beast ball, Malin's attack is 100 times more lethal to the 100-headed dragon. This is probably because Merlin's magic has an absolute inhibitory effect on the dark-type 100-headed dragon. 2 black beams shot out before Merlin could retract her attack. Rosen instantly turned into a stream of light, but he was not going to save Merlin. You wished that Merlin would die at the hands of Dormammu and Uma. Dormammu and Omar attacked Merlin, so he could naturally attack the 2 siblings as well. Chapter 50 The new Supreme Mage takes office. The third time traveling in a flash, Rosen appeared in front of Dormammu and Omar, with a grim smile on his face. Have you ever been kicked by light? Dormammu and Omar's faces changed drastically. At this distance and speed, plus they had just been accumulating strength to launch a sneak attack on Merlin, they didn't have time to make any unnecessary moves. Dormammu suddenly grabbed Omar's shoulders and pushed him towards Rosen. Rosen's full-strength, light speed kick had already come over. Oma was in astonishment, looking at Dormammu with incredible eyes, and the next moment she was kicked directly in the abdomen, and her whole body fell on Dormammu. Dormammu also spat out blood and flew out. At this moment, the black vortex in the sky suddenly expanded to its maximum. Dormammu and Omar had no time to bother with Rosen at this time. They turned into a black light and rushed towards the black vortex in the sky. Rosen raised his hand and shot out a laser, but at this moment, Dormammu and Uma were so fast that even Rosen could hardly catch up. Both of them also knew that in their current state, they could not be a match for Rosen. Oma arrived in front of the black vortex first, suddenly turned around and struck, knocking Dormammu, who was chasing her, away, and then she dived into the black vortex. Rosen's eyes focused, and he swung out a sword suddenly, and the golden wheel exploded. The golden sword light slashed Dormammu's body, and Dormammu screamed and fell from the sky. At this moment, the black vortex in the sky twisted, revealing Omar's face. Haha, my brother, I succeeded. Now I am the Dark Lord. Omar's huge face was laughing hysterically, and Dormammu looked up at Omar with a ferocious expression. Obtain 100 spacetime points. Rosen glanced at Dormammu below. It seems that Dormammu failed to become the Dark Lord, which has a great impact on the plot. However, seeing this result, Rosen couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being a black magician. Even close relatives can betray you at any time. Oma had just become the Dark Lord, and she couldn't wait to show her ambitions. Doomsday has come. A look of madness appeared on Omar's face, and black energy fell from the sky. Hey, if you want to destroy the world, you have to vote, to new Lord. If they just wanted to become Dark Lords and conduct some inhuman experiments on the European continent, Rosen would not bother to ask. But if the world is to be destroyed, Rosen really can't just sit there and watch. Oma wants to use dark energy to completely corrode this world, and then pull this world into the dark dimension. Rosen looked at Merlin, and Merlin also looked at Rosen from a distance. The two of them burst out with all their strength again. Merlin raised his sword high and chanted a spell. Rosen's whole body burst into golden light, and the next moment he transformed into a 1,000-meter-long golden crow. Light escape. Big Sun Golden Crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a 1,000-foot-long brilliant light burst out. At the same time, it also spreads out with scorching high temperature. The falling dark energy and the golden light on the golden crow cancelled each other out. The golden crow, the incarnation of Rosen, flew over the sky above London. Wherever the golden light shone, the darkness was annihilated. The sword in Merlin's hand turned into a giant sword thousands of feet long and slashed towards Omar's face in the sky. Omar screamed, and in an instant the sky collapsed and the earth split and the sky was furious. This sword caused considerable damage to Omar. She has only just become the Dark Lord, and she has not yet fully mastered the power of the dark dimension, so she is far from invincible. Merlin's sword had almost exhausted all of her magic power. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that the power of this sword was enough to create the world, but it was not far from being enough to destroy it. Seeing this, Rosen immediately spread his wings and flew into the air. Boom! Under Rosen's impact, Omar's giant face gradually disappeared. Just at this moment, Rosen saw a circle of fire appear in the air, and a figure walked out of the circle of fire. The person who came was none other than Maggie. Maggie raised her hands high, and a red line running from east to west passed by. Then came the second, the third. Gradually, the entire sky was covered with red lines. Maggie pushed her palms upwards, and the red lines began to rise while disappearing into the air. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that the prototype of the Mage Network? Maggie glanced at Rosen, then landed in front of Malin. Malin was very weak at the moment, but after seeing Maggie, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Your Excellency the Supreme Mage, are you okay? Ahem, I'm fine. Thanks to your coming. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be no way to stop the invasion of the Dark Lord. Merlin said a few words and began to pant. Now, I swear in the name of the current Supreme Mage Merlin Ambrosius. Dagu Magi, you will inherit the name of the Supreme Mage and continue to protect our world. Malin raised her finger and gently tapped Maggie's forehead. A golden mark appeared on Maggie's forehead, and her eyes were covered with a golden light. Maggie took a deep breath and nodded silently. From now on, I will be the Supreme Sorcerer, and my name will be Ancient One. Malin looked not far away and saw a fat man running towards her. Supreme Sorcerer, how are you? My fate has come to an end. Malin said, from now on, she will inherit my name, and you must serve the new Supreme Sorcerer just as you served me. Yes, Lord Malin. A look of sadness appeared on the fat man's face. Rosen did not approach, but came in front of Alice. Alice was unconscious at the moment because of the erosion of the black rain. When she saw Rosen approaching, Alice was still making a threatening gesture towards him. Rosen went up and slapped her a few times. The black hair on Alice's body began to pour out. Alice looked at Rosen in confusion, covering her face. What are you doing? She had no idea what had happened before. Nothing. There is a new and even more brutal Supreme Sorcerer ascending the throne. If we don't want to be slapped against the wall by her, I think we should leave early. Maggie has now transformed into Ancient One, and she has mastered the Book of Vishanti. Although it has been a short time, judging from her performance just now, her strength is estimated to be very close to Merlin's. Now she has inherited Merlin's 1000-year mage heritage. Once she completely absorbs Merlin's mage heritage, I'm afraid she will truly transform into a supreme mage. Moreover, Ancient One is different from Merlin. Rosen is confident that he can deal with Merlin's magic type and fighting style. Everyone was competing head-on with each other, competing in strength, speed, and fighting skills. Rosen didn't dare to say that he would win, but at least there wouldn't be a hopeless gap. Moreover, if it is just a competition on the level of strength, Merlin may not be able to defeat him. But about Ancient One's fighting style, Rosen said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's either time or space. Maybe after fighting with her for 300 rounds, she will go back in time and all my efforts will be in vain. Time is the most unsolvable force in this world. Even if the Ancient One of this era cannot beat Rosen, the Ancient One of the future can still come to help get back the favor. This is simply cheating. Rosen had no idea about Guyi. Guyi glanced at Rosen, who was walking away, but she did not stop him from leaving. At first, she didn't quite understand the difference between the magic book she got and the magic book Rosen got. However, after traveling in Europe for several years, she had come to understand the antagonistic relationship between black magicians and white magicians. It is not only a confrontation in power, but also a confrontation in concepts and ideas. Rosen did not travel in Europe for long and returned to central China half a year later. Now Rosen's family has more and more money. Last time he came back from the Resident Evil world, Rosen brought back hundreds of tons of gold and tens of thousands of tons of silver. Although not all of it was taken out at once, 10,000 taels were taken out to expand the industry. Today, all the fields in Liuogia village have been bought by Rosen, and all the villagers in Liuogia village became tenants of Rosen. Rosen's idea was to create an identity as a local gentry and powerful person, and then spend some money in the future to get a jinchi status for his son. In this way, no matter whether it is the government or bandits and bullies, they will not easily offend him. When Liu Ming was 6 years old, Chen Lian had her second child. Rosen did not go out again and stayed at home with Chen Lian while waiting for Chen Lian to give birth. He didn't have this ability before, but now that he has it, he naturally has to give Chen Lian the best safety and health measures. While the sound of a baby crying was heard in the delivery room, Rosen's perception ensured that mother and child were safe, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon the midwife came out of the delivery room holding the baby in her arms. Congratulations, Mr. Yuo. Congratulations, Mr. Yuo. Your lady has given birth to a daughter for you. Rosen grinned and took out a gold ingot and gave it to the midwife. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. When the midwife saw how generous Rosen was, she immediately smiled and quickly stuffed the gold into her sleeve pocket. This ingot of gold weighs about 3 or 4 taels. According to the gold-silver ratio in the early Ming dynasty, 1 tael of gold is equal to 10 taels of silver. The wedding money from Rosen will ensure that the midwife and her family will have no worries about food and clothing for the next few years. Thank you, Mr. Yuo. It's dark today and it's not safe to walk at night. Sister-in-law, go to the guest room to rest and come back tomorrow. Rosen took the child, teased him for a while, and then went into the delivery room. Although Chen Lian was a little weak, she was still in good spirits. Rosen held Chen Lian's hand and sent vitality into Chen Lian's body bit by bit. However, if he transfers his vitality in this way, at least 90% of his vitality will be wasted. After all, Chen Lian doesn't know how to absorb vitality. Rosen loved his daughter very much and originally wanted to ask an old scholar to help him name her. After all, it was the old scholar who gave the names of Rosen and Liu Ming, father and son. But when it came to his daughter's turn, the old scholar turned his face away, saying that a girl would belong to someone else in the future, and he refused to name Rosen's daughter no matter what. Rosen was so angry that he almost burned down the old scholar's house at night. It was Rosen himself who named his daughter Liu Minju. The whole family could see that Rosen obviously liked Liu Minju very much. Rosen would stroll around the village with Xiao Minju in his arms every day. As for Liu Ming, Rosen was much stricter with him. Of course, he also has a lot of academic workload. However, Rosen brought back so many ancient Chinese books from the Resident Evil world. The longevity of aristocratic families is also related to their collections of books. Many rare books are only collected by aristocratic families. But Rosen built a huge library at home. It can be said that as long as the books that scholars have heard of, their family has a collection of them, so that now the old scholar comes to borrow books every day. When Liu Minju was 2 years old, Rosen's magic power was finally able to open the 5th page of the Dark Book. The 5th page of the Dark God Book finally records the first combat magic, the Devil's Hand. At the same time, Rosen rested at home for a few years, planning to travel through time again. Because the time in the Marvel world will freeze after traveling through time, Rosen didn't notify anyone. Directly start the 3rd time travel. Rosen looked around. Where's this? This was a forest in an unknown location. Rosen pushed aside the bushes and walked for half an hour before finally seeing a human figure in front of him. Rosen immediately came out of the woods and found that it was a young boy. The young man had an expressionless face, silver white hair, and a pair of deep blue eyes. Rosen felt the terrible power contained in those eyes. So much so that Rosen even suspected that the other person's surname was Otsutsuki. Those eyes were so similar to the Samsara eye, both were filled with infinite energy. The paralyzed boy looked expressionlessly at Rosen, who came out of the bushes. If you are here to kidnap me, you'd better give up the idea now. I don't want to kill anyone in the mountain behind my house. After all, this is one of the few places where I can move freely, said the paralyzed boy. Oh, hee, I'm just here to ask for directions. Rosen smiled. At this moment, the system seemed to have retrieved the world and then sent the task. Task 1. Fight Gogo Sadou, Ryomen Sukuna, and Fushiguro Shioi. The more times you fight, the richer the reward. Task 2. Fight against sorcerers and cursed spirits. The more people you have, the richer the reward. Task 3. Learn spells. The more spells you learn, the richer the rewards. Task 4. Join Tokyo Metropolitan Jutsu High School and teach students. The stronger the students you teach, the richer the rewards. After seeing the mission, Rosen realized that he had come to the world of spells. So is this expressionless boy in front of me the young Gojo Satoru? However, Rosen saw that there was a huge amount of chakra energy in Gojo Satoru's body. Perhaps in this world it should be called cursed power. The next moment, Rosen's smile stretched to his back teeth, revealing a villain-like smile. Little devil, can you kill me? When Gojo Satoru saw Rosen's face, he knew he had to fight. Gojo Satoru raised his right hand, with his ring finger and little finger overlapped and 3 fingers extended. I saw Gojo Satoru's finger. Rosen, the technique. Kan. An energy that could tear everything apart gathered at Gojo Satoru's fingertips. Bang! Rosen's pupils suddenly contracted. He put his arms in front of him, and his body was blown away by this huge force. Gojo Satoru retracted his gaze and commented indifferently, "What a boring battle." To him, this was just an assassination without any novelty. Since he was born, he has been offered a bounty of 100 million, so from childhood to adulthood, he has experienced hundreds of assassinations.
Thanks for joining Fanfiction Reader. If you enjoyed it, hit subscribe and come back for more fan-made adventures.